It's finally here. New voices, new faces. Welcome to the Pantheon.
You know, Robin, quite often people choke on a piece of food they're eating.
Right. What can you do for them?
Well, if I were choking, you'd stand behind me, wrap your arms around my waist, then make a fist with one of your hands and put it against my abdomen with your thumb against my body, slightly below my rib cage. Grab your fist and press in and upward. You might have to press and push up more than once. Try it again. It's important to get it right. Someone's life may depend on it.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it's great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Now, look, if this is the first time that you've been to the lounge, welcome. It is really good to have you here. We have waited this entire time for you, and now that you're here, we can pretty much close up shop and go home. Oh, wait, we are home. That's right. No, you know what? Now that you're here, now we can get things started. We've been waiting this whole entire time for you. We've been waiting for all these people to subscribe and all these things to happen just for you. And so, hey, welcome. So glad you're here. But if this is your first time, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and all of us can get together and talk about all the things that we love, things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, then you have found the right place. So if you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds. And you know what? We thank you for it. We're so glad. We're always glad to have new people here and new voices and new things. And if there's one thing I can say, listen, this is not an echo chamber. I always think it's funny when, because it's the internet, right? It's the internet. And so look, when it's the internet, you always have the naysayers. You can literally get up in the morning and say, I'm happy because the sky is bright and clear and the sun is shining. And so there's joy, and somebody will like literally try to fight you on it. And so, you know what the thing is like, I always think it's funny, like when somebody tries to come in there, like, you just don't want to hear another, point of view. When literally, like, we invite people on all the time with differing points of view and different things. That's what's great about the lounge. And those who actually find the lounge that way know it. And so thankful to all of you. Thank you to everyone who is part of the lounge, who's already been here. And thank you to everyone who's just, recently found us. If you just recently found us, we're glad that you're here too. And also, of course, thank you to everyone who supports the lounge in whatever way that you do, whether it be through the Patreon. Thank you to everyone who's part of the Patreon, all the patrons. You guys are awesome. Look at here. I got Michael Keaton right above me there, or at least his suit. And of course, all of the members. Why don't you join the membership? If you haven't joined the membership, you can do it for as little as $2. There's all kinds of different varying degrees in there and stuff. And you can do it for as little as $2. And if you do that, you get your name on the list, but you also get to use emoticons during the live streams and all that cool, fun stuff. And of course, thank you to everyone who gives super chats. You guys are awesome, and we appreciate you. My wife is in the chat right now, the lovely Tifftastic, and she definitely thanks you to everyone who gives super chats. Also, thank you to everyone who gives just in various ways. We have a PayPal, we have a Cash App, we have a Venmo, so thank you to everyone who takes advantage of that, because sometimes I know that you guys just want to just give the lounge something, and I thank you for that. And look, if you do that, make sure to leave a comment on that so that I can thank you properly, for that, because we always want to give credit where credit is due. And so, leave a comment there or, say something there. Also, shout out to H Barts here. Oops, I didn't hit play. I just, the proper thing is supposed to open up this cool little like bubble thing. See here in just a second. It'll come up in just a second. It's a professional show. Look at that. Look at there. H Barts, part of the Hall of Fame. Look for it very, very soon. A whole cast of people who will be put into the Hall of Fame very, very soon. Glad to have them. And it's going to be some people that some of you newer folks I say newer folks in the last couple of years, you may not even recognize some of them, but people who were very much a part of the foundation of this channel that we want to put in the Hall of Fame. Not just people that you may know right now, but people who have been around for a while. So thank you to all of them as well. And you'll be looking for that soon. Also, of course, we do have the store. Right. So check out the store, make sure that, check it out. And if you like anything that you see in there, pick something up, pick something up for your sweetie, whoever, and, take advantage of that. We'd love to see our logos and our fun stuff on you. All right. That being said, let's see what's going on. We're just grateful for all of you. Like I always say, it's been an interesting day today. We got lots to talk about. Let's see, but I was going to do something. I'm going to start bringing people in, and then we will, we'll just kind of go from there, because we got a lot to talk about, and I want to do a couple of things, but I want to get everybody in here first, and then we'll take care of a couple of things. It's weird. YouTube is doing strange things, man. It used to give me, used to allow me to, that's weird. Won't allow me to go to my, my thing. Well, manage videos, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Anyways, we're going to start bringing some people in. I got one person. I don't know. He's saying he's coming for his prize. He's acting like he's, dark side or something. So I don't know what all that's about. I don't know what we did to shake him up and get him all stirred up or whatever, but apparently he thinks he's going to come over and take control of the show, take control of the channel. I don't know what's in his mind right now. But thanks to everyone who supports the Pantheon. And let me say that first of all, for those of you, maybe you don't know what the Pantheon is, you haven't been around very long. The Poindexter Pantheon is something that we started, what now? A little over a couple of months now. And the Poindexter Pantheon has been a lot of fun to have. And what is the Poindexter Pantheon? It is just a cluster of shows. We actually have a schedule every week that you can follow. And here it is right here. I'll stop my cam so you can see it right there. We got shows on Monday, got a couple shows on Monday there. We got Tuesday and Thursdays Jiving with Jack. We got Brian Master of None on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern with 10-4. That's Star Trek and food. We got 2 p.m. Eastern with Sci-Fi Center Presents, which is a really cool deep dive into comic books. Every other Wednesday, we have The Greatest People I've Ever Met with Austin. And then we got another show coming up pretty soon for Wednesday nights. Friday nights, the Sci-Fi Center Live with William, again there at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Saturdays we got To the Max with our good friend Max, and then of course you can find me here usually at about 12 a.m. Eastern time. Tonight I had to go a little bit later. I got a lot of stuff going on this week with it being the week leading up to Easter and all, but usually you can find me here on the overnight show daily for that, and we have more shows to come. Trust me, we got some really cool things coming up that I think you're going to be really excited about, including the lovely Tiff-tastic, who is in there. Tiff, we got to do a reveal of your logo. We got to do a reveal of your logo and the name of your show, because yes, Tiffany will be having. She is still my wife, lady. Let me tell you, she is definitely still my wife. She's absolutely 100% my wife. My wife, she likes, we do the thing. We do the stuff. Yes. Haha, giggity, giggity. We make it the love. We make it the love go round for all of the world. Yes. Tiffany is awesome. Slade Friend says, Enosh, should be really cool if you made Poindexter pajama pants and it could be called the Triple P. So here's the thing. I actually made some Poindexter pants in our store at one time, and they kept screwing them up. My friend Darth Tasty, he kept ordering them, and you know, it sucked because they kept messing up the logo. So I'll give it another shot. Absolutely. I'll give it another shot for sure. Yeah, we got a lot. I got a lot of stuff that I gotta toss in there, and but I'm trying to get the lovely Tiftastic in here. But you know what? She got up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I know that you guys want to see her. I keep trying to tell you guys, like, show Tiff some love right now. If you want to see Tiff, you know, look, she normally works, right? She doesn't have to work tomorrow, but I'm not saying to bug her for tonight because I know she needs to get some sleep or whatnot. But if you want to see her more often, right now, just if you're a member, for sure, put the Tiftastic emoji in right now, right? That we have the emoticon. Put that in right now. But if you're not a member, go ahead and throw in there some of the you know, throw some love, like say, you know, Tiff or put a number 1 in there or whatever, and throw all that in. Yes, see, Cherie Simps for Tiff and Saggy, Tiff Saggy, Sagtastic. I'm trying to hey, there ain't nothing dry around this house, Saggy. So just telling you. When I make a turkey, I make a turkey right. Oh my goodness. I didn't miss a super chat yet. Trust me, I'm getting to it. You gotta give me a minute. I gotta play catch up. I know I skipped ahead a little bit, but I was just seeing kind of who was here and whatnot. So I also, you know, I'm going to pull this up too so that I can see, because StreamYard still does not show me yeah, see there. StreamYard still does not show me the member chats, so the member super chats. So I wish it did, but it does not. So I'm going to break that out just to make sure that I don't miss that. But let me see here. Todd, yay! Todd has a super chat here. Whoops. Let me. We're gonna talk about that tonight, Dork Knight. Thank you so much. Yeah. Hey man, if you got it, Caden. I'm guessing that's Caden. Caden, if you want to pop it up, that's awesome. Todd Fair with a $20 super chat. You're saving me having to save it. I appreciate that. Todd with a $20 super chat says, "What's up, Enosh? What's up, Todd?" I love Todd. Todd's great, man. Todd's awesome. Todd's fantastic. Yeah, we should have a Todd-tastic emoticon here. And then, hey, Saggy renewed her membership. So let's throw her up there. Saggy renewed her membership. And you know what happens when somebody renews their membership? We get the woo. And so guess what? It's time for the woo. And you know what, Saggy? Right above the woo is this.
Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. She dancing like a stripper.
Yep, RJ there, but hey, we're gonna give her the woo.
Showtime! Woo! 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 Silent and profiling. Woo! It's live and in color. Woo! 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 Slow down. Woo! 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 Woo!
So woo, Saggy is back as a member, and that's good. So if you join the membership, you get the woo treatment as well. Also, we got to give this puppy away. So, you know, guys, we do giveaways and stuff. The next giveaway is going to be an Optimus Prime statuette. But this one right here, this is the He-Man, Skelegod. Now I have the Power Crunch cereal. I've been waiting to give this one away. This is going to be fun. This goes to our good friend Fourth 1000. So Fourth 1000, if you are watching, this goes to you. Just contact me on Twitter and we'll get this bad boy out to you. It's got an action figure in it right in there, the world's smallest action figures, and you can eat it. It's made of rainbow ball cereal. It says it's rainbow balls. So hope you like rainbow balls in your mouth because they're tasty, and they've got you can go literally like a Saturday morning and do your thing on the side of the box and everything. It's got all this fun stuff, and you can read all the fun stuff. So Fourth 1000 wins that. That's our latest giveaway. So and it's good still. It's good till November, so you can still eat this, man. It's all sealed up in there. Nobody's been in that sucker. It's all good, man. So congratulations, Fourth 1000 on that. All right, we're gonna start bringing people in. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta find some drops for everybody, but we'll get to it. You know, I got one for this guy. This guy has been bugging me all day long. I don't know what his deal is. He keeps saying he's coming for his prize. I don't know what it is, but you know, I'm gonna give him a gaming thing because his thing is gaming. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Jimbo.
I'll take that. I'll take that. So,
my favorite
welcome to my show. Welcome to my show. Thank you for leading it for now. Yeah, thank you.
Is this your show now? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Look at you got Caden in your back pocket or something like that. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, I don't know. I ain't gonna disclose any details. Shh, Caden. Yeah. Perhaps, but yeah.
Echo chambers are fun though. Yes, they make lots of noise. Heck yeah, they do.
They do.
Yeah. So okay. Also here tonight, we got Anthony Beltre. Whoops, Anthony, what's going on, bro?
I just want to make a public announcement. I should win that giveaway. That was bullshit. I'll play. Well, fourth X in the chat. If you win something, yes, you did win something. Contact KEATON on Twitter. Or something, or something else, yeah. And Caden, cancel yourself.
Why? Because he likes mayo?
I mean, you know. No, he's a J.J. Abrams supporter, so, you know, whoever's a J.J. Abrams supporter, you gotta go.
You gotta go. It's just as simple as that, man. You gotta go. We got another $20 super chat. Holy cow, from Todd. Thank you, Todd. It says, Enosh, do you think I might ever win cereal? Maybe, but you know what? Maybe you'll win. Maybe you'll win our. Yeah, this is the only. Well, you know, I do have another box. But I had that one. That one was like going to be my own personal box. But you know what, Todd? If you want it, I'll give it to you, man. You let me know right now. I'll give Todd. I'll give you my box of cereal. I'll give you my box, Todd.
You unleash your box for him?
My box is his box. My box is his box. I will give you my box.
Sharing is caring.
Hey, yo.
There you go. You let me know, bro, and I will give you. I'll give it to you. Faux show. All right. You're welcome, bro. Yeah, just hit me up on social. Hit me up on social media, so that I can get your information, right? And we'll and I'll get it out to you.
It's gonna be signed by Enosh.
Yes, and look, and yeah, if you guys want me to sign the box, I'll sign the box too. I can have the whole family sign the box if you want. But just let me know. Is Fourth 1000 here?
Yeah,
Fourth 1000 here. Yes, Fourth 1000. You won the cereal, the Masters of the Universe cereal. So if for some reason you don't want that, we'll figure out something. But because I know some people aren't necessarily a He-Man fan. But if you don't want that, I can figure out something else. We can figure out something else. And I can give that box to Todd, whatever you guys want to do. I don't care, whatever you guys would do. Both of you just message me and we'll get you out something. Tiff. Now look, Tiff, this is here in the chat is Slade and Friends. And Slade and Friends, Tiff, is the one who designed your logo for you. So I don't know when you want to announce. Like, if you want to run down real quick, we can announce the name of your show and show your logo. But I mean, you got to come down for that. And I know she's in bed, so I don't want to force her to do it. But I know that the chat loves Tiff, and and they know they've been showing her some love. So, yeah. So there's that, right? I mean, look at that. We got Tiftastics everywhere. Mucho Tiftastics. Now they're all from Saggy. I think Saggy just renewed her thing just so she could like put all the Tiftastic.
Yes, the dollar.
Stuff. But see, you do suck. Put a Tiftastic in there. Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah, come on. Do a reveal on Jimbo's Jimbo's first show right here. You know,
Yeah, Monkey Jeebus throwing a 1 in there for Tiff. You do suck. See there? Yes, we know. Yeah, we know she's here. Yeah, the name of our band. What's the name of our band? It's a trifecta of chicks. All right. Also tonight we got we got another guest. We got Arkham Gaming in here. What's up, Arkham Gaming?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you, bro?
Good. Swimming underwater right now.
I see that.
Horizon.
Yeah, I've been playing both of the games. They're so amazing. I played Horizon, I think Zero. Now I'm playing
Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. I'm playing for Grandwest.
Yeah.
I tried something new. I wanted to play new games. It's so amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice title. Too bad they released at the same time as another game that Elden Ring. So it kind of got swept underneath the rug.
Yeah, I was gonna try Elden Ring, but people said it's cool, but it feels like you want to bash your skull into freaking walls.
Yeah, it's basically Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all that just together.
It's a great game. It just I broke my controller 2 times.
You broke what?
He broke his controller.
All right, well, let's get everybody else in here.
Whatever.
Next we got a guy who
The Mayo Man.
No. He's this is a good guy. This is a good guy though.
When? Who?
It's RJ.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Yeah, what's going on, RJ?
What's up, guys? It's been a while. How's everyone been doing?
It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I knew you had to stream though, Enosh, because these topics are way too big not to talk about. I mean, it's like,
right. I mean, I can't wait till William gets in here, bro. I can't wait till William.
Man, yeah, no. William gave us a little tease. He was on my stream earlier today. Just a little bit of a tease, but
just saying, William might have a couple of things to say about this.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
Really? He does?
Like I said,
he might.
This is big news. Big news.
It is. All right. Also,
DC about to have their own studio. Let's go.
Also, here we go with the Mayo Man himself.
Can pass through the upcoming machinery. For this sandwich, a jizz of mayonnaise is required, which is squirted onto the bread via an automated dispenser.
What's up, KEATON?
Oh, Mayo Man's not here.
Well, he got the Flash logo for the new 52 when he was facing the Thinker.
Yeah.
KEATON, are you here, bro?
Because he's thinking.
He's thinking. He's the thinker.
He's the thinker.
He's thinking right now.
That was a good Flash run back in the new 52.
Oh, he's mad now.
Uh-oh, is he mad?
Yeah, he changed his name to I'm mad.
Oh, he's mad. Why are you mad, bro? You're on mute.
Pronouncing you guilty. Guilty. You're on mute, Jarrell. Jarrell, you have to unmute yourself. Sorry. Can you hear
Basically.
So first you bring in Anthony, then you bring in RJ.
Yes, I did.
I haven't been here in a while. Why can't I come on?
Is there a problem with that?
No, nothing at all.
I mean, you smelled up the backstage.
By the way,
I just realized something. I actually have it. Okay, I'm gonna send Anthony out. Hold on a second. Dang it! If my mouse would work.
Why you just in Anthony?
Come on.
He found a clip. I knew he would find a clip.
I just realized I had a clip that that'll work for you, man. Yeah, the batteries in here weren't working. Okay, 1 second. I just realized I have a clip now, and so hold on. So when we bring Anthony in, we can just be like, oh, now where'd it go? There, Anthony, taking out the trash man.
Ouch.
That's the trash.
Wow.
Dude. Yo,
if that happened to me, my bad.
She got a concussion.
That back, your back would be.
No, she got a concussion.
She
got a concussion from that.
By the way, can I just say real quick? I saw this happen live because I was watching. this background right here, I laughed so hard seeing that picture of Keaton Thompson as William.
It's great, isn't it?
Best thing ever.
I know. It's so right on too. It's like perfectly on. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. William reacted to it.
Oh yeah.
He's the longest unofficial member in history.
Yes, he's the longest. Yes, SNL member. Yes, he is. I
just can't believe you have an SNL alum on the Poindexter Lounge.
I know, right?
And on the Pantheon, who has his own show too. Like,
I know. I was on SNL one time, and I'm an SNL alum.
When were you on SNL?
When were you on SNL?
Okay. Oh, it's been a while since I've been on SNL.
He was there with
Were you there?
I mean, that's pretty typical of Caden to lie and try to steal somebody else's.
Well, hold on though, Caden. Hold on. Just because you were in the audience doesn't mean that you were on SNL.
He didn't get into the audience. He was outside waiting for tickets in the cold and never got them. And
no, I was in a skit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure you were.
It's one of the best skits that SNL have ever done.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what skit was
like
that?
It's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
The skit of all skits.
Does Darkseid got a big thing?
What?
Darkseid got a massive thing. It's a destroyer of worlds, and
he conquers planets.
He conquers planets.
All right. Well, somebody who was on Saturday Night Live was, of course, Betty White. And that means it's the beginning of the show. That means, as always, it's time for our Betty White-ism of the night. Are you ready? Keeping on with life lessons. Our Betty White-ism. Tiffany got me this book, and it's just filled with Betty White-isms. And so at the beginning of every show, we're going to read one. And so here is tonight's. There is rarely, if ever, a winner in any heated verbal exchange. No one's opinion is altered, probably only reinforced. And so much more is dredged up than the issue of the moment. This was said by Betty White in person in 1987. So think about that.
That is
1987.
a very true statement. That is a true statement.
And how true it is. There is rarely, if ever, a winner in any heated verbal exchange. I would put that even in any internet exchange, an argument, but probably only reinforced. And so much more is dredged up than the issue of the moment. So think about that as you're in the chat tonight. Maybe you have a disagreement with somebody in the chat. That nobody's mind has ever changed. A little Carol Channing there for you.
That is a very true quote from Betty White. 100%.
Yes, no one's mind has ever changed. You just pretty much come up with the same
It's just
thing.
an added point of view.
Let's review the Kardashians.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. You just suck. Thank you for believing me.
Oh, look at Tiff. Tiff says, okay, guys, I will make a point of sometime this weekend to make a cameo so that I can reveal the name of my show and the logo. But I need to get some sleep. I've been up since 6 a.m. and I'm exhausted. Oh, so there you go. All right. So, one more thing that I do have to take care of here at the beginning of the show that's very, very important.
You gotta go to the bathroom?
No. So you guys know, I mean, like, okay. So, throughout the show, the other day, there was a lot going on. There was a ton of comments coming in, and there was a ton of things happening, and there was a lot of super chats that were flying through, and I missed one. From Peter Rabbit's Defender. And so I want to apologize, Peter Rabbit's Defender, but I have it here, and it was $1.99 super chat, and it said, sorry for my new avatar, but Lupita's reaction is priceless.
Her reaction was pretty funny. Like, can you believe that the slap heard around the world was like 2 weeks ago at this point?
Oh my God. A lot has happened in that 2 weeks, man.
I know.
That slap is a masterpiece.
I mean, like all kinds of crazy allegations were leveled against Ezra Miller.
Yeah.
Dropped.
You guys talked about that last night, didn't you?
Yeah, the other night. Yeah.
I honestly didn't keep up with that, but that is interesting that whole thing got dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Just like,
well, the day that he told him he was actually going to show up, to court. Imagine that. And then, there's all this,
We got a heated chat conversation. So, yeah.
Isn't it funny, though, how sometimes stuff works like that, though, where everyone argues about stuff that ultimately means nothing when it's all said and done?
Oh, dude, we had a conversation about just talking about what it was, and people still came in giving us a hard time the other night. Like, still, like, trying to act like we were defending Ezra and defending bad behavior.
Funny because, like, all of us were talking about that story for, like, 2 straight, like, a week almost, and it's like, oh, it's really not even a story anymore. It's like, whatever. It happened. It is what it is.
Oh, but people were still acting like it happened. I mean, that it was still, dude, I got into, and I didn't have a chance to talk to you about this, but dude, I was in a conversation with a friend of mine last Saturday night who, this is how crazy this is. Cause RJ, obviously we're keeping tabs on all this stuff, right? No matter what angle we are, we're on it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It's
like
what we do on YouTube. It's just we like.
Yeah, and it's what we're doing, right? And I mean, we've got plenty of people watching. Thanks to everybody who's watching. By the way, please hit that like button. But like last Saturday night, I'm having a conversation with my friend, and my friend goes, "Well, he assaulted a bunch of people." And I said, "Well, no, dude, that didn't happen." And he's like, "Well, yeah, it did. I watched the AP video." And I'm like,
"What video?
What AP
Does that mean
video?"
Associated Press?
Yeah. He's like, "I watched the AP video on Fox News." And I'm like, "What AP video?" And he's like, "There was an AP video that was the closed caption video from inside the bar," he said, of like him assaulting people. And I'm like, "Dude, that doesn't exist." He's like, "You're going to tell me it doesn't exist?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm sure there's video that exists of the night in question, but like nothing has been like put out there because we would have all seen it." Like the people who would have, trust me, the people who were attacking Ezra would have absolutely been all over that.
Right.
And we would have seen it and brought that to light and talked about it, whatever it meant, And so like I was trying to tell him, and he's just like, "No, you're going to tell me I didn't see what I saw." And I'm like, "I'm going to tell you probably didn't see what you thought you saw. Because, dude, that has not come out." And this was just like a testament again to just the way that story got way out of hand. And like literally in one show I was on, I went on Justin Proper's show, and it was funny because we were joking about it, how like we showed everything that like got talked about, and somebody even on there like mentioned that like he hit 3 people in the face. It was like, wait, what?
Well, again,
where did that come from?
Misinformation spreads so quickly, and everyone like gets different information.
Yep.
Sometimes it's not always the most accurate, so it's why you got to be careful where you get your news from. And
but isn't it interesting too, though? Don't you think it's interesting too, though, how yes, all that misinformation got spread really, really quick, but when the thing got dropped, hardly anybody did a video about that.
Well, because now it's all about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. Now that's what everyone's covering.
You know what else I think it is? I think it is the people just didn't want to take the L, or admit that maybe, admit that like, we may have jumped to conclusions. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Or just say they were wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
It's hard for people to admit they're wrong. I mean, it's a fact of life, sadly.
It is sad.
You guys want to see something? You was wrong, RJ?
What do you say?
So you saying you was wrong about Ezra?
Yeah, I mean, I might be. I mean, like I said, I got to look into the information because I really been paying as much attention to it. But probably I'm wrong on a lot of things.
All that's the thing that all reaction just maybe get some help. That's it. That's all. I'm not no problem. That's it.
Well, I want the guy to get help. And look, and I said from the very beginning, and I still don't, RJ. I still don't understand why, because there were people in the chat the other night, like, because I had Scotty in here, I had Silent Scotty in here. We had William. William left. William was like, "I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this crap anymore." And I don't blame him, to be quite honest with you.
Well, yeah, sometimes
I really don't blame him. Yeah. Because it was just nonsense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we were all stating, like, we had already stated our position. You know what I mean? That, like, look, if the guy did something wrong, we're gonna admit it.
Yeah,
like there were people in here, like Scotty doesn't even like DC, and there were people trying to tell Scotty that, like, because Scotty has been one of the biggest proponents of this, because Scotty was like, truth is truth. He's the one who got us the police report. He's the one who got us all that stuff. And I mean, it was like, like on it. And it's like, even he tried to tell the people, I don't even like DC. So all this stuff about telling Scotty that like he was like only defending Ezra Miller because he likes him. He's like,
I doesn't care.
Like Scotty's like, he's like, that's a bunch of bull. He's like, because I don't even care, you know. But I will say this: I want to thank all of our panelists who've been on those shows and stuff, because I was pumping gas tonight. I kid you not. Shout out to Ken. I was pumping gas, and I hear a voice behind me go, "Hey, Poindexter's Lounge?" And I'm like, what? It's like 9:30 at night, man. And I'm pumping gas. And I hear, Poindexter Lounge. You're the guy from Poindexter Lounge. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of my haters find me.
I was like, oh, crap. But no, man.
Can I get an autograph?
All right. No, super great guy. Super great guy. Watches the show. And you know what he said to me? He said, I want to thank you for your... He said, you guys have had fire shows on the Ezra Miller show, or on the Ezra Miller story. And he said, man, great job on that. And so I just want to say shout out to all of our, everybody who's been on our panels and everything. And shout out to Ken. Yeah, that was pretty cool tonight to get stopped and, recognized from the show. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Also, I've had that happen a couple of times, which is kind of weird, man. Like I think I told you guys once I showed up someplace and like somebody was wearing a Poindexter Lounge t-shirt.
That's crazy. That's even crazier. Like you're just walking around and seeing all the merchandise.
That's
awesome.
Brother.
That must have felt awesome.
That was awesome, dude. That was fantastic. I gotta admit, that was pretty awesome.
Was it Tiftastic?
No, it wasn't Tiftastic. Cool. So anyways, check this picture out. I think this picture is really cool. I get into it all the time with people over the long hair Superman, right? And like over the fact that it's not a mullet, it's just long hair.
Zach tried to do it, remember?
Mm-hmm. But check this out. I thought this picture was kind of cool.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it looks.
Is that not spot on or what?
Yeah, that is spot on. That is definitely spot on.
That's just crazy.
I think it would be weird, Henry, if Zach would have won that route. Henry Cavill wearing a mullet, Henry would look weird.
I'll be honest, there was part of me that wished when Superman came back in the Snyder Cut that he would have had the mullet with like the beard. That's just like the selfish fan of me a little bit.
I agree.
Like, because here's the thing, right? With the whole
that's not a mullet, dude. That's long hair, bro.
Well, yeah, the mullet. Well, everyone calls it the mullet. It's really just long hair.
I know. I don't understand. Look, I had Dan Jurgens here himself, and we talked about this.
We're going to do a part 2 of the interview.
It's not a mullet. I don't understand why people started calling it. People don't know what a mullet is, man.
I think it's just gives an easier nickname.
Yeah, that's not a mullet.
It's just long hair.
Party in the business in the front, party in the back.
Well, that was the thing when it came to Justice League, going back to that whole thing. But like, I was like, okay, so he has a mustache that he can't shave off. Why don't you just give him a fake beard and just give him the long hair and the beard when he comes back? Like, and just give him the black suit. Like, that would make more sense. Like, just give him the black suit. Like, that's literally from the comics. Nobody would be fine with that.
But WB in 2017 was scared to use the black suit.
Which
remember that?
I'm just saying, like that. That's why it's so funny to me. Like, we're not gonna give him a fake beard that would cost less to make and just give him a wig. We're gonna spend millions of dollars to do horrible CGI on his face to remove
and
the
like
mustache.
actually show him how he's been in the comics. He even had a beard in Man of Steel.
Yeah. He's had a beard before.
Yeah, he did.
Now, he wasn't in the Superman suit with the beard. It was just him as Clark Kent saving people.
but many times in the comics, he's had a beard. Like, and they literally had a story getting ready to go up with Rebirth, right?
Oh yeah,
with him in the black suit with the beard.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I would love to have been in like a boardroom meeting, or like, okay, we're not gonna spend the money to give him a fake beard. We're gonna do CGI deep fake technology to remove
millions of dollars.
Yeah,
to make him look like Fire Marshal Bill.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, well, you know what though?
Let me show you something. So just say that you're just walking along, right? And all of a sudden, your movie gets taken over by Josh Whedon. What's you gonna do? It's on fire. It's a garbage dump that's gonna burn to the ground.
What was the line that?
But instead of giving you a beard like a normal human being would do, no.
Superman say,
Here comes
truth,
Josh Whedon,
justice,
and he's like,
American way.
"Hey, we're gonna just take off your mustache with millions of dollars and make you look like this." And the next thing you know, the whole thing's burning down, and you're all on fire, and the movie sucks. Ah.
Can you look up a picture?
What was that line the kid said to you? The opening scenes about, "Are you stronger than a hippo?" What was that?
Yeah. Well, that was so dumb.
Let me tell you about a guy in some car keys. Yeah.
Hope is like your car keys; you never lose them.
Yeah,
but this picture on the left, this picture on the left is from the first comic when he came back in the blue suit. Is what that's from. So it was back for good.
Why does Christopher Reeve suit looks clean as fuck in that picture, yo?
Dude, it looks awesome because that's how his suit usually did. Yeah,
it was always a good suit.
Yeah, it was always comic accurate suit, man.
Don't worry, Brandon Routh will wear in the Flash movie.
Yeah. I have a feeling the Flash is gonna. Well, this is totally off topic, but either archive footage or deep fake CG technology, they're totally bringing Christopher Reeve back in that movie. The rumor about like him seeing other worlds from the past and the future, like I totally believe that scene's gonna happen. We're gonna see Christopher.
Well, if they have this,
I do too.
Then it's a potential, but they can't do it without approval first by the.
Well, yeah, I mean, unless they use archive footage, which they could. I mean, they could have Adam West and Linda Carter too if they wanted to.
Unless they use Brandon
she would
Routh.
Just come back anyways.
Unless they use Brandon Routh with Christopher Reeve Superman. Literally,
now if they use Brandon Routh, I'd be okay with that. But they're gonna go with Christopher Reeve because nostalgia and all that. So
yeah, and if they can get permission, if they can get permission,
if they get permission,
from his estate and from his family and stuff.
Is that
but I'd be down.
Yeah, and this is in regards to Slade and Friends. Is that a real picture or is that fake?
What?
I saw that on Twitter today. That Batsuit, is that real?
The Batsuit. Well, so that's what we're gonna put up here. I guess we can go. Let's go ahead and talk about that first, then, because that was one of the first things that I wanted to talk about. Was
because I heard everyone was saying that like some big leak for the Flash movie happened. I'm like, another one? Like, okay, that's his suit. That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
Is that real?
There it is. I mean,
it's for a toy thing. It's for a toy thing.
Well,
it looks exactly
like test / fitting, probably.
Oh, so this is a costume test they did, and they were photographing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the suit.
Is that Keaton in the suit though?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
You can zoom in his face.
Well, let's.
Yeah. His lips. Yeah, it does look a little. It does look like Keaton.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, this looks
good.
identical.
I mean, he looks good for like how old is Keaton?
I mean, 87 to 5.
Yeah,
85.
What?
Shut up.
He knows, but I mean, the only thing that upgraded in the suit.
I just hope.
Hold on, wait a second, Anthony. What were you saying, buddy?
The only thing that he could do in the Flash movie is move his neck now, which
that's what I was gonna say. I really hope for his sake that this suit lets him move his neck.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna be him moving around like this.
But he's only one thing I don't like. I wish that the utility
pull a John Cappy on you right now.
Let's look at it. It's fake. Real. It's fake. Look at the lighting on his.
It's in the darkness. It's in the darkness. There's like a little bit of shadow there. I can't see it.
Yeah.
I'll just
be honest. Like I wish the utility belt was yellow. Other than that, I mean, this looks like a pretty like if I was thinking, okay, modernized version of the Batman Returns suit. This is pretty spot on for what I would imagine they would do.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little more streamlined, where like he's a little more flexible in it,
which makes sense because it's better costume design where they can let the actor actually move in the suit. It's just being stiff.
Yeah, I mean the bat symbol looks good. I don't know how I gotta see it in motion, but that the cut of the gosh, man, the cut around the chin looks weird.
It could just be maybe the picture for the costume test. Maybe I think, like you said, maybe when we see it in action, it'll look good because like different lighting circumstances too.
Looks a little too ovalish, I guess maybe I'm a little I'm a little spoiled now with. I mean, because look, I like the long ears, I dig
Well,
that.
it's iconic.
But
It's iconic for his
the
Batman,
head
yeah.
doesn't look as squared as it should. Almost, it almost looks too ovally here in this area. You know,
I think
so
it's just the chin area. Maybe the chin area is just because
yeah.
I can't
I
tell
mean,
if
I'm
like they're covering up the chin or they're leaving it
with
out. It's hard to tell.
Batfleck at least. It's more squared, and I think I like that. You know that it's squared.
Yeah,
but, you know,
the more square jaw. Yeah.
But dude, it's just to see Keaton back in here. I mean, this looks great. He doesn't look like a 70-year-old man normally would look. You know?
No, I mean, yeah,
looks 89.
Looks 89.
89.
Whatever. But
I really like the suit. Like, I like the gauntlet. Like the
Looks upgraded.
I like the upgraded look. I like the chest area of the design of the suit. It looks very modernized and everything like that. Looks very good.
At least he doesn't have
no
bat
nipples. No nipples.
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
thank God.
Agreed.
It's got these lines. You notice these lines that like go over
Yeah,
the chest there. So it's got that, and then those continue.
Unique
on
ab
the pants
area.
Yeah.
It's definitely.
I like the gauntlets.
Yeah.
That's
They upgraded the gauntlets, which is good.
I mean, what's up with all the tubes?
The what?
Different capsules have filled different things. Bullets, smoke.
That's like all the
adrenaline. You're trying to pull up Robert Pattinson. There you go.
Somebody
or it's probably like, you know, he used a lot of smoke. This Batman used a lot of smoke.
He used a lot of smoke.
Well, a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Enosh, do you like the fact the utility belt's black, or do you wish they would have kept it yellow? That's like my only nitpick. I wish it was yellow.
I mean, the symbol. I think they should have added a bat symbol in the center, but other than that, or something yellow right there.
Like, I'm just being nitpicky because I think it looks okay.
I'm glad that they don't have the bat symbol in the center. I mean, I like it actually. That probably the only yellow thing is
the symbol.
Is the symbol.
Yeah, but
I get it. I mean, because the old
that's classic.
Yeah, I know the old one had that, but you know, I mean, the old one too didn't really look like a utility belt though either.
Yeah, that's true. It looked kind of more toyish.
Well, somebody say that BATGIRL has his.
It just
belt.
looked like a belt. It just looked like a belt. It didn't really look like.
Well, to Anthony's point, because I think you mentioned it, Batgirl's utility belt looks exactly like this, just like spray painted purple. So.
Oh really? Yeah. Well, there you go. Slayton Prince says he uses the containers for the bat snacks. Hey, you got to, you know, like I was just eating some cheese a minute ago.
Where does he keep the keys to the Batmobile?
Good question.
It's in his.
It's a key fob.
Yeah, the McFarlane figure. This will probably look
the McFarlane figure. This will be fire.
I'll buy 10 of these toys.
I need a statue.
How many action scenes do you think he's gonna be in with like the suit on? It's like one big scene, and that's.
I think they're gonna play him up for everything that they can get him.
It's gonna be like Keaton's back, guys. Look at the action scenes he's doing, like crazy stuff. Like
I'll be honest. Like I'll just be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna keep my expectations of he's probably just gonna wear the suit for like one or two big scenes. That's it. Which that's fine. That's all I get. I can live with that. But if he's in it more,
no, I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
I think.
Well, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that's my expectations because I don't want to like set them too high for how much bat action we're gonna get in the movie with them. You know.
Yeah.
I do think
we'll probably get like 2 scenes in the Flash and like 3 scenes in the Batgirl movie.
Yep.
Is he gonna be? Oh yeah, he is gonna be the student Batgirl because of flashbacks.
You think he has a dog, like in Batman?
Oh, he's gonna have like Ace the Bat Hound.
Yeah, I would love if he had a dog in this version. Like, it'll be cool.
That would be cool. Like Ace the dog.
Ace the dog.
Do you think they're gonna reference that he had a Robin or no?
No, well, Marlon Wayne.
They might.
Robin.
Because technically, in the continuity, I think. Well, no, actually, no, I was gonna say Batman Forever, but I think they're treating Batman Forever and Batman Robin as a separate continuity.
Yeah, they are.
Andy Machete said that it's not connected. Those 2 movies are not connected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, is he gonna have a Robin or no?
I mean, I think
he's gonna have a Batgirl.
Well,
he's gonna have a Batgirl, yeah.
With this, you know, well, in the Burtonverse, it maybe can like the same stories as what happened in Batman Forever and Batman Robin happen in the Burtonverse, but of course with Keaton instead.
And probably not as ridiculous.
Right, yeah, not as ridiculous, whatever. And then with the new DCU, who knows what they'll do.
Wait, so Robert Williams was Two-Face? I mean,
no, it would have been Robin Williams. It would be Billy D. Williams.
Yeah, Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams was Two-Face. Robin Williams was originally talked for Riddler.
Yeah.
Riddler.
So if you have that would be cool. I'll buy that. And,
well, so
but
Comic
then
Society
again-
says I can't wait to see him fight Zod. Let's
Oh
be
my
honest.
gosh.
If he fights Zod, he's dead.
Yeah, I'm
Which
sorry.
is what
Supergirl
those
better be
leak-
there.
Yeah, which what those leaks said. Like this Batman ain't gonna fight Zod. I'm sorry. Like this Batman's cool, but up against Zod, the Zod we saw in Man of Steel, he'd get like murdered in like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, dude. All he would
Dark
do is
Knight-
just laser him.
Yeah, Dark Knight. We're definitely going to hear the theme.
Oh yeah.
There's no way possible
I
that they
almost
have
guarantee
this guy.
you, by the way, I almost
don't do the
guarantee you,
theme.
I think Danny Elfman would do the score for this film, like the entire score.
Why couldn't they use Junkie XL, the Flash team? Like that Flash team is amazing.
No, I agree. I just feel like I could see them going to Danny Elfman and being like, "Hey, you want to score this movie that sees the return of like one of your most iconic hero things ever?"
Yeah,
maybe.
Maybe not though, because they did use him a little bit for the Justice League, the Joss Whedon cut. They got him to like do like a hack job on that, and maybe he won't want to work with them again. I don't know.
I mean, that's.
Or we could get the Justice League Flash team that we got.
I think we'll get both. Like
The most recent film that he did was he ghost scored it was Morbius.
Doctor Strange.
Did he do Morbius?
Did he really?
No,
I think
You're just making that up.
Oh no.
they used one of his themes in the movie.
Oh, okay. So they just use some. Well,
Yeah.
I know
Wasn't the
he's
Batman
working
one?
with Sam Raimi. He's
Yeah,
doing the
he's doing
score.
Doctor
He's doing the score for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's already done the score for that. So
Which is
I mean,
Well,
Danny
he
Elfman.
used-
Danny Elfman still works, man. He doesn't mind doing the big blockbuster superhero movies.
Well,
Hopefully
kid, remember
it's
in
decent
Morbius
for
when they used the
Multiverse.
Batman Begin theme song? They used the Batman Begin theme
they
song.
used that, and also they used that one, and they used something from
What was it, Forever?
I think Forever. Yeah,
Yeah, something Forever. They used the Batman Begin
they
theme
used
song.
2 Batman themes, and, like not themes, but like scores from those 2 movies. And it was like clearly like, oh my god, it was terrible.
I was
I was like,
fucking
what the
tired.
heck? I
Jesus
recognized
Christ.
it right away. I was like, oh my god, this is. They really used this.
But the thing is that in BATGIRL, there's rumors that Dick Grayson will make a cameo at the end of the movie.
I mean, we've
So
seen
if
the
those are
mural.
true,
We've seen
yeah,
the
we do
mural.
see him.
All see the murals.
And remember that Dylan O'Brien is lying. He's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna be Robin. I'm not." He's like, "Bro, you look how we looking at your eye. Why you keep lying, bro? We know that you met with WB, and you worked with Michael Keaton before. So like, he worked with Michael Keaton before. So bro, stop lying. Like, you know, you tell him like, stop. You know you Robin in BATGIRL. Just stop lying.
You know you're Robin.
Hey, Michael
Yeah.
Michael Giacchino would also be really good to do a Flash score. I wouldn't mind that.
No,
Yeah.
ask Junkie XL.
He's all on his plate right now, though.
Well, again, Junkie XL would be fine too. I'm just throwing out names, you know. So
Junkie XL Flash
I'm
team
sure it'll
sounds
be someone
better.
that Andy Muschietti's worked with, like probably the person who did It Chapter 2.
who did It
Oh,
Chapter
yeah.
2?
Oh, let me see.
Junkie. Was it Junkie? I believe it was Junkie.
No,
if
it
I'm
was
right.
not Junkie. No.
It was who?
Well, scoring a horror film is very different from scoring like a superhero blockbuster, though. I don't know
That's
if they
true.
get someone like that. I mean, very well could. I mean,
Michael Keaton's gonna eat nuts in a Flash movie.
What?
Huh?
I'm gonna go nuts. Into Batman. Yeah. That meme that everybody
Did you
loves.
say he's gonna go nuts or he's gonna eat nuts?
Go
he said
nuts and eat
he
nuts.
said eat nuts the first time, but he meant to say gonna get nuts.
Yeah. It doesn't
Oh man, what a night! What a night!
It's only the first hour.
You know what, Enoch? I think I'll let you
Oh,
take over the
sounds
show.
right.
The Jimbo
It is
takeover is gonna be delayed.
Okay, so Benjamin Wolfish.
So is he gonna get nuts or eat nuts?
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Hey, both. Well, how,
Okay,
how
guys.
about both?
Well, here's the thing. I have exclusive footage already from The Flash.
Oh my god.
Me too.
I have the first appearance of Michael Keaton as Batman. This was released today. I have the first video that was released. You want to see it?
I want to see your thing.
Yeah, let's go.
It's the release. It actually shows the Batmobile. It shows him driving the Batmobile. I'm looking forward to it. Check this out.
Oh my gosh.
It stalls out. So.
Hey, it's been a while.
Hey, that's
it's been
amazing.
a while.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been a while, so it's a slow start.
I got another video. That same dude, he's driving it. It's the same dude, and it's actually got the Michael Keaton outfit on. Yeah, because this guy has like several different Batman outfits, and he's driving that.
Imagine he drive that in the highway. That would be cool.
What's weird is everyone that they have him driving that go-kart in, which would be cool just to have, right? But everyone that they have him and they have a cover for it, like when it's just sitting there, so it actually looks like it's enclosed, which is cool. But everyone they have, he's not driving like on pavement. He's like driving on grass, and he's driving on that, and it's weird. It's weird. Hey, Todd Fair with another $20 super chat. Thank you, Todd. You're awesome, bro. Says Enosh, the MCU is having a great year with Moon Knight and Doctor Strange 2 coming. I thought the MCU was great, but they are the supersized golden standard of comic book movies and TV shows. No, now they're the supersize golden standard. Okay. Can I say something?
Todd, are you Kevin Feige?
Listen, can I say something? I'm looking forward absolutely to Doctor Strange 2 in every way.
It's gonna be huge.
But Moon Knight?
No, it's not for you.
Dude, I'm trying, man. I'm really trying. I'm only halfway through episode 2, and it's just boring as hell.
That's me with Halo right now.
I'm trying. I really am trying. I mean, I've loved all those. I have no idea. I have no idea why Marvel is putting up Hawkeye, Moon Knight, and Loki
for Emmys, yeah.
For Emmys, when Loki, absolutely. Moon Knight is boring, dude. And Hawkeye, that is the worst of all of the MCU shows.
I got in trouble for saying that. I agree with you that Hawkeye's my least favorite, but people like got on me for that.
I'm sorry, dude. It is awful. I mean,
I thought Falcon Winter Soldier was worse.
No, I like Falcon.
I gotta say Hawkeye's worse. At least
Falcon
Winter Soldier. Like, I was looking forward to watching it every week. Hawkeye, like, I felt like I was like it was
just saving up to the end.
Like I was supposed to do it, and it just kind of re-solidified the fact that I think Hawkeye is a horrible character in the MCU. He's got no powers. He makes no sense in there, and he's hanging out with young women instead of hanging out with his family at Christmas time. Like getting drunk. Kate Bishop was awesome, and like everybody around Hawkeye was great. But Hawkeye himself
Elena was cool too, like you mentioned.
I'm sorry, Hawkeye himself, I just did not like.
He's just there.
Well,
he's just there, and he's getting drunk with young women instead of being with his family. He's making every excuse not to be with his family, and it didn't even get him anywhere. Listen, and WandaVision's not in there. How do you not have WandaVision?
WandaVision they nominated.
They did WandaVision last year
at the Emmys before. It won a couple of them already.
Okay,
these are the ones that came out after WandaVision.
I was gonna say, because I saw that and somebody was like, "Why isn't WandaVision?"
Moon Knight is good.
187. Look, 187. I'm saying that one. Like, listen, I loved WandaVision. I by the way, I've talked to 187 on the phone before, so him and I are cool. So but he's gonna bust my balls. I'm gonna give it right back to you, because here's the thing. I loved WandaVision. I absolutely adored Loki. I liked Falcon and Winter Soldier. But I just did not like
Hawkeye
at all. And I'm trying with Moon Knight because I like Oscar Isaac.
Is it just like the pace of the show or what?
I think it's the pace of the show. It's just not really going anywhere for me.
The first two episodes should have been combined. And
the first episode, I really like the hook of it, right?
I want to like it. I really do want to like it.
I feel yeah.
Listen, keep watching episode 2. I think episode 2 is probably the weakest, but episode 3 I thought really picked things up.
Oh yeah, that's when they actually got into the plot more.
But Jay Money, I don't care what other people think or what other reviews think. Like that's the thing. Like, I make up my. If I cared about all that, I wouldn't like The Last Jedi. Okay, I wouldn't like half the stuff that I like because I love stuff that I like. Like, I'm not going to honestly, other people just do not deter me from liking something if I like it, or
Like I said, you cannot change someone's opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying Moon Knight. I will admit, though, I feel like I don't know. It's interesting because like I dig the show as somebody who's familiar with the character, but I understand for some people it might be difficult to get into because it's a lot.
Yeah, because you never wrote the character. I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I liked episode 3 because episode 3 explores more like the Egyptian mythology stuff with like Khonshu and the other Egyptian gods. So you might enjoy that. I know
Rise of Bloodford and Pixar.
Well, that too, yeah. But
I'll be honest with you too. Can I just be honest with you too? Like, I don't know that like I'm. And this is nothing about culture or anything like that, but you know how like there's just sometimes people are like really enthralled in like different cultures and like looking at stuff about
like
that
mythologies and
like
stuff.
mythologies and stuff like Egyptian mythology. There's some stuff when it comes to Egyptian mythology like that I'm like, hey, this is cool, and then there's just like honestly like a lot of other stuff that I'm just like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that I do that I
into Egyptian and Greek mythology. Like those two are the ones I really connect with.
Yeah, like I really like Greek mythology, right? Like I really like Greek mythology. I like Egyptian mythology to a point, and I really think that Egyptian stuff really fascinates me as far as like I often look back at like some of the stuff and like think like, my God, what kind of technology did they have? They were doing brain surgery, man. They were doing like crazy, insane stuff that like. Even if you don't want to say aliens, I mean, like that's why the discovery.
Look at the mummification process the Egyptians did, like the removal of the organs except the heart and how they did.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And like the stuff that they did that like that we still can't explain. Like how did they get the cap on the top of the pyramids? Like it's like a solid gold cap, and it's gone now from like say the Great Pyramids, you know. But you know they're gone, so they were stolen or taken or whatever.
Yeah.
But like. We don't even know how they made the stupid things. You know what I mean? Like that's awesome. Like we don't know how we don't know how they transported that limestone, how they stacked that limestone that way, how they did all those things. Like because everything tells us that they shouldn't have had that technology, right? But yet we know that they had something.
Yeah,
you know,
I love Simon Section's comments. Like, I'm so nervous for Enosh watching Miss Marvel.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you straight up. Like, I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm probably not gonna like Miss Marvel, just because I just don't think it's for me. You know what I mean?
That's fine though. It's a show made for the audience. Yeah,
absolutely. I feel like it's a show made for young girls.
Like Stargirl, made for you.
But you know, I liked Stargirl, so maybe I will like Miss Marvel. I don't know. I mean, like I had no business liking Stargirl either, but I ended up liking it.
When it comes to Moon Knight, keep with it because I've heard episode 4 and 5 like are really really good, and they really kind of like will change your perception of the other episodes.
Bro, episode 3
I liked episode 3. I mean, I love the suit. I love Oscar Isaac's performance. I think from an acting standpoint, the show's fantastic. I love Ethan Hawke as Arthur Harrow. I think he's doing a great job as the villain. Yeah, because I really like episode 2. I know only halfway through, but like in the second half, they kind of dive more into like his viewpoint of like the world and stuff. I thought that was like really interesting stuff. I mean, conceptually, there's a lot of stuff in the show I like, but I understand if it's not clicking yet. I mean, it just might take another episode or so.
I just don't like how they did. They're doing Mr. I think it's Mr. Knight or something like that. The one with the suit and everything like that.
Mr. Knight, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's been. Well, here's the thing: when it comes to Moon Knight, a lot of people who are fans of the comics are like really upset that it's not 100% like the comic. And I can kind of get that, but I mean, it is an adaptation. I'm not like losing my mind over it.
Isaac changed it. You got to blame him. He's like, yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like they get so much else right. I mean, some stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Episode 3.
Hey, Doctor Strange 2 though, that looks legit. I can't wait for that.
Oh, Doctor Strange 2 looks amazing. So, you know,
you bought tickets?
Oh, I haven't bought tickets yet. No,
you know, she doesn't have to worry about buying tickets. He literally got. If I remember correctly, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you like buy No Way Home tickets like the day before? And you had no issue getting the seat.
Yeah,
like,
and I got right where I like
that's what I'm saying. Like you never have to worry about
buying
tickets.
With every movie.
Are y'all seeing it in 3D?
No, heck no. Heck no.
Movies in 3D anymore.
What? I just saw somebody in the chat. I saw somebody in Twitter say, I'm seeing it in 3D. I was like, hell no, I'm good.
I don't like modern 3D because it just makes the screen all dark and.
Oh, you're gonna see Avatar in 3D?
It just gives me a headache, man. Like I seriously
have you seen movies in 4DX?
Yes, I saw. I saw Godzilla versus Kong in 4DX. So like the sheet.
4DX.
Yeah, 4DX. it's like the seats are motion controlled. So every time like there's action, it'll rumble your seat or shake it.
I'm good.
I love
I'm
it.
good.
I
I'll
love it.
pass.
I love
I'll
Roller
pass.
Shake.
The first movie I saw a movie in 4DX was the Spy Kids, but it wasn't the one with it was like the most recent Spy Kids or whatever. It's hilarious.
The third one?
What's going on?
You wanted the show, Jimbo. I'll be right back.
Oh, I got you.
I don't get what's the point of rebooting Spy Kid on Netflix, bringing a new cast for that.
So, did anybody get a Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga?
Well, Jimbo wanted to say something, guys, so let Jimbo
I'm sorry. I
talk.
forgot
Yeah, like this is a Jimbo takeover. Like,
Jesus, RJ.
Yeah, exactly. Get in line.
You saw
sir.
RJ, you saw Flight React on Twitter? He was playing the Lego Star Wars. He's like, what's that one guy that said I'm your father? What episode's that? I was like,
I could never get into Lego games. I tried.
It's really fun. I'll give it that. It's very. I did not expect it to have the level of quality that it has, and just there's so much to do in it. There's so many missions for all 9.
The world is huge. Like it's insane. Like there's side missions. There's stuff. There's races.
And it's relatively a smaller game too. Like you think it'll be like Warzone size, but it's not.
No, there's little hub worlds, but there's so much crammed in there. But the other thing I was going to note too, like the combat system, like threw me off.
It's awesome.
Because you press X to start a combo, and then you press either A or B to continue. I'm like, this is so weird. Like,
yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to.
Because in the other ones, you just mash the X button. That's all you would do.
Have you played the Wii U version?
What?
The Wii U? There's not the
Switch. Lego Star Wars.
No one.
The Switch version of Lego Star
anymore,
Wars.
Anthony.
No, I know there was one from the Wii U that's called.
No, there were some Lego games in the Wii U. This is like,
but not this one.
We're talking about the brand new one that came out a couple days ago.
No, the brand new one is on the Switch.
Yeah, it's on the Switch, but not the Wii U.
Yeah, the Wii U died. The Wii U died.
I'm talking about there was a Lego game on the Wii U called.
Dude, if I get this, do I?
Lego City Undercover, the cop game. That was a Wii U game.
Yep.
Do I have to get a previous game to buy this game, or is it on its own self?
You have to get what?
Like with the Star Wars game, Lego Star Wars. Do I have to get a previous Lego game to buy?
No.
Okay,
no. It's just like it's one game. It's one big game. Yeah, you can buy it right
It's
now.
one big game. Yeah, it has everything. It's basically the complete saga, but re-updated and added 3 more movies to it. That's my general thing about it.
I think it's gonna add the Book of Boba Fett and the Mandalorian thing too.
But how many of you got tickets to see Fantastic Beasts 3?
I'm gonna try and go see it tomorrow night with my dad. I'm actually looking forward to it. I've heard that it's a lot better than the other 2 movies. It's getting better reviews.
Okay, bud. I'm just saying I'm gonna wait for you to hear your tone change when it comes to that movie.
I'm not. My expectations aren't high. I'm not expecting it to be great.
Jimbo call that a masterpiece.
Oh, dude! No, I did not. I posted my reaction to it on Twitter.
Wait, you actually watched the movie?
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
waited 45 days on HBO Max. I know it for that.
Dude, I posted my reaction on my Twitter. It is definitely a unique movie, and for those of you that are super excited to see it, that's all I'm gonna say. But
come on, though, it can't be worse than Crimes at Grindelwald.
Hold my beer. Hold my beer.
I really doubt. I really doubt it's worse. I really doubt it.
I'll
wait till the spoiler talk. But there are so many things in this movie that will prove you wrong. I'll just say that there's a bunch of things that will prove you wrong. The thing is, I wanted this to be good because I was like, oh, dude, this is gonna be great. I love the Wizarding World, and I actually didn't mind Crimes of Grindelwald, but like this one is just like.
It's because of Johnny Depp is not there.
No. I'll be honest. Mads Mikkelsen had a great performance. No one had a bad performance in the movie. No one did. That's
what about
not.
Ezra Miller?
That's the story.
Well, yeah. What about Ezra Miller? I was Ezra Miller.
Ezra Miller. He did good. I think, in my opinion, he did good. I just think that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say on his acting, he did great. That's like I said. No one did a bad job on acting. The acting was not an issue with this movie.
Will you watch it again 45 days after?
No, it's just funny that
probably not.
It's just funny that Jimbo says this because like everyone else I've talked to said it was an improvement over the last one.
I mean, But the thing is, I actually somewhat enjoyed the second one, but this one is the issues is with just just making the story make sense and just having plot points connect and just the kind of character developments and stuff like that. It just seems really wonky. There's a lot of things that could be better.
Well, Sonic is sitting at a very nice 69% on Rotten Tomatoes. And I checked Secrets of Dumbledore. I'll pull this up real quick. It's got a audience rating of 83% thus far.
God,
that's
awesome.
But a 51% critic rating. It was at 60. It was at 60% a couple of days ago. It dropped.
It was at 62.
Yeah,
83 is not bad.
I think it could be.
What
better.
about Mobius?
I don't know. The thing is, I didn't mind.
That's because the 5 people who actually care about Dumbledore anymore and the Fantastic Beasts thing, they all liked it.
The thing, no, I read the reviews like an hour ago, and a lot of people were saying that go out and see this movie so we can get more. I saw a lot of that on Rotten Tomatoes in particular, so it's kind of funny that you said that.
Well, yeah, because that's another conversation, but because of the merger, there's a lot of things that are kind of
wrong one. Way to go, Michelle.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Because of the merger, there's an article from Variety that talked about the state of Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
Things are not looking good.
This movie does not,
especially because of the merger. They were talking about how they really don't even know. Like, remember how Star Wars went on a break for a little bit?
Yeah.
The same might happen to Harry Potter because
there's only so much you can do. Okay, let's be honest.
By the end of this Albus Dumbledore versus Grindelwald, the greatest wizarding duel of all time. That should make for a compelling movie. It's just that we've taken 3 Fantastic Beasts movies to get there.
Okay, I'm not even gonna say anything about that because
the duel. Well, I know the duel doesn't happen in this movie. It's setting up the duel in the next movie.
What?
Oh my
no, this is not like whatever happens in this one. It's not the most famous wizard duel of all time. That's coming in the next movie.
Okay, I mean, I told Kaden because Kaden
call up the cow.
Because Kaden knows I don't want to. Should I say it, Kaden?
We're gonna milk it for all possibly milk.
I'm not gonna say it because.
Hold on though.
Like, hey Jimbo, can you give me some of your classic Jimbo stuff talking about milking a couple cows for the?
Oh, I got you. So milking cows? All right, you see, you gotta grip the udder very gently. You gotta go up there, gotta rub underneath the belly a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Do you rub that belly a little bit?
You rub a little bit. You just gotta whisper in it and you go, "Hi, how are you doing? You have a nice day."
Yeah.
Slow, you kind of soothe the cow.
Now, do you get the udder started by sucking on the teat a little bit? I like to get a little nibble.
Oh, you don't gotta don't use teeth. They don't like teeth when you use it. You got all tongue. You gotta wrap.
My Bessie does. My Bessie likes little teeth in there. She's a little freak.
Oh my! Those are some rare occurrences.
Oh my goodness! That bad.
Excuse me, Archie. We're talking about cows.
She likes it riding the Grindelwald.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought she wanted in her Dumbledore.
Yeah.
No.
So I take it, Enosh, you're not excited. I take it, Enosh, you're not excited for the new Fantastic Beasts.
Am I the only one that's seen the movie?
Crap. I refused to see the last one when it came out because the whole Fantastic Beast thing is the most boring.
Movie was okay.
The first movie was the one that shot it in the foot. I was like, oh my God.
That was the second one. The first one was okay.
Oh, wait, you know what? No, hold on. Wait a second. I haven't missed any yet. That's right. I've seen them. That's how forgettable they freaking are. The last one, like, bored me to tears.
Even
I don't even
more
remember.
Forgettable. I'll say this. This one, in my opinion, this is my opinion. All I'm saying is that for those that are really excited to see this and actually enjoyed all the other 2, which I have, this one is gonna be like a wake up of like, how are they gonna continue and make another one? Because this one is just.
It's going to be on HBO Max.
Well, don't even
like I said.
Listen.
I'm gonna try.
But when you've gotten to the point where fans hate the creator of it, there's not a bright future for it. There is not a bright future.
She wrote this movie. So the things that
no, she didn't write this movie. It was a different screenwriter.
She is credited as a writer for this movie. She's credited for writing all the movies with the other.
What about the other guy they brought in for this one? The guy who wrote the other 8 movies.
Because me and Kane were talking about this earlier. Because I was like, it's so surprising that this movie turned out the way it did, and she was involved in this. So I'm like, this is not even. Oh man.
Well, when it comes to the J.K. Rowling thing, though, Enosh, what I will say is, it's really only fans in like the United States, at least a subsection of people. In the UK, she's still relatively liked. I mean, that's just the weird. It's a whole political thing too. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the answer for it is. It's just,
I mean, it's no one really cares.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I'm telling you what's gonna happen.
But what you're saying about the duel, RJ, that is something that you're gonna have to see tomorrow, and let me know what you think of that.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Like I said, I'm watching it tomorrow, so we'll see.
I mean, I couldn't even rate it. Because when I did my reaction
like I
on
said,
Twitter,
I'm not expecting anything great. I mean, I like the other two movies just fine. Yeah. I mean, the second one was, but I still enjoyed it because I like the characters, even though it was kind of,
that's another thing.
And listen, I'm excited to see more Jude Law. I like Jude Law as an actor. I think he's probably going to be a good Dumbledore.
I think the guy with the worst hairline ever.
A good casting for young Dumbledore, but Dumbledore. I just think in Crimes of Grindelwald, he's like not giving good writing for what could be.
Okay, remember when I was telling you stuff about earlier about this movie, Caden? Oh man, I think we definitely I'll just say that because my Caden knows exactly what I was telling about the movie. Just there's gonna be a lot of things to talk about when you guys see that movie. The spoiler talk is definitely gonna be pretty interesting.
What's gonna be a better movie, Fantastic Beasts 3 or Batgirl 2? We haven't got Batgirl 1 yet.
You know what? I'm more excited about Batgirl. I'm more excited about Batgirl.
Is that like begrudgingly, or is it like genuine excitement?
No. I wish that I was excited for anything in the Harry Potter world right now. I don't give a crap. I don't want to see it. If it ended tomorrow and just blew up and went away, and all we had left was the Universal stuff that was that's really cool, and I've been there and seen all that stuff, is fine. But dude, I'm sorry. You know what the problem is? Is the general public, I think, is just kind of like there's no Harry Potter in it. We saw 8 movies with Harry Potter in them, right? Yeah. And the thing is that it's the thing centers around Harry Potter. You could say, it's the wizarding world and whatever, but the thing is you know what? You can only take so much of prequels. I'm sorry. At some point, you just get sick of prequels, and I get sick of prequels.
Harry Potter, especially prequels in the universe or any movies in general.
So you already Star Wars prequels
set in stone, especially with books. If you're doing a prequel of a book as a movie, then like that's so weird because you already have something set in stone for those characters or the future of that universe already. So that's why I don't like prequels of things like this in general. Because like,
would you be okay with them making like a cursed child thing? Or like,
dude, the second they announced that Daniel Radcliffe is back and like going to do something going forward, because it doesn't make a flip of sense that like the best wizard that ever existed is like not like didn't move on or go forward with it or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like what? You know what I mean? Like, okay, no, that doesn't make any sense. So you got to do a sequel to it. You got to move forward. And I get it if you want to take off the time and do something else in the meantime, but like if I'm hearing that after this trilogy or whatever that they're leading up to, like that they're going to do another prequel trilogy. And it's like,
if you're going to do
what they said was, because I'll talk about the Variety article really quickly. Basically this was confirmed. They wrote this third Fantastic Beasts movie to be somewhat of an ending, so if they don't make a fourth and fifth one, it'll be fine. That's kind of the way they wrote it.
What, and can I ask a question? First of all, talking about Fantastic Beasts, Darth Scipio here says, I didn't know you were Portuguese, Enosh. Great milking action there, brother. That's because I know my way around a teat.
Oh no, but
hold on. But okay, here's the thing. Draga says it. You can't make prequels forever, and it's just the truth. And the thing is that here's the thing. They call it Fantastic Beasts,
which that was a mistake. That should only been the first movie. They should have just made it prequel series.
What beasts are these movies about?
Well, it's not even about the Beast anymore. It's about Dumbledore and Grindelwald.
Then how is it Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, and then Fantastic Beasts and whatever?
I wanna say some things because I definitely
Have you
agree
seen
with
it?
you. And
You've seen it.
yeah, I've seen the third one. Yes,
Yeah,
I
I'm
saw
seeing
it
it
today.
tomorrow, so no spoilers, please.
Dude, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say when you said about the ending, if they don't make a fourth and fifth one, first of all, they shouldn't after this movie. Second of all, I definitely see how it could be interpreted that this is kind of the end, the way they ended it off. I'm not gonna say anything about it because this is not a spoiler talk about it, but I could definitely see that. And it should not be called Fantastic Beasts because
It should be
I'm
called
surprised
Doodle.
it's an 83 rating.
Well,
from
that was
I'm
basically
really
that
surprised.
article, Enosh. They were talking about Discovery's going to reevaluate Harry Potter, and that they think that if this third one doesn't do well, they're probably not going to make any more, and they're probably just going to reevaluate things. Here's my question, real quick, because I know we got other topics that are more important because it's the DC stuff. But if David Zaslav said, you know what, when we get the streaming rights back to Harry Potter in 2025, let's remake the Harry Potter books as like a TV series or HBO Max, but we adapt the books more closely to the scenario.
There's no need though.
Would you be
There's
okay
no
with that?
need.
Why? Why would we need
They don't
that?
need to.
Well, it should be more like the books, and plus two, they would. You know how like they're doing like Lord of the Rings on Amazon. It could be like that equivalent, where it's like a high budget fantasy thing where we remake.
Okay, that's different though. That's
but
different.
we're more close
Not-
to the books though, because there's a lot of stuff in the movies that they never got to in the books.
Well, yeah, I get that, but Lord of the Rings is completely different because they're doing a whole new material that hasn't been even mentioned in any films or games. So it's completely.
Well, that's my question.
new
Like,
story
what do you
for,
do?
like,
Do
Harry Potter.
you do like a remake of like the 7 books as like a TV show for HBO Max? Do you make like sequel movies with the actors? Like, what do you do? Because they're not going to stop with Harry Potter because Harry Potter is important to them.
Bring back Daniel
don't do
Radcliffe.
Just do the Cursed Child and make a trilogy off of that.
But do not a straight up because I think.
But there's no story. Like Cursed Child is like a 3-hour movie and then you're done. It's like a very small, short little story.
But if J.K. Rowling really wants more money and they wanted to continue and they gave her enough money, she could continue doing stuff or they could work together. I mean, that makes more sense than redoing what's already been done before. It's literally just, hey, you have all the movies, but guess what? If you want a TV show doing the same stuff but with the extra content in them, here you go. And it's like, personally, there's no need to do that. There's no need because we already know the story overall.
Oh, I got it. Why don't we tell the story of Harry Potter between school years?
Related to Dursleys?
Every summaries with the Dursleys.
Yeah, like him getting harassed and assaulted.
Yeah,
the other day.
having to live under the stairs.
It's gonna be rated R. just emotional trauma.
It's called The Boy Who Lived Under the Stairs.
The Cursed Child, literally.
I don't know. Like I said, I love Harry Potter, and like I said, I don't mind these Fantastic Beasts movies. I think conceptually they're flawed.
Yeah.
Because again, they're prequels about different characters when they're trying to be a Dumbledore prequel story.
Harry Potter in the room under the stairs.
I really do enjoy them. I love seeing different aspects of the wizarding world, but I think the major problem with
Harry Potter and the Daddy Longleg.
Oh my God. Oh man, but the major problem is definitely, I think, the writing and just trying to tell the story that they want to tell, but not just doing it right. Especially with this, I feel like this third movie has more issues with the writing and just trying to tell a coherent story than the other two. And I thought Crimes of Grindelwald was okay. I enjoyed it. I definitely prefer it over the first one, but it's just like. What went wrong with this one? And I cannot wait to hear your opinion when you see it tomorrow, RJ, and everyone else.
Well, you might have ruined it. 'Cause maybe I'm gonna like it now because you're setting my expectations so dangerously low.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is my opinion on it, but obviously, you
want to know what isn't ruined for me? Our good friend Elsa and her artwork.
Oh, dude! Oh, I love.
Look at there. There's the update right there. We've been giving updates on Elsa's needlepoint there, and my God, it's so good.
Can we talk about how quickly she gets all this stuff done? That's what I'm saying. Like it's like every other day or every day that I look on Twitter, I get tagged. I'm like, oh, no way, she got all that done. That's amazing.
I'm stupid. What's needlepoint? You said needlepoint.
Okay, so this is going to be like a blanket.
Oh, so it's like
so look at this is like this. These are couch cushions right here. So this thing's huge, and Elsa has been making this. And I mean, and look at the detail. I mean, you got Luke Skywalker.
know,
You got look at the detail in R2, man, and C-3PO and Carrie Fisher. I mean, you just look at it. It's Carrie Fisher, bro. You got the Falcon over here. You got the bottom here is Han. We've seen the whole picture, so this is Han up here. But you got the Tauntaun. You got the Imperial droid. You got the Snowspeeder. And look at this. Look at this. Yoda.
Yoda,
man.
yeah.
And just every day she's been giving us like a little bit of an update, man.
That's a lot of effort, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. She's making this for a friend of hers, and it's just awesome. And
dude, it's awesome. Man.
Sorry about the Harry Potter rant, by the way. It's just that,
no. It's that's
I like that
fine.
franchise, but it ties into the other big story too. About
I love the franchise too. I love the franchise too, and that's my problem. That's my problem is that it has become awful. Like I used to love the Harry Potter franchise, but honestly, I'm just I just don't care right now. I just like literally I don't care about any of these things. I saw the first one and I was like, why do I care about this one? This one's boring and like has a bunch of characters that don't matter to me. And don't tell me, well, you just don't like the world, because that's BS. I've been to the wizarding world of Harry Potter. I've ridden the train, the Hogwarts Express,
which is amazing.
Okay? I've immersed myself in that universe, and you can see my video about it right here on the channel where Tiffany and I went. So my kids have handmade, better than anything you can buy at the parks, better than anything that you can order, handmade wands that my brother-in-law, Tiffany's brother, made that and put them in like really fancy boxes with like metal emblems on the top, like attached to the top, and put in there with filler and like handwritten notes about the wand itself, like in calligraphy and everything. So don't tell me that like I'm hating on Harry Potter, because I'm not. I just can't stand these new films. They're just boring, and they're who's the main character?
I don't know. I thought it was Newt, but apparently it's Dumbledore now.
Exactly. It's like they didn't know what they wanted to make.
That's what I'm saying.
Because at first was Fantastic Beasts. Yeah. Okay, so we were told it's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, right?
That was the first movie. It's about a new story.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we jumped to Dumbledore.
There's a bunch of animals and Newt. And Newt is boring as a character. There is nothing. There's nothing interesting about Newt as a character to me. I'm sorry. Just for me, it's just not. I mean, unless they come back and they're like, "Oh my God, look at what he was this whole time, and you didn't even know it." Okay, and I don't know if Jimbo's look there, that might be the case. Like, oh, look what he was hiding this entire time. Look, he had magical powers up his butt that he didn't.
I want to talk about this movie so
bad.
He had
a magical beast up his butt that he pulled out at the last minute and saved Dumbledore.
That's what I'm saying.
He's Dumbledore actually as a kid.
They do have some beasts in this movie that tie into the plot heavily.
Okay,
but that's all I'll say. So there is some.
Well, that's the thing conceptually where I said like it was flawed from the start, because the real story they wanted to tell was Dumbledore and Grindelwald. So why not just make a Dumbledore prequel trilogy where you tell that story of him versus Grindelwald? Because they've always talked about like the greatest wizarding duel ever and about Ariana, his sister, what happened to her. Like tell that story. Tell the story from like Dumbledore as a kid up until middle age when he fought Grindelwald in that wizarding duel. You don't have to do the Newt Scamander story.
No, dude. Absolutely good. I've never even read the books.
Oh wow.
That's not why it's boring to me at all. It's just boring to me. Like literally, I have. Listen, I get it, right? But I have no like attachment or reason why it's boring, other than I went to go see the movie hoping to see something that like I really was going to be interested in, because I love the world. I loved what was created. And I literally went and watched the first movie and I was like, I attached to nothing in the film. Not one character did I attach to in the film. Definitely not Newt. Definitely not like the one lady who's in it or whatever. It was like just a
the best character
bunch of stuff that happened.
I like Jacob, the Muggle.
Hey, absent good. Absent good. Hey, look. I'm not telling you what to like. You could love it. Like, I'm not telling you what to like or not like that. Like, that's one thing about the lounge. It's one thing about the lounge. We all have our opinions. I'm just stating mine.
Exactly.
You know, like everybody has their own opinions. I'm just stating mine. There was just nobody that I attached to in that first film. So by the time I got to the second film, and then like now we're changing actors, like Johnny Depp's not in it anymore, and I'm just like, and of all people to, I'm sorry, but of all people to replace Johnny Depp with, look, I love
Mads Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen.
He's
like
a really
I love
good
Mads
actor,
Mikkelsen.
though. He's a good actor.
No, he's a great actor. Don't get me wrong, he's a great actor, but you're gonna replace somebody like Johnny Depp with him? You're literally replacing somebody.
Well, technically,
who is
they
like
replaced Colin Farrell with Johnny Depp first, because Colin Farrell turned into Johnny Depp at the end of the first one. And they said, "Oh, Colin Farrell was playing Johnny Depp." That's a whole other conversation.
Okay, yeah, that's another thing. But I'll say this. Mads Mikkelsen.
Okay, but just can I finish that? Can I finish my thought on that? Can I finish my thought on that? So here's my thing, is that you replace somebody who's eccentric, like, okay, first of all, like Colin also
Farrell.
Colin Farrell. He's kind of eccentric too, right? Like he can play that kind of character. Johnny Depp plays this very eccentric character. So there's that. And then you replace him with like one of the most like just straight normal, just kind of vanilla guys. I mean, he's a great actor, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about his acting. I'm just talking about like his look, the way that he presents himself. You know what I mean? It just like, it's not like it was like a
well, Grindelwald in this movie looks completely different from Johnny Depp too. They ain't trying to like do the makeup the same way either, like the eye or like the hair.
Okay. It's definitely
real quick. Do they explain why he looks different, or they just act like it's normal?
I didn't.
That's not really a spoiler, Jimbo. But can you say that
they really just
they just roll with it?
It's from what I remember, because honestly, I walked out and I was just like, "What the heck?" There's a lot. I'm probably gonna have to rewatch it just because I was just so like,
wow.
Well,
that sounds good. Well,
it seems like they rolled through it.
Well, just like to wrap it up, because I know we got to get other topics, but like, what do you want Warner Discovery to do? Because like they're reevaluating DC. What do you want them to do with Harry Potter at this point? Because they're reevaluating everything right now, and that is a big franchise for them. They have to do something with it.
Move forward.
So do sequels with Harry?
Sequels with somebody, even if like Harry. I mean, because we just did a story. Was it last week about how what's his name doesn't want to come back, right? At least right now, and do anything. Right until the money comes in for sure. So like I don't know, man. Because the only thing I'm really interested in right now is a sequel. I'm not really interested in just seeing all like all this stuff years before this is what happened. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Maybe
I want to see what happened to those characters.
Maybe they need to take a break like Star Wars for a little bit and get their footing again.
Oh,
they won't.
They need to take time and
develop. They'll take a break like Star Wars did for a couple years.
They got too much invested. They got to have the IP, because they don't have, like, that was the brilliance of Harry Potter, but that's like been almost 20 years now, right? Where it was a new IP for them, something fresh and new that like took off. Where are those IPs today? Like where are the new IPs?
They got to find the next big book, I guess.
They got to find the next thing, and they keep trying to do all this stuff with Percy Jackson and all this stuff, which is fine.
Hey, don't just smirch the name Percy Jackson. That is a great series. The movies just weren't very good, but the series I have faith in. I swear by Percy Jackson. It's not just because they read them in middle school. I swear they're good books. It's a great story.
Aren't they making a Percy Jackson series, or is it movies?
Yeah, for Disney Plus, yes. And I cannot wait for that. I'm so excited for that.
I'm just telling you.
It's going to be better than
Percy Jackson is not going to be the next big thing.
It does not do the next big thing, but it'll be big for what it is.
Look, that's fine. I'm just telling you, it's not going to be the next big thing.
No, I'm not. No.
So that's what I'm asking. What is the next? But see, that's the problem. What is the next big IP? What is the next big thing that they're going to create from scratch? Because that's the problem right now with everything. It's like once a generation we're getting a new IP that's interesting, and then the rest of the time we're just regurgitating the same IPs over and over and over and over and over again.
Exactly.
And the problem is when they do try to put out something new that's new and different, like everybody gripes and complains about it. And it's like, I don't know, man. People just don't know what the heck they want.
Not Fortnite. No, we're not going to
we're not.
Fortnite's not the next
Fortnite movie.
What? No.
You know that
I wouldn't be surprised if they did a Fortnite movie.
I would not be.
I wouldn't be surprised either. No, they're going to do it. It's just a matter of when. It's just a matter of when
it's
the
going to star
Fortnite
The
movie
Rock,
comes
because The Rock is in Fortnite. It's one of the major story characters.
And
then Enosh's mind will explode, being like, "What has Hollywood become?" So anyway, back to like the good state of Hollywood. How about Batgirl 2?
So I want to show you guys something real quick first. Let me show you something. So I finally got this puppy right here.
It's Megatron.
That's Megatron. So I have now completed my statue. Oh wait, hold on. Did I get Soundwave? I did get Soundwave. Okay, so I got Megatron there. Check out Megatron and that. So I got Megatron.
Soundwave?
Hold on.
You must got Soundwave.
More than meets the eye. I got Starscream, but I just now got Megatron. So there's that. Hold on a second. I got Grimlock.
Oh, that's awesome.
Whoops. Hold on, let me get this out of the way.
I have so many of those.
Wait, what is that?
Are they able to transform?
It's Grimlock.
Yes, it's
best.
Grimlock.
Yes,
Grimlock. Able to
Grimlock.
transform, or are they just statues?
Can I
they're just statues.
rant for 2 seconds?
Okay.
The worst movie I've ever seen in a movie theater, Transformers 4: The Age of Extinction. What they did to those Dinobots, especially Grimlock, I will never forgive.
Oh yeah.
Never forgive.
Agreed.
It's Bumblebee. So is this like a new wave of figures?
No, it's not. They're not figures. They're statues.
They're statues. Okay.
Yeah, they're like resin statues. I got all the GI Joe ones too.
They plastic?
Yeah, they're plastic.
Well, Universal do a good job.
I assume you already have.
I thought I had Soundwave, but maybe
I have a Japanese Soundwave.
I need to get Soundwave then. Okay, well, hold on. So I got that right. So I got that, but that's why I wanted to announce, because I pulled it up. And where did I just put it? I just freaking it, because we just gave this to Fourth 1000, right?
Yeah.
Skelligot thing. So when I bought it, I bought 2 of these. And this will be our next giveaway is Optimus Prime.
Can I win that?
Can I have that already?
Optimus Prime. All you have to do, boys and girls, to be in the running for Optimus Prime.
Well, first you have to be ages 14 plus, because that's what the box says.
Yeah, you can't be under.
No, you just have to either be a member of the channel, be a patron supporter, or give a super chat anytime, and you're in the running
if you're
for
below the age of 14. Get out of here. You can't have it.
I'm
thinking, I thought I had Soundwave. I could have swore I had Soundwave. Now I'm wondering if I ever had Soundwave. Was it just a fever dream?
You think Universal's going to do a good job with the reboot?
Huh?
But
the Rise of the
Yes.
Oh, Rise of the Beast?
Yeah, the reboot.
We'll see. I saw that picture of the promo art of Optimus in that movie. He looked okay.
Hey, Fourth 1000. Yeah, I mean, if you have any social media at all, you can hit me up on social media. You can even email me at poindexterlounge@gmail.com. If you just even want to email me, all those links are in the description below, including the email. I mean, if your friend Daniel wants to set up, but yeah, you can even email me just so that I can get your information. That's all I need, really. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have a Twitter. Just a lot of people just.
I better win the next giveaway.
Yeah, just a lot of people do that. Hey, Fourth 1000. Speaking of it, with a $5 super chat, says studios can create in-house IPs. Underworld, Fast and Furious are not based on anything. Okay, but Underworld, it's got a following. It's not changing the world though.
Fast and Furious, though, that is.
Fast and Furious, yeah. But again, Fast and Furious, though. Fast and Furious. Yeah, I mean Fast and Furious, yeah, but like, what do they usually want with with an IP? It does really, really well at the movies.
$1 billion IP, yeah.
Ain't selling these.
Well, Fast and Furious sells Hot Wheels. That's pretty much it. That's like
and crappy video games.
Do they?
And crappy
They're not
video
really
games.
selling
Fast and Furious like toys out there, but they don't sell on the level of
no, they ain't selling no Fast and Furious toys.
they had a
and
huge
I don't
game
even know
come
about
out
Hot
with the
Wheels, bro,
cast.
because like I haven't seen any like maybe a couple of branded.
They're so Hot Toys. They're so Hot Toys.
Do they? There you go. I guess. I mean,
well,
but
no, that's a good point though. Fast and Furious doesn't have like that merchandise power.
It doesn't.
Nope.
It has box
It
office
makes
power, but not
billions.
merchandise power.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
I'm
like
joking.
a
Don't
deal.
have a.
Jada Toys. No one knows who Jada Toys are.
But they did make a game that didn't do really good, and they're actually
Oh, I
removing
bought
it from
that.
the store, which
I bought
has
it.
all cast has a lot of the cast in it voicing their characters, which is pretty
Yeah,
surprising.
Jimbo bought that.
Yeah, I
did?
mean, you can buy
apologize.
like random cars that look like it. You know what? Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Let me see here.
Look up Fast and Furious toys.
Fast and the Furious toys.
I bought the
Are
video
you
game.
guys see the last movie? I think it's 10.
I'll probably
No,
watch
11.
it. It's got
11.
Jason Momoa, Brie Larson in it.
I got Paul Walker
Yes,
too.
Brie Larson.
Is that your prerequisite for watching a movie now?
Yes.
No.
Oh yeah, of
Good.
course. That's why I don't like the sequel trilogy because they didn't make the prequel trilogy.
Well, the prequel.
Gina
trilogy
Carano was
is
in Fast and Furious 11. I heard. I'm sorry.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
dreams.
11? How long?
Okay, the thing is, I have a
I
problem
mean, they're
with
gonna
this.
go. At some point, like, because I heard that the next one they're going into space or something. Like, okay,
This is
so
always
here's this. So here's this.
All they are.
You see these little ones right here. You see these little ones right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Right?
about, like the Hot Wheels branded ones.
Those
yeah.
aren't Hot Wheels. Those aren't Hot Wheels. Those aren't
Then
Hot
what are
Wheels.
they?
You know what they are? They're micro machines.
Yeah, Jade.
Oh my God.
That's what these are. These are special ones that I've got the Batman ones, I've got the Back to the Future ones, I got the Transformers ones, and the G.I. Joe ones. They're just these little tiny like movie and IP property, things. They got Batman, the originals, whatever. Those are little tiny itty bitty cars. They come in a 3-pack. That's what those are. They're not even full size. Now, I'm not saying that they don't make full size.
I could have sworn I've seen Fast and Furious branded Hot Wheels before at like Walmart.
Yeah, I think that they are. But the thing is they're not like, I don't know. So what is
somebody-
Spy
That's
Racers?
what I'm saying. There's no action figures except for like that one.
Yeah, I mean, what is that? Spy Racers? I don't even think I've ever seen that actually in a
Oh,
store.
that's
I mean,
that's
they've
a kid's
got
cartoon. There's a kid's cartoon called Spy Racers.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that's
they got this. Yeah, so I mean, they've got some, but like even this isn't like a Hot Wheels. Like I don't know what this is. I mean, these are like Hot Wheels size. So, I mean, they do have some of these cars, but like they're not.
There
like,
it is. There's a Hobbs figure. Is that a hot toy?
The heck is that?
No, that's a statue.
That's a statue.
$120.
It looks like he's got a stick up his butt.
Yeah,
What
that's
the
a
heck
hot
is that?
toy. That has to be a hot toy. There's no way.
No, what is that?
It
What is
looks
that?
like it's not a hot toy. It's a statue.
Can you click it?
Oh, but that's a Lucan hot. So it's going to take us to a different thing. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
So
we saw Paul Walker character.
it's a site called Statue Collectibles. So it's a
Yeah,
statue.
it's a statue, yeah.
That's all it is a statue.
If you want that in your house, a statue of Luke Hobbs
good.
from Fast and Furious.
I'm good.
Nobody cares
I'm
about
good.
The Rock. The Rock is a pussy.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's
pitiful.
there's die casts, right? But I mean, those aren't like, kids aren't buying these. You know what I mean? They're not like selling out.
No.
Stuff like that. So I mean, I get it. I mean, it's making a ton of money at the box office.
Look up Hot Toys.
I get your point though. When it comes to merchandising, like it's not selling because I mean, really, like little cars. I mean, it's got its audience, but it's limited. It's like
yeah.
And the thing is, like, how do you identify like a car? It's like, oh, this is like the Fast and Furious car. It's just that's a car.
It's just a car. Well, back in the day, they'd put a sticker on the side that said "Fast and Furious."
It's like that way you remember.
That it wouldn't be a part of it actually, but it's a part of it now. So I mean, what's the next one going to be? Time travel? They're going to go back and like watch themselves in the first races in part 1.
You never know at this point, man. Like they're going all out for the last two.
Oh my!
If they do Transformers,
they're going in space.
How are a bunch of street racers saving
like a
the
2-part
world?
movie to end.
You're okay to write that Paul Walker character is coming
They'll
back.
bring in Harry Potter.
Harry Potter comes flying in.
It's Jason Bourne.
They play Quidditch in a car.
John just uses his Dodge Charger to win the Quidditch match.
No, we're gonna see Paul Walker character come back.
There's got time travel and meat. younger version of the Souls or something like that.
Like I said, well, I've heard, yeah, Anthony, like I don't know.
Wait, hold on. How would that even work?
His brother is gonna play him, but they're gonna do deep fake, basically.
Why do that?
I don't know. I think they should just use his brother. Don't
just leave him alone. Let the poor man rest. Like you don't need Brian O'Connor.
Yes, you do, bro.
No.
Why? What purpose is he at? What story? Like, just let the man rest.
His daughter gave already the permission. His daughter said yes, go ahead.
I guess the family's okay with it. I guess I don't know.
His brother's gonna be playing him.
You got to do that really well because that could be really weird if you don't do that right.
Yeah, they're gonna hire the guy who did Luke Skywalker.
But they should just have the brother act as Brian O'Connor. But I think what they're gonna do is what they did with the last one he was in, is they're basically gonna have his brother act as him, but then they're gonna do.
It's gonna feel unnatural though, man. It's not gonna feel right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like.
It's gonna be like Luke Skywalker. What are you talking about, RJ?
Draga, I would watch that. I watch Brian Griffin. And you know what? I just want Brian. Literally, I want an animated Brian Griffin in Fast and the Furious, and I want them to treat him like he's just normal, like it's not weird that a dog is driving like a cartoon dog. That they just treat him like a normal character.
Here's what you do: instead of bringing in Brian O'Connor back, you just bring in Brian the dog to play the Brian O'Connor role,
and like he brings him in. Ned brings him in through the multiverse.
Yeah, why not?
Whoa, Ned. Exactly. Yeah. Just go for it.
No, it's not John Cena at the end of Fast and Furious 9, bro. That's not John Cena.
Yep. I just want to see an animated Brian Griffin in the show, in the movie, and then just treat him like he's normal, not like he's animated, not like he's a dog, not even bring it up, but it's just like it's just part of the thing. It's just part of the thing.
At this point,
that's what I want.
Possible.
What's up? Oh, says, hey, Enosh, I was finally released from the hospital after a week of hernia surgery. It sucked. Oh man, well, I'm glad, dude. I hope you're feeling better. And
get better, man.
Yeah, man. I hope you're feeling better, man, and that they got everything taken care of, bro. For
Absolutely.
Sure. So, all right. So,
gonna get into Batgirl.
Moving right along. Yeah, let's go to Batgirl here.
Woke girl.
Because it kind of ties into an issue I feel like you're going to bring up, Enoch, when it comes to DC mismanagement, where I'm just going to predict it. They're talking about a sequel before the movie even comes out.
Well, if you read the thing,
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I even say that?
I'm pretty sure. Haven't you mentioned that before? That's an issue you have where they talk about a sequel before they make the first one.
Wait, are you saying I had that opinion? That like they were talking about a sequel before they even had the first movie come out?
Yeah, that's like they shouldn't be doing that.
Would I say something like that?
No, you wouldn't.
Does that sound like something that I would say, RJ?
No, it sounds like something RJ would say, honestly.
No,
that's just my prediction. Maybe you feel differently this time. I don't know.
No, I feel the same way still. Like, for God's sake, stop talking about sequels. They're already talking. I heard some talk about like a Blue Beetle sequel, and I'm like, oh dear God.
I think with this one, it's different when the way they talk about it, honestly. But Blue Beetle 2, honestly, I think it's too early because they haven't filmed a single thing for that movie. With this one, at least they filmed it.
Batgirl at least is done.
At least it's filmed, and it's like there is like it's done and just needs to be like in post production.
Can I tell you something? So y'all have heard. We've even brought it up this episode. What is one of my favorite Star Wars movies?
The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi. Do you know that before The Last Jedi came out, the reason why they were talking about giving Rian Johnson his own sequel trilogy was why? Because they really liked what he did in The Last Jedi.
He did. And they wanted to build momentum for
and
this
they were
movie.
sure, they were convinced that the rest of the world was going to love it too.
And that they excited to make more.
And that's why they greenlit like all that stuff for him to do and come up with it and all that stuff, because they were sure that they had found that they were sure that they had found their guy in Rian Johnson. And I almost guarantee you something. Before I don't have this knowledge, but I almost guarantee you that one of the reasons why they got rid of Trevorrow was Rian Johnson was originally going to do Rise of Skywalker.
I could see that.
No, I honestly don't.
I guarantee you, because Rian Johnson changed all the things that made it impossible for Trevorrow to do his story.
Yeah, Duel of the Fates. Yeah.
And I guarantee you that they looked at Ryan and they said,
"Please do it.
we're going to do this. We're going to go in this direction. And then when everybody hated it, they went, whoa, 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 whoa. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh, get JJ back.
We need somebody.
We can't give it to Ryan, because if we give it to Ryan, man, it's gonna implode.
And we already made too many changes for Colin Diaz movie.
Exactly. I guarantee you. So here's the thing, and I tell you that as somebody loving The Last Jedi.
I guarantee you that Ryan Johnson is going to recommend the Lorin episode. I guarantee you.
I bet he does too. I bet
fine.
you they. I would not doubt it. I would not doubt it. But the thing is, and this is what I've said. Even though I love The Last Jedi, I don't want him to do another Star Wars movie, because it's too controversial, and it'll just implode everybody, and everybody will just
the online conversation be dreadful.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it as a fan. I mean, either way, it's not worth it to the people who like. It's not worth it for. Hold on, it's not worth it for the people who don't like it, right? And it's not worth it for me, somebody who does like it, because then I got to listen to all the people who don't like it. And so it's a lose-lose situation. So they just need to let it go and let Ryan move on. But I almost guarantee you that he was going to do the last one. And I'll tell you this is why this kind of stuff needs to stop, because the studio might look at it and go, wow, this is great. We love it. But the public ends up watching it and goes, oh, you know what? The studio loved Batman v Superman, supposedly.
Yeah, standing ovation at the what was it that?
And then the studio screwed it up. Then the studio screwed it up
for 30 minutes.
The studio screwed it up, and then all of a sudden it was, but I do think this. I mean, I will say this. I do find it interesting that all these movies that like everybody supposedly hates and were awful, Batman v Superman, Man of Steel, The Last Jedi, and here we are years later still talking about them. Same. Says something.
I mean, you may not like the movies, but they had an impact.
Exactly. So this is what we got, folks, and then we'll let's talk about it. So Leslie Grace teases Batgirl is insane. Says she's already talking to filmmakers about a sequel. I mean, look now. Maybe they do. Do they greenlight it? That it's on HBO Max.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is it a good sign though, if everyone's talking positively and they like their scene at least? I mean, that's
I guess, but here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. It is, but here's the thing. I'm really not when the studio pats this and says he's good. What are they going to say? Are they going to say we made the biggest movie
that
they possibly make?
That or they know it, and it's so bad they have to reshoot it or something for a couple of guys, but super rare.
That's super rare. Most of the time, what do they end up doing? They end up just keeping the embargo until the last possible second, and then you just you get the movie that you get, and that first week, people start saying stuff. So I'm not saying that's this. But you know what's more interesting what's more interesting story to me than, hey, we liked our own film? Molly Shannon says Gary Coleman sexually harassed her. He was relentless.
Oh jeez.
I know Molly.
That story today?
Yeah. Oh no, I had no idea.
I watched it. She was on the Howard Stern show, and she was talking about how Gary Coleman was attacking her and was
That's
wouldn't
horrible.
stop, and it is horrible. She was laughing about it though, because she's like, I'm throwing him around the hotel room, and she goes, it finally got exhausting, because she goes, I was never felt physically threatened by him because of his size, maybe, but I mean, it's still a horrible thing. But yeah, she talked about it on the Howard Stern show. I mean, it's horrible when anybody is like that, but apparently he kept bouncing on the bed and grabbing her leg and
she would just throw him around.
Yeah, and she was just tossing him around the room, and I was just like, wow, okay. Actually, it spoke more to, I think, his manager, because they had the same manager, and apparently, because she just wrote her memoirs, and so apparently they had the same manager, and the manager said, hey, you want to meet Gary? And she's like, heck yeah, I want to meet Gary. This is way back, in the day, right? And so went up to his hotel room. They had this presidential suite at the hotel and everything, and then all of a sudden the manager just magically disappeared.
Yeah.
And Molly was so young, she talked about she was still a virgin.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt the stream, but the chat's saying that they're seeing some roboticness and some breakup audio wise. Nothing on my end, but they're saying on the YouTube stream it's breaking up.
Oh.
I saw a couple comments in the chat. I just want to make sure you weren't talking while it was fritzing out. Because it's fine. It's fine for me. Yeah, for me it's fine. But on YouTube,
yeah, I don't even see the little line thing that pops up sometimes on Stream. Oh, there it is. Maybe.
Are we fine now, guys? Are we good?
Oh, no, I had no idea. I watched it. She was on the Howard Stern show, and she was
Oh, the lag. Oh, my God.
You hear that, right?
Like,
This is what.
I couldn't stop, and she was.
Okay. Well, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Turn that off. Turn that off.
So
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. All right. Turn that off. All right. So.
Well, hey, in other positive DC news, they didn't cast Sharon Stone in Blue Beetle. They cast Susan Sarandon instead. I sent you that. I'm like, oh, you're probably so happy now.
I mean, I like Susan Sarandon. I like Sharon Stone, but like, I just.
I'm just sad that there's a redemption.
It's like I
for
told you,
Sarah
RJ.
Stone.
RJ, it's like I told you earlier. Like, okay, so like, why is it that there's no fresh young blood being infused into DC stuff? It's all just like I don't know, man.
Well, still, listen.
I mean, am I going to get? Am I
You
mad
can't-
that
well, here's
Susan
the thing,
Sarandon is going to be in a DC movie? No, but am I like super like? Oh my
Well,
god!
You cast who you can cast. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's kind of a problem with DC, where maybe they aren't attracting talent right now, just because everyone wants to go to Marvel. But
That's what I'm
things can
saying.
change.
Marvel gets so far has
But why is Ted Cole's wife a villain? That is fucking retarded.
No, because
That is stupid.
Well, it's an original
Blue Beetle
character
had
too, they
15
made for the
minutes. It's
movie,
not
yeah,
an original character. Then she.
No, I thought they said that Victoria Cord was an original.
Victoria
character for the movie.
Cord is original character for the movie, and it's believed to be
Another thing
Ted
Enosh
Cord's
just
wife.
absolutely loves about DC movies, and they make original characters.
It's not original.
They're batting 1,000. I'm glad William's in here because we'll get to the good stuff here in just a minute and just get done with this Batgirl junk. Okay, so Leslie says her movie's good. Big surprise. No, listen. Should we listen to it?
Yeah.
Leslie Grace teases Batgirl is insane, says she's already talking to filmmakers about a sequel. Leslie Grace is home in the U.S. after spending months overseas shooting Batgirl, the upcoming HBO Max film adaptation of the iconic crime fighter. She takes on the role of Barbara Gordon Batgirl in the film, co-directed by Adil El Arbi and Bilal Fallah, with a cast that includes J.K. Simmons as her father Commissioner Jim Gordon and Brendan Fraser as villain Firefly. Michael Keaton makes his return as Batman 30 years after his first appearance as the Caped Crusader.
Okay, that's going to take way too long. So let's talk to Batgirl when I caught up with Grace earlier, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Because I don't want to hear about him talking about, like, eating ice cream and cookies and, like, churros.
She has a bread deal. Yeah.
Okay. She goes, I've been eating Haagen-Dazs. Boy, this is a...
Great.
Telling you what, man.
All about ice cream.
Okay. How important is it to you that when you do a brand partnership that it is charitable component?
Well, that's good. At least it's for charity.
Ice cream. I imagine eating ice cream wasn't part of your fitness training for Batgirl. Once I got into Glasgow to shoot Batgirl, we had already been talking about this collaboration. I think internally there might have just been decided, yeah, don't send her free ice cream. Okay. What was it like putting on the Batgirl suit and looking at yourself in the mirror for the first time? I think that was the first real moment where I was like, oh, wow, we're here. I'm doing this. Like, I'm really Batgirl. It's still hard for me to say that. But yeah, it was a surreal experience. We talked back in September at the VMAs. You hadn't started shooting yet, but you told me your Batgirl was going to be badass. Did the badassery live up to what you were expecting? She definitely exceeds what I thought. I had to summon up some things in me that I didn't even know were there. It was an incredible learning experience to be on set with also action veterans like Brendan Fraser. By the way, did you hear what she said about Brendan? That like she loved working with him.
Right here.
Yeah, she's right here.
Is it here? Or because I saw it in a different story too, where she talks about though. The quote that I was looking for was where she talks about that.
It says
she was supposed to hate him, but she really liked him because he's the villain.
It's right here. Yeah.
Is it? Because it's hard to believe he's our villain, and I'm not supposed to like. Yeah, but he's such a huge teddy bear. He is one of the nicest people that I've ever met. In our fight sequences, the way he would just hit marks, it came from all his experience. You can't improvise that kind of experience. There's some crazy stuff that happens. There's lots of fire because of everyone knows by now he plays Firefly. There's crazy fire. There's crazy stunts, crazy drops. Crazy drops? No. I'm the king of crazy drops.
Enosh, I think she's challenging you.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm the king of crazy drops, Cade.
Mayonnaise on an escalator. It's going upstairs, so see you later. Bye-bye to the...
Wow, you had
Another jerk. Oh no, here it comes. The greatest move in indie wrestling. I'm telling you, Mike C. Yes! The dick flick. The dick flick.
I am the king of drops. Just saying. That's me. All right. So yeah, crazy drops. She's a biker chick, so you're going to see her do a bunch
behind the photos.
Yeah. There were nights you got home and were just in a lot of pain from the stunts and fight work. Oh my God, there were a lot of night shoots. There were a lot of long days, but it was so worth it. Oh my gosh, never in my life have I ever been so sore or depleted. There were some days I would get home and I would think, do I want to eat or am I just going to fall asleep? And there's some Haagen-Dazs. Look at there.
Oh, she is eating Haagen-Dazs.
There she is eating Haagen-Dazs. What was it like seeing Michael Keaton walk on set? It was wild for everyone. Our directors were like two little kids. They're legit Batman. Here's a question. That suit that we just saw.
Yeah.
Is that the suit from The Flash or is that the suit from her movie?
Both.
Are we sure?
I think
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those
This is
test
in.
photos that came out. It looks
Hold on,
photos.
one at a time. Are we sure?
Yes.
Yes.
Because we haven't seen any set photos from The Flash. We saw the set photos from Batgirl.
But that suit looks the same. The suit that the stunt actor is wearing looks the exact same because I went back and looked. They're
On
pretty much the same
Batgirl,
thing,
yes.
yeah.
On Batgirl, yes. That's what I'm questioning. Is it the same suit though in The Flash?
Supposedly, after like the ending of the Flash, that this is basically the new suit that he gets, that he's gonna wear in the Batgirl movie also. I don't know if it's true or not.
Apparently, yeah, it's the same suit that he wears in the movie and both movies. So,
I mean, but Batgirl
We'll
get
see.
an upgrade.
We'll see.
Batgirl will get an upgrade suit at the end of the movie. So, you know.
well, we're talking about Batman. We're not talking about Batgirl.
Yeah, we're talking
Well, we know he's wearing the same suit. We know that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was just bringing up the idea because I don't.
You know, it's crazy. Remember when the director was looking at Ben Affleck cowl, and I thought that Ben Affleck was going to be in
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Okay, they're legit Batman nerds. Okay, our directors were like two little kids. They're legit Batman nerds openly. He's Batman, man. I couldn't even believe that I was sharing space with Batman. I want to say more, but I can't. It was insane, surreal, incredible. It was the stuff of dreams, really. J.K. Simmons playing my dad. That's my pop. I was so nervous because all I could hear in my head was his voice in Whiplash, like what he would do and say if I didn't get something right. Then we became the best of friends, and he told me all his great stories of starting out and being a waiter and working in pizza shops. Okay, have you reached out to other actors who played superheroes like Gal Gadot or even Alicia Silverstone? I haven't. Probably should have. It's like almost a little overwhelming and hard for your brain to catch up to the magnitude of. I mean, like, are you going to reach out to Alicia Silverstone about playing Batgirl though?
No, she's trash.
Well,
not really.
Alicia Silverstone's now more open with her playing Batgirl now. Like recently, she's been talking about a lot more recently. So maybe you would reach out to her, but I don't think you would now. But I think just as a superhero, as a female playing superhero in general, I think you would. Maybe. But like for Batgirl, I don't think so.
Well, hey, at least she did talk to two other actors though.
Yeah, she reached out to Sasha Calle, who is Supergirl in The Flash.
Thank you would listen, RJ. Don't jump ahead.
She reached out to Sasha Calle, who is Supergirl, and she reached out to Zolo.
Yeah, Cholo Marty.
Cholo? Is it Cholo?
I believe it's
Cholo.
Cholo.
It's Zolo. Like
Zolo.
The X acts like a Z. It's Zolo.
Oh, it's Solo? Okay.
Yeah.
Someone told me it was Cholo.
No.
But I guess it's Solo.
like I always see Jacob Bertrand and like all these people from Cobra Kai call him Zolo.
Okay. So there you go. There's that. And then they said, when do you start shooting Batgirl 2? She says, well, we got this.
They asked her. This is
Okay,
on
but
the
hold on.
interviewers.
Hold on. When do you start shooting Batgirl 2? We got to see this first one first, but there's definitely some talks about what it could be. That's fine. I've seen some of what we shot, obviously, in the playback and stuff like that, and it's insane. We've already been talking about where do we take this from here, because there's so much that happens in this film. There are a lot of different themes in the plot that we touch on. It's not just the action. There's a love story, of course. There's this father-daughter relationship. There's looking at the world through the lens that isn't just black and white and seeing the color and the spectrum between things. What that means, okay.
The fuck does that mean?
Yeah,
I think it just means
not just black and white. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in the film.
I liked your answer though, where she said we got to wait and see this first one first.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that. Hey, thank you, Fourth 1000. Yes, please hit that like button. There's 74 people right here right now, so please hit that like button. We would really appreciate it. But yeah, so okay, so Azteca here says it's of Mexican, aka Aztec name. So they pronounce Xolo.
It's Solo.
Xolo.
Solo.
So again, this just proves one more thing to us. Caden doesn't know what he's talking about.
What? I just said that same thing.
No, you said it's Zolo.
With the Z.
You said Zolo.
It's Zolo, same thing, honestly. Honestly,
Is it though? Is it though? I mean, Azteca is right here and says it's
Zolo.
So now we're just flippantly like just dismissing the way people actually pronounce their name, huh? So how would you pronounce my name? Caden.
Enosh.
Yeah, Caden, you're not being very respectful of other cultures.
Okay, Caden.
What?
Cameron.
I like Kaiden better.
Cameron.
It's no go.
So there you go. Are you guys looking forward to Batgirl?
Yeah, I am.
How about you, chat? Are you looking forward to Batgirl?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to Batgirl.
RJ, he didn't ask you. He asked the chat.
He asked me, and then he asked the
chat.
Hi, Elsa. Hey, Elsa. We just showed your stuff earlier. We showed your artwork earlier. So
I think Batgirl perfectly fine. I mean, again, it's a streaming movie, not as big of expectations for that, so it'll be fine.
Yeah. For a movie I had no use for, I'm as excited about it as I can be for a movie that I'm like, how are you even made? But
I'm going to save that question for later, but it's like in regards to like the next story, like the big main topic. But do any of the movies coming on the next year really matter?
Nope, not one damn one of them, except for the Flash.
Yeah, I don't even think that movie matters anymore.
Well,
we'll get to that. Yeah. Like I said, I'm just asking a preliminary because it's a question I want to ask everybody when we get done talking about the next story.
Is Batgirl coming out this year or next year?
Next year.
Oh, well, they haven't said thing.
Well, it was going to, but now that they pushed the Flash, they have to push that one too.
Yeah. So they're going to release Batgirl in July.
Yeah.
I get Enish so much. I don't know why.
Enish.
I get Enish so much.
Enish fee.
And I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's annoying.
That sounds like Enish. Sounds like something else.
Enoch.
Enish. I'll just add a P to it.
No, it's there.
Calling you penis. That's nice.
What?
Whoa, what?
Hey, yo.
You just said add a P to it. What does that mean? And that's kind of the backhanded.
Penis? No.
Is it just me or is Enosh glitchy now?
Yeah, Enosh is
lagging. I am. I got the little thing up in the corner here doing the thing. So I don't know why. I'm literally connected via hardwire. So I
had the same
no
problem the other night. I was connected hardwire and you guys all froze, so I had to bow out.
Yeah, I have no freaking idea why. StreamYard sucks. What can I say? I'm like
maybe it's time to go to Restream.
I'm literally touching, like everybody like comes in and they're like, well, why don't you like get closer to your router? I'm touching my router right now.
It's hooked up. It's hooked up.
It's
like hardwired.
Like the cable is literally hooked directly into my router. It's like I don't know what else to do. I have the fastest up and down speed that Comcast offers, so I have no idea.
That's your first problem getting Comcast.
Oh, you got Comcast. Oh, that's
not your fault.
You don't have much of a choice with Comcast.
Oh, I know.
So what am I supposed to do? You tell me.
You're supposed to shake your computer.
Although, can you know what? Although, explain something to me. You tell me one service provider that we don't make that joke about.
Oh, we make it with every single one.
Oh yeah, all of them. All of them suck.
Enosh has Comcast. Well, that's your problem right there. Well, what do you have, RJ?
I have. What do I have?
He doesn't even know.
Come on, RJ. Get out of here.
I used to have AT&T, but then I switched to I have AT&T. I have fiber optic internet. Yeah.
Well, that's your problem right there.
That's the problem right there. Fiber optics. What is that? Call of Duty Advanced
fiber optics.
Like,
they built like a phone line and then connected to the house or something. I don't remember.
That's one step up from DSL, man. Where are you living?
No, fiber optics like the best of the best. What are you talking about? It's like elite internet, like business Wi-Fi.
Talking about, man?
Fiber optic internet.
Whatever.
Business Wi-Fi.
I have it as well.
Well, it's business Wi-Fi. I get like 300 megabyte downloads.
Yeah,
we get Wi-Fi cops.
Cox, KOX. We have Cox.
Wait, hold on. What?
Yeah.
What is my Cox?
Yeah,
that's our internet provider out here.
Like, in Vegas, everybody has Cox Communications.
It's like getting robbed.
Hold on, everybody's got Cox?
Yeah. You only have one choice.
Cox?
No, in Las Vegas, in the state of Nevada, everybody, for the most part, has Cox Communications.
Cable and modem. Yep.
Cox.
So you're telling me that nobody has a choice. They just have to have Cox out in Vegas.
Everybody has to have Cox, yeah.
William, how much you pay for your Cox?
It's like a monopoly.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, Cox is a monopoly.
Do you pay $50?
It's a monopoly of Cox?
Yes. Yeah. They have a monopoly. It's the only place you can get cable internet.
Yeah, what they've done is they did deregulate a little bit, but you have to buy the
So they deregulated Cox.
Yeah. Or they passed a bill, but it's more expensive.
Talk about it.
It's actually more expensive to get it outside of them now because they have to buy it.
So it's more expensive to not get Cox.
Yes,
than it is to get Cox.
Exactly.
Oh, well, other Wi-Fi.
So would you say it's cheaper to get Cox?
Yeah, because they have a monopoly. But it's not really cheap though.
But could you say that though?
Nah, not really, because I have a business line. I have a corporate line, so it's really expensive.
No, but I mean, like, if you were to tell me, like, would you just say, like, Enosh, it's cheaper to get Cox?
I'm not going to play into your drop, conspiracy buddy.
You almost had him.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm just asking a question. Look, I may move back out to
like
Vegas
I'm
one day.
Beavis and Butthead episode.
I may move back out to Vegas one day, and I just need to know if I'm going to be surrounded by Cox or not.
All right. What's the next topic?
That you put something in your mouth. What was that?
Oh my god. He's like, I'm not playing with your games, you know.
Is James Gunn writing this stream? That right there, Comic Society, is like
who else is laughing? Only Enosh, guys. This is only Enosh.
I don't care, Caden. Obviously, I have a sense of humor, and you don't, Caden. That right there, this right here is one of the best comments I think ever left. Right here is James Gunn writing this stream.
Is that a fucking duck?
What was that? That's weird.
That is duck on Cox.
Was that how you end us?
Yeah, what? It's lagging again. Yeah, no. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can.
You're just lagging.
Lagging. Maybe if I got Cox, I wouldn't be lagging. I don't know.
So you got a lot of Cox?
No, I don't. That's the problem. I don't have any Cox.
You want
put in your mouth?
I got Comcast. I don't have Cox.
You got Comcast, but you want Cox.
Well, William is the one that says he's got Cox.
You got Cox, William?
So William put on his mouth.
At least one.
Okay. Now we're going like.
I don't even know what that means, but like,
whoa.
Dude, stop sending me dick pics.
I really need to reevaluate my decisions in life when it comes to my nighttime activities. Apparently.
Well, okay, so on to the big story of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
What's the big topic?
The main topic, the main thing. But before we do that, we do have to ask the question. We do have to ask the question.
What is Andy Signor
What is our
doing?
good friend Andy Signor up to right now?
I am the master of disguises. I'm never who you think. I'm clever, cruel, conniving, a creep, a real rat fink. Can you guess yet?
And I'm Andy Signor.
Sorry. I'm just howling at the moon.
Jimbo, stop picking his nose.
Dude, he had a booger and it's right there. I have to.
Wait, what?
It's right here.
He's right behind you. Run! Run! He's right behind you with that dead stare. Hurry up! Hurry up! Run!
Run!
Here, I'll
Act like
his
you're running.
eyes. Here, where's his eyes?
He's gonna tell you something about Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Hurry, run!
Wait, hold on.
He's gonna write a song about you, Jimbo.
He's whispering sweet nothings in my ear.
Ooh, hey now.
Only I should be doing that.
Oh, true.
Next topic,
Sorry.
please. Please, for the love of God.
We're just
William's
having
like,
fun, dude.
Jeez, William. Like, what are you?
Jeez, William.
Bro, William old ass doesn't like
Just having fun, bro.
I'm sorry.
What is our old pal Enosh doing? I don't know. I don't know what that guy's doing.
know
I know what
what
he's not doing. He's his internet was glitching because he doesn't have cocks.
There you
So there you go.
Well, at least now
All
you
right.
can rub it all in our faces, Enosh. For you were right. You know.
Look, I'm not. What did I tell you,
I'm kidding.
RJ?
I'm kidding.
RJ, what?
I'm making a joke. I'm just making a joke.
I know.
No.
But, okay, I know you're making it. RJ, seriously.
Being right. He's popping the
Oh, I
champagne
know.
bottles.
I
being
know.
like, I was
I know.
right.
I did not do that.
I know, but in reality, like, what have I even said about the Snyderverse, man? If the Snyderverse happens, I've told people, like, look, if you don't think it's going to happen, okay, there are those of us who do, and if we're right, just come back and celebrate with us, right? Just you know, it is what it is, man. So, but this was talked about today, and so we're going to talk about it now.
The biggest story of the day, yeah.
Yep, and
Are we also going to
what
watch
happened
Grace's
here?
video?
What happened?
Oh,
Facebook.
Facebook.
If you're watching us on Facebook, apparently there must be something going on with StreamYard tonight.
Yeah.
Because
last two nights.
Yeah, because it looks like we're off the air on Facebook right now. So hopefully it comes back up here.
Since we're having trouble streaming on Facebook, just maybe an issue on Facebook's end.
Yeah. So, okay. So, anyways, the story goes that Warner Brothers Discovery exploring overhaul of DC Entertainment.
What do we define as an overhaul? What does overhaul
DC
mean?
Studio.
I don't know.
Let me look up the word overhaul, just so people have the context for
a revitalization, a restoration, almost.
Overhaul.
Restructuring.
Take apart a piece of machinery or equipment in order to examine it and repair it if necessary. A thorough examination of machinery or system with repairs or changes made if necessary.
Or overtake, especially in a sporting event.
Basically, they know they got problems. It's time to fix it.
Yeah. Yep. Now,
even Jim Gordon's like,
okay. Now, look, a lot of people have been talking. A lot of people have been talking about the Grace Randolph video. I have not watched the Grace Randolph video.
We should, honestly.
Is
the whole thing?
Is it poignant to?
Yeah.
The whole thing, though.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Really?
Are you being sarcastic right now?
No, I'm serious. I think the whole thing is very important.
Except when she goes to the Snyder stuff, she's stretching again. But it's more of her opinion than any actual factual. But for the other parts, she's dead on as far as people who don't like Emma. And
when's the last time Poindexter Lounge just watched a Grace Randolph video on stream?
Gosh, man, I don't know.
Weeks ago?
Yeah, bro.
When Zaslav, David Zaslav.
Oh my god.
When Zaslav.
Hey, vowels are important. The vowels are important.
Listen. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. Like, I think she's an attractive woman. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the hatred for it. Like, I don't have any hatred for her. Sometimes she gets take. Sometimes she has good takes. Sometimes she has bad takes. I know. Sometimes she has good takes. Sometimes she has bad takes. It's like everybody else, man. Like, let me ask you a question. Who do you like? Who do you like? Like, everybody watching, like, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get it. She's annoying sometimes. I get it. Like, but I'll be honest with you, like, everybody craps on John Campea, but the reality is John Campea knows what he's talking about a lot of the time.
No, he doesn't.
Right?
Yes,
I mean, there's
does.
those times.
He
There's
does know
those
what he's
times
talking
when he
about.
really gets something wrong and he pisses everybody off and everything.
Right.
But the reality is like John Campea got to where he is for a reason, you know, and others did too. And so, like, even the people that you like, I mean, they're not flawless, you know. Just a 187 knows. It was like, she is hot though, but that voice, like, I don't know, man, the voice might
yeah, if you want her, she live in New York City.
She lives in a very expensive part in New York City. She's like,
well, she live in Manhattan.
Yeah, she's in the heart, and that ain't cheap.
Nope, it's not.
Yeah, I think that. Yep, I am flawed.
She was there in Army of the Dead.
I admit it. I admit
Tuesday it. Was actually was there in the Army of the Dead.
All right, here we go. Let's. Gosh, it's a long video though.
Started letting a lot of Warner Brothers executives go early last week. I began making the rounds with many of my sources, the top level ones in particular, for their perspective on what was going to happen at Warner Brothers. And with that information, as well as information that I've been having in my pocket for a while now.
I feel like she could have just talked to me and William. We should set her straight a long time ago.
I feel confident with 2 new articles that have come out as well to help back me up. Variety has an exclusive today, and the Hollywood Reporter from earlier this week. I feel confident now that I can not only outline to you what's happening, but make my predictions as to how it's all going to finally come together. Okay. And David Zaslav is moving quite quickly. So it's very interesting. I think the only thing slowing him down is looking for the right people for these jobs. So I'm going to break it all down for you and share some tea. It's going to annoy some of you, but as I said, I feel very confident in this now based on what I've heard from, again, many top-level sources. All right, so the Hollywood Reporter, THR, made this nifty little chart. I like this chart. I love a good chart. And it shows, I put the links to these 2 articles down below if you'd like to peruse them yourselves. And it shows that most of the business people are the ones who are out, especially those with a digital background, Jason Kilar and Ann Sarnoff. And I've heard for quite some time, in fact, almost as soon as these people were hired, that nobody liked them in Hollywood. Hollywood is a small town built on relationships, and they have a very distinct way of doing things. They circle the wagons. And while digital is certainly changing the industry to be, in some ways, it's unrecognizable. And so I think that's the whole thing. Hollywood does not want their business to be unrecognizable. They know what they're doing. It's worked for a very long time. They just want to add a new distribution method. Basically, that's what they want to do. So tech has wanted to come in here and be like, whoa, look at this, guys. And Hollywood has very effectively said, we don't want to look at it. Get out of here. And I had sources predict that Jason Kilar and Ann Sarnoff wouldn't last more than 1 or 2 years. And that's exactly what happened.
What are you talking about?
So they're out. Now, also, Zaslav took out a lot of people that he wants his own people from Discovery to take over those positions. Again, these are business positions. And one of those people is himself. Now, before the merger, Ann Sarnoff ran all of Warner Brothers, and she reported to Jason Kilar, who ran all of Warner Media. Now, Zaslav has taken Kilar's spot. He's like, yoink, thank you very much. He runs everything in his empire. A lot like Bob Iger did. And now Chapek does. You know, that's a whole different conversation. But I love these conversations. So anyway, there's no more Sarnoff, and I don't believe Sarnoff will be replaced with instead all of those department heads at Warner Brothers now reporting directly to David Zaslav. He doesn't want a middle person. He wants to be hands-on. Okay. Which is great, because again, this is how it's pretty much how Disney's run, which you're going to see as we go through this video.
Which, by the way, We are at the 2 hour and 30-minute mark with 62 viewers. And I just want to tell you all, when you've gotten to that, past the midway point of your show and you're bringing it on to the end, and, maybe it is your hard work day or your hard work night, whatever you're doing, and you're feeling a little tired and a little run down, and you got to get up in the morning, but you got to press on through. Ladies and gentlemen, that's when I like to reach for Rockstar Recovery. Rockstar Recovery, the beverage in both lemonade and orange. And non-carbonated goodness.
It tastes good when you pair it up with a set of Jimbo Nuggies.
Oh, it's got that tangy orange taste with only 160 milligrams of caffeine, electrolytes, B vitamins, taurine, electrolytes, and all kinds of goodness. It's got electrolytes in it, so it's got to be good.
Do you have a refrigerator in that room?
Rockstar Recovery in the Poindexter Lounge. Get you through the night. Now back to...
you got a refrigerator in that room?
No, I don't, actually.
I do kind of... I do agree with Grace's assumption, though. I do feel like Zaslav is trying to restructure Warner Brothers to be more like Disney from a corporate standpoint, like structurally.
Yes.
Like with terms of having like verticals for different divisions and just have it be like cutting the middleman out of stuff. That was just like one person in charge of one division reporting to one person. Enter
code Syrian for 10% discount. Yeah, no, I'm a huge sellout. Dude, I would sell out, man. If they want to send me some free Rockstar, I drink the stuff on the show every night, man. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get them to send me some free Rockstar.
You should send them an email and see if they respond.
I would try a Monster, except for they don't make a non-carbonated. This is non-carbonated, and it's got electrolytes in it, so it almost has kind of like a Gatorade kind of feel. It doesn't have that.
Are they healthy for you? Drinks like that, though.
I don't know about this one. I mean, this one's it's got 25 calories. It's got a lot of sodium. It's got 220 milligrams of sodium in it. It's only got 3 carbs, only 2 sugars. Only 2 sugars.
No,
so it's actually not bad at all. No, it's not bad at all. It's well with underneath the my sugar intake.
Monster has more.
Yeah, I heard Monster's not good for you.
Oh yeah, Monsters. Yeah, that's really, really bad for you. So all right, Rockstar Punched. It's pretty good. No, I'm good, Droga. Thank you. I'm good. All right. Back to the.
What about cocaine?
No.
Well, so.
This video not actually sponsored by Rockstar nor any of its affiliation to Rockstar, nor does Poindexter Lounge have any affiliation to Rockstar Beverages. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. There you go, Walter.
I am not familiar with that. All right. Back to what we did.
So Zaslav is also ripping out HBO Max's leadership, which I don't think is a huge surprise to any of us because, man, they have like amazing content on there. Not enough people talk about it. Get it on Nielsen, whoever takes over. But he's getting ready to fold in Discovery streaming service to make it one giant streaming service. And I wouldn't be surprised if CNN Plus gets folded in here as well.
No,
you might be like, why does CNN even need a streaming service? Well, cable's likely going the way of the dodo, so they have to have a way for you to watch it. So they're just going to package it into this big thing where you get all of Warner Brothers, / HBO content, Discovery content, and CNN, their news division. And that makes a lot of sense to me. They'll probably see the price go up, which is crazy because it's already one of the highest priced streaming services. But I think all the streaming services prices are going to go up, especially if there's no more cable. And then we'll have to see what they do from there because people aren't going to be able to afford all of them. It's just going to be too much money. It's going to be unreasonable. But anyway, I think that's still a very nice package. And, I guess Disney has ABC News, but what would they fold in there? It's a little bit like how Discovery is part of Disney Plus. National Geographic is part of Disney Plus. So that's very interesting. Disney would therefore need a news division to be as competitive. Oh, I love it. All right. So anyway, all the creative heads are still in place at Warner Brothers. Casey Bloys at HBO and HBO Max, definitely safe. Guys churning out amazing content. Channing Dungey at Warner Brothers Television, also safe. Churning out great content for HBO Max and beyond. Some of Netflix's best shows come from Warner Brothers Television. And Toby Emmerich is still there at Warner Brothers Films, but I do not believe that he is safe. Emmerich's current contract is through the end of this year, and as you might recall, he tried to go over to Netflix. He tried to have David Geffen orchestrate that deal for him behind back channels, He didn't outrightly approach Netflix, but had Geffen be like, "Hey, you guys interested in Toby Emmerich?" And they said no. So that's that.
Yeah, Toby Emmerich.
So he's going to see how long he can last here. I think he might get an extension, just a slight one. More on that in a moment. And then Walter Hamada, of course, who currently runs DC Films, is contracted through 2023. My guess is Hamada will not have his contract renewed in that regard. I would love to see him go back to horror. He did a wonderful job there. That's the whole reason he got the DC gig. Or another thing that you could see happen is that he would leave as an executive and become an independent producer who has a contract at Warner Brothers. That's what happened to Amy Pascal after the email scandal when her emails leaked and she upset a ton of people. Sony fired her as head of the studio, but she then became a producer with an independent deal and still ran the Spider-Man movies. That turned out great for her. She, in fact, left Sony recently to go over to Universal, where she now has a deal as a producer, independent producer, but she is still the head of the Spider-Man movies, Spider-Verse for Sony. So turned out great for her. She rose like a phoenix from the ashes. And, Hamada might want to do very much the same. He might not want to even stay an executive. He might love to have a deal as an independent producer at Warner Brothers for the next chapter of his career.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Now, as I said, Emmerich could get a small...
Yeah. Do you agree with Grace that it feels like Emmerich is probably not safe and Hamada will just run his contract out after next year and just go do something else?
She does have a good point.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've been saying now for a while. I feel that Hamada. Yeah, I mean they're just going to.
They're not going to get fired. They're just going to.
No, nobody's getting fired. That's what That's what both William and I have both been saying. Is that look, nobody's going to get fired because, to get fired, you're going to have to do some fireable offense. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to do something super bad at this point.
Matt, no, I wasn't
it was
the
me.
one. It was Caden. Caden
I just
played the Grace video.
Yeah, I did.
Everyone's watching this Grace video today. It's been really funny.
Oh, is he asking if you drug me into this?
Yeah, he's asking if I'm the one who told you to watch this. No, it wasn't me. I swear, it was Caden.
This was Caden. I wasn't going to watch this, dude. I was not going to watch
it. Was me.
Yeah, everyone's like forced each other to watch this Grace video.
I know. So I asked the question, should we watch it? And they were like, because I had not seen it yet. I had not seen it, so they were like, yeah. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna grab a protein bar and sit back and.
I do agree that Walter Hamada should go to New Lines, go back there, and do your horror shit. And Toby Emmerich, get the fuck out. Simple.
Well, I think Hamada going back to horror, that makes sense. That's the problem. Where does Toby Emmerich go? Because Netflix didn't want him.
To Disney.
No, Disney's not going to have him.
Disney wouldn't have this guy.
No.
To Apple Plus.
No, I think
Amazon?
I think I think with him, like how she was saying, possibly Hamada is going this route. I think he's also going to go that route where he's going to be an independent producer and just have contracts. Somewhere? Yeah.
What about Sony?
Maybe.
Oh no, maybe.
They're desperate enough.
Yeah.
Sony.
Anyway, you can keep playing it. I just wanted to bring that up.
I don't know. What do you think, William? Where do you think he might go?
Who, Emmerich or?
Yeah, Emmerich.
I think he's going to be an independent producer. The problem with Emmerich is he's from and this is where I do disagree with her in here, where she says Hollywood doesn't like what or whatever. I don't think Hollywood is going to have the leverage it had, and he's old Hollywood. I think she's kind of contradicting herself. She's saying cable and the industry is changing to streaming. He is a dinosaur in the old Hollywood ways. So a lot of these old Hollywood execs are going to be replaced by tech-savvy people that are of the streaming element, because that's just where the money is right now. You cut out your middleman, and he a lot of the problems that Warner Brothers had is because of they are behind the game in regards to living in 2022. So I don't think he has a place to go. I think he'll work on independent projects and he'll broker projects and he'll sell projects to people. You still might see him around Warner Brothers, but not as an actual employee.
Well, if I may jump in just to respond to this comment real quick. I say this with all due respect, and I'm not trying to downplay anybody else. But Grace does have a larger platform, and she does have more of a bigger voice. And whether you love or hate her, and she's been wrong on a lot of stuff. I'm looking at the Mando season 2 situation. She swung more hits than misses, and again, she's seen as more credible. So I'm not saying other people haven't said similar things or been talking about this, but sometimes you do need somebody with a larger platform to finally be the one to say something. for people to treat with seriousness.
Hey, look, you know what? I'll just say this. It's building the credibility. So there we go.
Yeah.
There she is. She's there. Okay, let's
finish the video.
Let's finish this thing. H Bards is like, I've watched this video 3 times.
Yeah, me too.
Extension to help oversee this transition. He has been at Warner Brothers running, first New Line for a very, very long time. So maybe a year or two to just, have this transition again go over smoothly. But I have heard, even outside of the DC movie situation, that a lot of top creatives and speaking of independent producers who've worked with Emmerich aren't big fans of his.
What?
He tends to be, from what I've heard, overly cautious and slow to move. Usually
Slow to
because
move.
it's been interpreted of him being more worried about job security than putting out the best films possible. But that's weird, because putting out the best films possible creates job security. But that's,
Wait, you're
whatever.
telling me
That's
Emmerich
what,
only cared about
we see this-
keeping his job and not making the best movies possible?
Wow.
Damn. She just exposed the man, bro.
Dang.
Damn. She exposed
And he's not well liked in Hollywood or the industry?
Emmerich, we hardly knew you.
this kind of stuff in business all the time. But anyway, he has put out some great films. The dude's just really bad at franchises. Like, if you strip out DC and Wizarding World, Warner Brothers Pictures is doing real good. So that's why Variety has reported today that Zaslav is apparently indeed thinking of stripping DC out of the Warner Brothers machine and making it its own vertical. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing with Wizarding World and makes it its own vertical as well. This, again, is how Disney is structured, with each division handling their own film and TV creatively. They handle all the creative aspects of anything put out under that label. And that's why there's a cohesiveness to those franchises in film and streaming projects. But then there's a core of business executives that take in all that content from all the different creative divisions and then distribute and monetize it from a singular point of operations.
So
Okay,
can I
what is
just ask? I gotta ask the question here. Sorry, I had to blow my
Is
nose.
it a good thing? Well, yeah, go ahead.
So I gotta ask a question. How is it that everything else is set up that way, where like you have a streamlined procedure for like all of these IPs,
Like
and
Disney?
DC just isn't? DC
Well-
is like your possibly most lucrative, your oldest, your most well-known properties, and you don't streamline that between the properties, between movie and TV and comics and everything else. But yet you're worried about the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, which like literally has been around for 20 years or so.
20 years, so yep.
Right. And it has a limited scope, really. I mean, past the first films. Now we're, into prequels. We just, just spent all this time talking about it, right? Like, where does it go from here? What the heck do you do? How do you make up new characters or new things within that world that, I mean, makes it has no lore behind it. It has, you know what I mean? It does, but it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't have the history.
It has a very restricting lore.
Yeah. Wizarding
So-
World has limited, where DC has unlimited. They have so many stories and history over like 50 plus years of content they could do.
Man, longer than 50, almost like
Well,
70,
yeah,
80.
Well, yeah,
80,
I just wanted-
about
I'm
80.
just
Well, 80,
thinking of,
yeah,
like,
over
well,
80.
yeah.
But
Well,
the
yeah,
thing
that's
is
my
like,
point,
it's
though.
like,
It's
how do
way
you
more.
not structure that? That's why it's so all over the place. That's why it's so disjointed.
Well, let me ask you real quick, 'cause that ties into what you're asking. Is it smart for Zaslav to go and be like, we need to structure our company like Disney? In terms of
No.
like having like a creative, like these verticals, cut the middlemen out. The verticals do their own independent things and they report to me.
Listen, I don't. Yeah. I
Yes,
don't listen. When I
100%.
say don't do it like Disney, I'm saying like from a creative standpoint, it doesn't.
But
have
you're
to
saying
look
like
like
their
Disney.
corporate structure
But
copying them's okay.
corporately do what's successful. Like you need to have your stuff. If you have all of these different things and you're like spreading them out, like just
Because
throwing them
Zaslav
all
wants to cut the
different
middlemen
ways.
out. That's the thing. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But if you're just taking everything and just like throwing it all outward where nothing ever meets again and nothing makes any sense and everything contradicts itself, for the love of God, yes, bring it in, rein it in, get the business structured so that people know what they're doing. So the right hand knows what the left hand's doing. So that the left foot knows what the right foot's doing. Like, you know what I mean? So that you're working together instead of fighting each other, making what should be a cohesive unit look like it's like just half-assed.
Yeah. I just know people get scared because they don't want it to be like Disney, but I don't think copying the corporate structure is a bad thing.
No, I
don't
think
think
verticals.
don't
copy the content.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I think
Don't
copying
copy
the
the content
corporate and the verticals is fine. But yeah, like don't copy it creatively. I think if you
when we get further in the video, I want to make a point too. I
Yeah.
feel like David Zaslav wants to copy, like he wants to be his version of Bob Iger in a lot of ways.
Every corporation wants to be there.
Yeah. I think Bob Iger is
You're talking about one of the best CEOs. In the last
fucking goat.
Yeah, I mean,
He's the
you're
GOAT.
not going to get much better now. Okay. H. Bart's here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H. Bart. Says, I only punish those who have done wrong because I am RJ.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but see, 187, I guess my thing is like everything doesn't even have to be like, I'm not even saying that like all the animation and all the live action, everything has to be like
that's what
connected.
Marvel's doing now, where everything's
right,
gonna be
right.
connected.
That's that thing. I'm saying though, from a business standpoint, instead of just having like, because right
Everybody
now
all over the place.
they literally just have a bunch of creatives doing whatever the heck that they want.
There's no structure.
And there's no structure to it. So like nobody in DC knows what the other.
Well, they're
so
also
literally-
reporting to different people too. Like one person reports to this person, and the other person's not on the same page.
And
as
that's
this
why we
person.
get executives who don't know anything about DC making decisions for DC.
Jeff Johns.
I'm sorry, but you should not be making decisions about the content of films in the DC universe or the content of anything in the DC universe. Like whether it be TV shows, whatever, you should not be making decisions about that content if you don't understand the content. If you don't understand that Superman's planet blew up and he can't get back, the oldest superhero of all time, everybody knows his planet blew up. That's why he's here. Pretty much everybody, even casual fans know why and how he got here. And you could tell me you're going to look across the desk at somebody and go, well, don't blow up his ship so he can get home. That person should not be making decisions regarding the content of that film. You know what I mean?
Or any
like
film.
when somebody looks at the Flash, go into the Speed Force, and you have all the executives look at it and go, we don't understand what that is. Okay, maybe you don't read comics, that's fine. But like
look at Cyborg Baxter and be like, how is this relevant to the film?
Right. I'm just saying, like, then you should know before you start coming in with notes on things about how, like, we do want this, we don't want that. You should know what the characters do. You know what I mean? Like, you should, I don't know, man. Like, if you're going to make those decisions, that's.
Yeah. People who don't know hire people who know. That's how.
Exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly. So, okay.
Maybe William should get a job at Discovery.
Which some people at Disney, by the way, don't like, but it's turning out real good for them. So this is the business model that Zaslav, I've said for a long time, there ain't nothing, Hollywood is a business of looking over people's shoulders and at their paper, So, I mean, if Disney has a corporate structure that works, why wouldn't you model yours after it? But, Zaslav is going to have some changes, some differences, and I'm going to point those out to you in a moment by the end of this video. But anyway, Hamada will likely stay on, until the end of 2023 to not only, you'll notice that none of his projects are set to be released after that because he would not only oversee the creation of this new division, I don't know if he would oversee it. I think it would be more make sure it was a smooth transition because I think they want fresh blood in there. But he would make sure that handover goes well. And he would also oversee the release of all the projects he still has on the bench. Now, why not just shelve those projects and never have them see the light of day? Why waste our time with movies that ain't going nowhere? Like I felt New Mutants should have been shelved. And I was very vocal about it. And some of you were very vocal about Morbius should have been shelved and all these other Sony Spider-Verse projects after the success of No Way Home and the clear path forward that has shown. If by the way, side note, if DC really can get its act together under Zaslav, it'll give hope to every other franchise out there that it can be done. You just have to have the stomach, the guts to do it. But the problem, so I've been asking around. I've asked a lot of my sources after the New Mutant situation where I was like, why didn't they just shelve that movie? And it was explained to me that contracts are the problem. Once a movie gets going, and particularly once it's been filmed, it's very hard not to release it because of contract obligations to behind the camera and in front of the camera talent. So you got to release it. So that means that all these movies are going to have to come out, and we're going to have the DCEU fade away rather than being cut off. It sucks, but I guess we'll just have to chalk it up to transition time. Whoever takes over has a lot of leeway. I don't believe the Snyderverse will return, as word in Hollywood is that it didn't perform at the level Warner Brothers had hoped. Now, I'm going to tell you some stuff that's been floating around among many scoopers and
Okay.
This is the part of the video everyone's talking about. But
she uses the ambiguous Hollywood, people in Hollywood. That is the biggest fucking
Who are
cop-out.
they?
We don't know these nameless faces, people. When you're talking about analytics, the people in the Hollywood really don't matter. It's the people who do the counting and stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying one way or another that it's going to happen, and it could never happen. But it's not based on some people in cloaked rooms.
I mean, it is her opinion, but she's basically trying to imply. Well, she talks about it more. I don't want to spoil it, but she kind of goes into basically in the eyes of the industry, it's not. It wasn't a big deal. It's not like some big thing where it's like it didn't have an impact.
If you continue, you can share.
But that's not how projects are green lit. People look at numbers and they look at demographics. There's a whole bunch of things she's leaving out.
Yeah.
People in
it's
Hollywood,
her opinion, and she's it's okay. That's her opinion. It's just
she
it's going to continue.
leads more to why she thinks this too. So,
yeah, but I'm not. And it's not just her. But like I said, I hear that cop out. People in Hollywood, people in the industry. It's like,
well, she's basically saying people she's talked to without saying who she talked to. She can't say that. She can't say who she talked to, but I think that's what that kind of implies.
It's more like
bro. I'll say this: Grace is a flip flopper. She says something good about the Snyderverse, and she says something bad about it.
Didn't she tell me America was safe?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Well, because there was an article that came out that said he was probably safer right now.
And who said that? Industry, the Hollywood people in Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood. I
just gotta I mean, every time there's a gray area where she's 50-50, it's people in Hollywood, and like I said, I don't know. This is the part where this video kind of falls apart for me, and it kind of stays that way.
Yeah, she's a wish, anyways. She's a flip-flopper. You said something good. And then you said in 2013 that you should fire Zack Snyder after Man of Steel. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Within Tinseltown and the players there, it's some hard truths. I know that a lot of you aren't going to believe it. But I think if I can just put that in your head so that you understand why these choices are being made. And I thought the Snyder Cut turned out fantastic. And I think that it's a shame that so many of you are you've moved on to the Snyderverse because it undercuts the success of the Snyder Cut. It's like you've taken something that was a success and made it now seem like a failure, which is really unfortunate.
Dun, dun, dun.
But anyway, it didn't materialize in the level of subscriptions that they had hoped. Engagement. There has been some word around town that not everybody watched the whole thing, even if they did start it. Certainly all of you watched the whole thing, but I'm talking about your parents or your friends, people who weren't super into this stuff, who maybe felt it was not that different from the original, 2017 version, which of course is silly. But here's the thing. I wish that they had done their original plan to release it in hour-long chunks for 4 weeks. I think that would have been the way to go, because then people like me could have made videos showing how different it was and the changes that were done. 4 hours was just too difficult.
It's literally cut up into 6 parts.
But they were going to do it in 4.
Well, yeah, they were thinking.
Who cares what? I know what they were talking about doing. I'm talking about what it actually is. It's literally in 6 45-minute chunks. So, what do you want? I think
she's saying that people.
That's a cop out, though.
That people clicked on it but didn't finish it. That was the word.
That's a cop out, though. That's a cop out, dude. Like seriously.
I'm not saying I agree.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's already in 6 parts, so you can already watch it in 6 parts. So who cares? Who cares? The point is we live in a world where literally people watch stuff and binge stuff.
Do you feel like it would have made
nonstop.
more of an impact if it was released in the 4-hour-long episodes they were talking
I
about?
agree,
or
100%.
6 parts week to week?
100%.
I honestly think it also, yes, it would have helped, honestly, because also I think
it would have saved the conversation for longer.
Okay, and she makes it. I'll say this as a whole. One, I think
what would have helped it is not throwing it under the bus from day one. That would have probably helped.
I think that's also what the fans did as well. I think the fans also threw under the bus to start the movement of the Snyderverse. People didn't celebrate the Snyder Cut release. I feel like there's a certain part of the fandom that didn't celebrate.
Well, real quick, Caden, I somewhat agree with you on that, but the problem, though, because I agree with you, kind of.
I somewhat agree with you on that, too.
The problem is that
people
Ann
didn't
Sarnoff article
celebrate.
came out, and it kind of like derailed everything to where it became a movement of restore the Snyderverse.
The thing is, the answer article didn't come out the day of release. It came out 3 to 4 days after.
That's barely time to celebrate. It's my thing.
It literally came out on Monday after the movie came out on Thursday.
To celebrate it, and then you don't have to start like literally. There was literally the first hour on that day. I saw Restore the Snyderverse tweet literally on the dot, and without even celebrating, they're like, "Oh my god, that was such a good movie, Restore the Snyderverse."
Why am I celebrating for not settling? I mean, that's on them. That's their fault that we even had to wait 4 years for that. I mean,
the thing that pushed it over the edge, though, because when people started talking about Restore the Snyderverse, there was talk before the movie even came out that if the movie does well, maybe we'll get more, whatever. Maybe we'll actually get the thing completed, the people wanted to see it completed. So there's nothing wrong with the people who were just saying, hey, I want to restore the Snyderverse. I want to see the next 2 films because I want the story completed. What started the animosity and the anger and I'll be the first one to say I don't agree with the way that people have acted, and I think that it's horrible the way some people have acted. I mean, it's downright bad. But what started all of that negativity was literally you got 4 days later, Ann Sarnoff going, "We're killing the whole thing." I mean, shutting the whole thing down with a hit piece that is nothing more than a hit piece.
Well,
dude.
The worst part about that, honestly, with that whole Ann Sarnoff article, it wasn't even just her saying no air cut, no more Zack Snyder projects. It was basically that whole blurb about the fans are toxic. We don't tolerate that, and please stop.
It was hitting a best of all that stuff of we're not going to do any more Snyderverse. We're not going to do the air cut. We're tired of so-called toxic fandom. First of all, you're calling out toxic fandom in an age where all they had done was just campaign for the Snyder Cut, right? And you gave them the Snyder Cut, but now they're toxic fans. So we're not going to give in to this toxic fandom, and then on top of that, then they were throwing in Ray Fisher and literally just hitting every single thing that they could to basically tell everybody who was a fan of this stuff or loved this stuff or whatever, hope you like this because screw you, we're moving on. Snyder. And had the balls to say, hey, stick around because you're gonna love what we do next. And that's what happened. I mean, so listen, I get it that fans should act better, but let's be honest, there is a faction of people who have acted really bad, but most of the people have not. And that's just the truth. And there's nothing wrong with using the hashtag restore the Snyderverse. There's absolutely nothing wrong. I'll use the freaking hashtag all day long. I don't care. Yeah. There's something wrong with using that hashtag and going into plations where it doesn't make any sense.
Well, real quick,
or it doesn't. Or hold on. Or it doesn't. I was on a roll there. It doesn't make sense to use that hashtag when you're going into a thread that has nothing to do with the Snyderverse and going off after executives and whatever, or because another movie is successful or is talking about its success, that all of a sudden you jump in with a hashtag reset. Well, yeah, if that movie's good, boy, you should restore the Snyderverse, right? That's what doesn't make sense. That's where it is things that should not be used. But the reality is, if you want to go back to where it started, where all that animosity started, there wasn't no animosity. They were literally riding the height of the fans feeling really good about DC, feeling really good about Warner Brothers in general. All the positivity that was coming out about Warner Brothers up until that point. And they literally killed all goodwill that they ever bought by the reaction and the way that they did it. It wasn't just what they did, it was the way that they killed it and the way that they just put it down and acted like nobody who had done this even mattered anymore. Like, we're glad we were able to throw you some table scraps because that's all you're ever going to get.
Can I interject something real quick?
Yeah.
All right. If you as a company can't find a way to navigate through toxic fandom to find out within that fandom the people who can make you money, you should be fired. You are too stupid to have your job. If you use toxic fandom as an excuse not to move forward with customers that are willing to give you money, you need to be fired. And not only that, you need to be re-educated in this way. You can't have these master's degrees and doctorates and then every fandom ever, I don't care if it's Transformers, Star Wars, Star Trek, has a toxic element. You don't stop trying to make money because there's a toxic element, or you just get out of the business. All right. If you have to use toxic fandom as an excuse to avoid something, you're too stupid to have your job. And someone needs to move on. The company needs to move on from you, or you need to move on from the company. All right. I'm tired of hearing toxic fandom as an excuse. There is no such thing with life without toxicity. It happens. Sport. It's in everything. It's in entertainment. So I keep it, but it always seems to be the stopping point when it comes to this particular topic. Maybe the people handling it need to be smarter. You know, I mean, like I said, I was happy with the change. I don't wish anybody ill will, but I'm sorry, that's a cop out. If you're using toxicity as a reason to try to deter something or derail something, then you know what, go into something else that doesn't involve dealing with the public. So that's my opinion on it.
RJ, what were you going to say? And then we'll go back to the video.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask her, to her point, you were kind of talking about it a little bit, but she made the point saying that she wished that people would have not jumped to restore the Snyderverse right away because it undermined the success of the Snyder Cut and made it seem to be a failure in some ways.
See, and I had to mute it at that point.
Yeah, I don't think that people made it out to be a failure. I do agree that people
saying that it was setting it up for failure, I think is what you said.
I know. I know. I agree that people should have, and I've even said this, that I've said this on stream before, that people should have taken a couple of days, enjoyed the Snyder Cut more, enjoyed what it was. Unfortunately, we live in a world that if somebody says something that pisses us off, we get derailed. Happens all the time. And that's what happened here, was because instead of staying focused, instead of, going, hey, we got this, we were able to enjoy it, and just be happy for a minute, do some watch parties, have some more streams about it, about how great it was and how much fun it was and everything. Unfortunately, I'll be honest with you, the whole week, as great as it was to finally get the Snyder Cut, look at all the stuff that happened around that week that was very, very negative. First of all, we were part of the premiere, right?
Mm.
We're part of the premiere.
Oh, the delay, yeah.
And we're sitting there on Monday night getting ready to watch the thing. 6 o'clock comes. It's not on. It's not on. It's not on. We wait an hour. Not on. They literally, listen, I get it. They, first of all, yeah, way to go, Google. Do an update like right when the Snyder
the middle of the thing
cut is being dropped. But okay, yeah, sure, do your thing, man. But then on top of that, the communication with all of us who were a part of it, who were sitting at home literally waiting, that were logged in with the code from Warner Brothers and ready to watch the movie, and we all sat there for hours not being told a thing. Okay. Like it didn't even matter. And finally we got an email that said, yeah, stuff's going on. We're not sure what's going on. Basically just acting like it wasn't that big of a deal. And so everybody sat there and waited. And finally at 12:30 at night, or in the morning, it came on, and then we watched it, but we were, my family all looked at each other and said, we're going to still watch it. And we're like, heck yeah, we're going to watch it. We waited this long. We waited 6.5 hours for it. We were done. I had made a thumbnail about the fail that it was, and was getting ready to go live. See you, Jimbo. I was getting ready to go live at the time. And then all of a sudden it popped up. So, so there was that. And then the Geeks and Gamers thing happened the
Oh,
night
yeah.
it was freaking released.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
And that blew up with like news stories all over the place. Yeah, it was.
And you had all these people taken to the internet streaming that night about Zack Snyder, about how horrible and awful he was, and how he was a Hollywood elitist, and he slandered our name, and all this BS. And then 2 or 3 days later, you got Ann Sarnoff coming out. So, like, when did we really have time to just go, "Hey, this is cool. Let's just enjoy it"?
It was a very chaotic week. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so I get it, but at the same time, let's call it what it really is. You know what I mean? Let's be fair to everything that happened. Let's finish this video.
When the Snyder Cut dropped, yo, HBO Max was crashing crazy for me. Even HBO Max came on and said, "Yeah, we fixing it." So like,
oh well, think about the week before, even how they accidentally dropped part of the Snyder Cut.
Tom and Jerry.
With Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, there was like literally nothing, like everything. It was like a failure after failure after failure. And it's like, then the movie got leaked, right? Then the movie got leaked
4K,
online.
On pirate, somebody pirate that easily.
You know? And I mean, it just felt like just absolute, like a disrespect. You know what I mean? It was like it really didn't mean anything to them. And that's just how it felt. And I think out of that, I'm not saying it's right, but out of that birthed the anger and the hostility. And look, a lot of people don't know how to control their anger and hostility, right? A lot of people don't know how to control their frustration. And so then it took something as benign as, listen, when I went to go see BVS Comes Home, you know, and I watched BVS up on the big screen, do you know what I yelled at the end of it that I hadn't heard anybody say? There was nobody chanting at the end. I got done watching the end, but man, I had heard it a couple of times, just a couple of times at that point. And I just said, restore the Snyderverse. Restore the Snyderverse. I literally have a video of myself in the dark at the end of the film yelling, restore the Snyderverse, and not a single person in that room said a thing. Nobody cheered. Nobody clapped. Nobody said, yeah, restore the Snyderverse. Nobody said that, dude. Nobody but me, because I thought it was a good idea at the time. It was a benign thing. Restore the Snyderverse was an absolute benign thing. But after all of that, unfortunately, people who don't know how to control their frustration and their anger, and they don't know how to use the outlets properly, it got taken over and it became a very negative sounding thing. Now, look, they've still accomplished a lot, right? I mean, it's honestly the best. You got to give Snyder fans the credit for being able to understand social media.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How to use social media, right? To their advantage, right? Not everybody uses it positively, but there are plenty of people who do. And you know, I'm just telling you, like it's not like this just came out of nowhere, you know? So, you know, she can act like it's just a bunch of bad people, but it's not just a bunch of bad people. It's a bunch of good people and a bunch of people who got really, really frustrated, and deservingly so, because of what we were put through, even after we got the thing that we were told and laughed at and mocked and told that it didn't exist for years. So let's finish this.
To digest that. Now, you know, maybe some people didn't fight hard enough to allow that better release model to come out, and that could be a hard truth as well. But I also heard that it was a contract, again, a contract issue, and that they couldn't switch over the people who had film contracts to a TV contract talent. And so they just couldn't release it in that way, even though I think it would have been so much better for the project. But also, so anyway, and then a lot of you like to.
Well, Snyder even talked about how he kind of wanted to do it that way. So
and yeah, like no. Even Robert Barnett said the same shit.
Point out that it won Oscars, but it didn't win any Oscars. I don't know why you guys keep saying it won Oscars. Those were fan moments. There's no Oscar that goes along with that. It's not an Oscar-winning film. And everyone I've spoke to in the industry feels that was not something that should have been done at the Oscars, because that's not legit. And
who cares? Was it done?
Those nameless, faceless people again that we'll never be able to nail down.
Well,
who cares? Who cares what people in the industry say about it, given the fact that it happened? You can't take away what it happened. Talk about what is what is, not about, well, they say it shouldn't have happened. Well, who cares if whoever says what should have happened didn't happen? The thing is, the reality is this had been No Way Home that took that home. Everybody would have gone, and see, No Way Home even won this fan Oscar, even so. No,
It was manipulated by fans.
I'll tell you
Fans,
what.
they're customers.
If there are times that I just want to just literally just blow up in a sea of profanity. It's moments like this when it's literally she is the problem. She is the problem with why fans. This right here, this attitude right here is why fans blow up about the freaking Snyderverse. It's because of this BS.
I wouldn't use
because the fans did not manipulate. The fans didn't do anything wrong in voting.
No, they literally voted according to the rules. And
the rules were they wanted people to vote every single day
and tweet it multiple times.
And multiple times they wanted people to do this. They wanted the engagement. So anybody, including her, who wants to come out with this BS and be like, oh, well, the Snyder fans, they just controlled everything. They manipulated and they cheated. Bullcrap, go home. Because that is not the case. That is not what happened. Nobody cheated. Nobody did anything wrong just because a precious Marvel movie didn't win it. Shut up. They know how to run an internet campaign. Literally, this whole movement started because of an internet campaign. You're going to put out their hashtags. Guess what? Then you know what? You're going to have something to compete against when it comes to the Snyder Cut movement. So this BS about, oh, well, they cheated. They didn't cheat. Working within the ramifications. Well, they manipulate. They didn't manipulate crap. Just because, look, I love Spider-Man No Way Home. I get it. I understand why everyone thought that they would win it. They literally just wanted to give them something for this year because that was the movie that really broke
That's why the whole category was created.
That was why it was created. Yeah. We're not stupid. We're not dumb. We know why it was created. Even Marvel fans know that. But the thing is that you put all these things in it. Guess what? Guess what? You tell people, here are the rules, play by them. Marvel fans, I don't think that Marvel fans felt that they really needed to fight for something that hard.
No, everyone kind of assumed it was an automatic victory, to be honest.
Right. Nobody felt that they were going to need to fight for that thing that hard. Snyder Cut fans, we've been fighting ever since the very beginning for every little morsel we could get. So yes, everybody took to the internet. Yes, everybody took to using the hashtag. Yes, everybody did that because that's what they do. They didn't cheat. I literally argued with people who've been on these panels before. One friend of ours who hasn't been around in a while, but I still love him. But he put out there on a social media one day that, oh, the Snyder fans cheated. We didn't cheat. I'm sorry. Voting does not equal cheating. When you're told you could, well, and he said, well, I only voted for Spider-Man once. Well, that's your problem. Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean that everybody else doesn't. My God.
And the thing is, the audience who see Marvel movies are not the same people who's on Twitter. So that's different. That's the thing.
Well, and look, when it comes to Army of the Dead and when it comes to other movies, listen, I even said it. I think that they did stupid by the Snyder Cut, by putting the Snyder Cut and different things in there and saying that this was the best cheer moment or whatever. It's not the best cheer moment of all time for a movie ever. Like, I'm sorry, but the best cheer moments didn't all just happen in the last couple of years.
Right? Yeah. It was that category anyway.
What? That's a dumb thing, right? So the idea of like, oh well, Spider-Man should have won that. Why? Is that the biggest cheer moment in cinematic history? No, I can guarantee you, I can tell you more moments that are bigger cheer moments than even the Snyder Cut one. Okay. Is that a moment that, yes, it means something to me? I love that moment when the Flash stops time. I have thought about that moment so many times because it's powerful in the way that he connects with his dad there in that moment, like all those things are powerful, but let's be honest. If we're looking at cinematic history, there are plenty more great moments that are better even than that moment.
And they weren't even nominated.
They weren't even nominated. Not even brought up because it didn't fit the narrative that the Academy wanted to put out.
Star Wars? Where's Star Wars?
Where's Star Wars? You're going to tell me that there was never a moment in Star Wars that was bigger than that? Really? And as far as Army of the Dead, look, I like Army of the Dead. I thought it was a great film. People have argued, you really think that movie was good? Yeah, I do. Well, it's just because you just like Snyder. Really? Because I don't like a couple other movies of his. And there's been a couple.
Didn't you say you weren't big into zombie movies?
I'm not at all. Right? And so, but here's the thing, 187 should have. They didn't vote. There you
go, should have.
So whose fault is that? Like, it was literally a fan vote, right? So we can't say this should have won. All we can say is who won, because that won, right? If everyone's like, "Oh, Army of the Dead," how could Army of the Dead have possibly beat this? Because people voted. Come here. You want to see my cool new microphones thing here? Let me get real close. It's because people voted for Snyder's stuff. If you wanted something else to win, you should have voted for it, but you didn't. Enjoy all the other accolades you get, but that's what it was. So there you go. All right.
This will be another pause moment after this.
You're probably gonna pause again.
Yeah.
She keeps dropping nukes in this segment.
And I don't think I think the feeling is not that it's a large fan base, but more that it's just a small fan base that's very aggressive.
Sure.
So those are some of the issues. I'm telling you, that's how Hollywood, that's how executives, that's how Tinseltown sees this. I'm giving you that perspective. You don't have to agree with it, but I'm just telling you what the other side, what everyone's saying, what they're saying privately. All right, so on that note, there's just too much drama at this point with the Snyderverse as well, with fans and talent. And David Zaslav is looking to make money. David Zaslav wants to make money. He doesn't care about anything else. It's a business. It's show business, not show friends. And he wants to build himself a Marvel-level franchise, because why the heck isn't DC that level? It should be. I mean, it got like a decades-long start on Marvel movies. So he'll most likely want to start fresh. Or with the Batman. Variety, in their article today, has said that Zaslav is also a fan of the Joker. Now, those two movies were made outside of the Snyderverse and were extremely successful, so it can be done. Joker is an Oscar-winning movie, and I suspect the Batman will be too, in the craft categories, much like Dune and Mad Max Fury Road were, which are both Warner Brothers pictures as well. But Variety says Zaslav isn't looking for a strong creative executive like Kevin Feige. This is where things are going to differ a little bit. But instead, he wants a business-minded person who's just going to keep the trains running, keep everything organized and smooth, and make sure there's a cohesiveness to the DC brand across film and streaming and television. Because right now, we've all said it's ridiculous, it's fractured, it's all over the place. It's hard to have a one large fan base. Instead, you have lots of little fan bases that are fighting with each other. It's stupid. It's no way to run a business or a franchise. So that means, though, because he wants a business person, that Warner Brothers will still let, for DC projects, talent make these big, bold, creative moves. Rather than getting marching orders like Kevin Feige doles out over there. Marvel is very regimented, and it's very much Kevin Feige's vision, and he finds people to carry out that vision. Whereas it seems Warner Brothers is still going to say, "What do you want to do?" But at least they're going to, organize it and have it coordinate. I think it could work. I mean, I still don't think it's going to be as consistently as successful as Kevin Feige is, although he's starting to run into choppy waters these days as he tries to, you got evolve or die, and he can't do the same thing forever, so he's running into some problems in that regard. But anyway, I think the Batman and Joker were indeed big, bold, creative swings that Marvel would never do. They can't do it based on their way their business model is set up. So that gives DC an edge, because you just can't be exactly like Marvel.
They could,
then why would anybody go and see it? I think that the Batman and Joker are two movies that Marvel would never and could never make, and I understand the reasoning that Zaslav is doing. So again, you'll likely see Hamada phase out his DCEU and his time running it, and we'll see what happens to him. A new person will come in and build up a new DC universe in its own division at Warner Brothers, hopefully. This isn't 100% guaranteed. This is the direction that Zaslav is moving in. And then the Batman could potentially be a building block, maybe Joker too. And Emmerich likely replaced at some point, I don't think right away, but at some point by someone who heads up Warner Brothers Films, which is its own division, which has nothing to do with DC, nor Wizarding World. That'll probably be its own division as well. I mean, I think Wizarding World is getting ready to take a break, probably, unfortunately. I mean, I liked this last movie, but I see that they have huge problems in that franchise. So I think it's going to take a little break like Star Wars is taking a little break. Then it'll come back bigger and better than ever, baby. And so we'll see. And we'll see, so you'll have somebody who runs Warner Brothers Pictures, and I'm sure everybody would love that job in Hollywood.
And we just know, it's just going to come back bigger and better than ever. Like it'll just go away for a minute and then just poof, it's back.
There's two key mistakes there, or not mistakes, but things she said in contrast to what she said before. Using Joker and the Batman as a building block to anything beyond the sequels of those movies isn't going to work. She's even said that on her own stream.
How do you build off the Joker?
Yeah, you're not for the revenue and the.
What about the Batman?
No, you could make 3 great Batman movies, but that's not a building block for the type of exposure they want. Like I said earlier this afternoon, this isn't a Marvel thing. This is a comic book thing. These things were created to interact with each other for the most part. You can have outliers like the Joker and the Batman, but that's not going to build you the momentum and the volume of exposure that the Connected Shared Universe does.
What do you guys feel like what about her point about there being too much drama?
As far as what? That's called life.
Well, to continue the Snyderverse, that Zaslav wouldn't want to touch that with like a 10-foot pole.
No, and here's the thing: if you can't,
but I think Rel brought up earlier, it's kind of a contradiction because if he cares about making money, why would drama prevent him?
You can't monetize the Snyderverse, then you get out of the business. You literally have people making a movement to the point they're telling you they want to hand you money.
Well,
find a way to monetize that.
I'll say this is that he wants to make money, but he also wants to cut costs. And with cutting costs, you don't have a $200-300 million budget movie.
You don't need one to make these movies.
No, but hold on. No, why I'm making this point is because look at Man of Steel, look at BVS, and look at JL. Okay. All of those are $200-300 million budget movies.
We're not in 2015. We're not in 2016.
No, but then look at look at the stars that will be continuing the Snyderverse: Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot and Ezra Miller and Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill.
They are dead in Justice League 2 in the Nightmare
timeline. No,
yes, they are.
Not.
Yes, they are.
No.
What about Justice League 3?
Justice League 3 is when Ben Affleck dies.
Yes, they will come back.
He's not going to cut costs across the board. He's going to spending money.
Cut costs into
Well, I think Caden's point, because in the article it mentioned that they do want to mitigate costs going forward. Like they want to make cheaper.
Okay, but they're still dropping $150 million on Game of Thrones. They're going to spend money on things that.
No, I agree. I'm just talking about what the article said.
Nothing. But 200-300 on.
But Caden, hold on. Let me take this one, Caden. Like we've literally been saying for months, it doesn't have to be $200 or $300 million. It doesn't have to be theatrical. Nobody is even asking for that, even at this point. In fact, most Snyder fans don't even yes, there's always going to be the people who are just like, we want it in the theater. We want Zack Snyder to come back and personally write and direct every DC thing. And that's ridiculous. Okay. That's absolutely ridiculous. That is not the average Snyder fan, though. Literally, the average Snyder fan who wants to restore the Snyderverse literally just wants to see Justice League 2 and 3. If they do well, possibly seeing, if everybody wants to do it, the Batman movie, something like that, and David Ayer's, movie that's already done, pretty much. You don't have to spend $200 or $300 million on an HBO Max movie that you can literally use with stagecraft technology. And you can even bring back some of those people, but it's already been proven that if Zach is involved in those things, people are willing to come back and finish that story because they were all very, very passionate about that project.
Do you think Zach can do Justice League 2 and 3 for under 100, for about $100 million each?
Yeah.
Well, Justice. Let me tell you, Justice
around
League
there.
2,
I think around there. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't go and say like
Do you think you
absolutely
could do
just
like
100.
a lower budget for those, like 80, 90?
I don't know about that. Because I think
Here's the thing, though.
that
You're
you're gonna have to have some
130.
skin in the game for it, obviously. But the reality is though is that even if it's around that amount, now you're talking about making 2 films for what Caden just said you're going to put into one. You know what I mean? Like, and you're going to fulfill something, and you're able then to put that out on HBO Max. You can release it, in DVD sales, whatever you want to do.
You could also do it as a series.
What's that?
Wonderful.
You could also do it as a series if
you could do it as a series. Listen, man, they're still selling. They're making new merchandise. You know how we were just talking about how Fast and the Furious has like no toys, none of the merchandise or whatever. They're still making Snyder Cut merchandise, dude. They're still making new statues of Black Suit Superman and still making Ben Affleck movie or statues and toys. And nonstop stuff, man. Like I still have yet to take delivery of the hot toys that I was supposed to get from the Nightmare sequence, right? And the Black Suit Superman. So they're literally still making money off of Zack Snyder's Justice League. They're still making money off of it.
Here's what destroys the budget. Here's what destroys the budget excuse, and it is an excuse. If you can justify Batgirl, that by comparison has no following, you can justify a Zack Snyder project when you already know, for whatever you want to say about it, has a built-in following. If you can justify bringing an Academy Award-winning J.K. or Simmons and whatever money you paid to have that, I don't care if it's 50 to 60 to 70 million. If you can justify a no following having project and go in and put that on HBO Max, which is fine, then you can't give me any excuses why. Not as much as Justice Zack Snyder stuff.
Not as much as Justice League, but still
you greenlit it
following.
though. We didn't know what following Batgirl has.
Do we know how much the budget is for Batgirl, by the way?
How much?
80 million.
Yeah, I heard the last time they published it and they took it down, it was 77 million, which is fairly cheap. But that's for a zero.
Well, but I'll tell you right now, if you can drop $77 million after a Batgirl movie that's unproven, that has no connection, to anything but the Flash movie, which is another thing that you don't even know what's going to happen, right? And you threw Michael Keaton in there. If you can justify spending $77 million on that, you can tell me you can't justify spending 30, even $40 million, maybe more, on a continuation of the Snyderverse.
77 million on a B character, a derivative character. We're not even talking about a main character. If you can justify spending that kind of cheese on a B character, you damn sure can come up with a rationale to spend money on a character.
B+ character.
H Bart's here with a $5 super chat. Says, I know people want money, but Cavill loves Superman. And see, that's the point of this, is that so many of these people who are playing in these roles, this isn't just like a throwaway role for them, right? This literally is something they are passionate about. And amazingly, they are passionate about Zack Snyder. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like all these, don't you think it's weird, like how all these like Hollywood types and stuff and all these producers and like these executives, they don't like Zack, right? All these executives don't like Zack. Yet the people who are in his movies like absolutely freaking adore him and will go
Alan
to the ends of
Horn
the earth for him. You know what I mean? Like they showed up and did things for free for the man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but like that speaks volumes as to what the man could do. And like we even talked about with Ben Affleck. Remember when we were talking about this? Like it was like, there's no way he's coming back. And then it was kind of like, maybe. Right. I mean, there were some people who were, just like, dead set that he was not coming back. But why did he come back in the first place? Why is he even in this Flash movie? He was brought back into this universe by who? Zack Snyder. Literally brought back after saying, I'm done with Batman. The thing heard around the world, right? When he retired his Batman jersey on Jimmy Kimmel, right? Said, I'm not Batman. And then it was done. And like everybody acted like it was because of it wasn't because of Batman. was because of the circumstances and who he was working for and who he was working with, and that they obviously didn't respect his vision and what they were doing. And they made life hell for him. And then you add to that, he was going through marital problems and the drinking problems and all that. And yes, he walked away from it because it was so stressful. It was huge and daunting. But then once he got some of those things worked out, where was he? He was filming for Zack Snyder for free.
He's like, hey, bro, can you come back?
I think, yeah, sure. He filmed for Zack Snyder, but it depends on how long he filmed. It's not like who he I think it's because
it's an appearance though, dude.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying he's going to film like a whole movie for free.
It's not going to be
Nobody's
I
saying
know,
that.
not for free. I'm just saying, like, not for. I'm saying just like, would he even like consider coming back as a whole appearance, like as a recurring role in the movie or whatever? Because what he did for The Flash and for Zack Snyder was probably a whole week. He did 3 days for Zack and 2 days for the Flash movie. As a whole, it's 5 days that he did.
So take another week.
So,
he doesn't need to come back forever. The biggest thing about this is the resolution. I think these guys would come back and everybody would get back involved again if it is posed as we're going to resolve this once and for all. We're going to finish the story we started. Doesn't have to go on forever, but the resolution, the opportunity to resolve something that has been hanging like a sword of Damocles over their heads for so long. I think they all want to be able to look at this universe in the most positive light possible and not just settling like we've had to do before, actually finish it. And I think they could do it for cheap. Like I said, if we were even talking about even a Blue Beetle, a Z character, not even an A-lister, B-lister, F-lister,
$100 million
Z-list character. If you're going to spend $100 on a Blue Beetle, a Z-lister, you can justify money on A-listers.
And the thing is that we know Justice League 2 take place first. It will take place on Earth, and then after that will be the Nightmare timeline. And Gal Gadot will be dead. Jason will be dead. The only people will be alive is
Gal Gadot's not dead. She becomes the god of war or whatever. Goddess of war or whatever.
She's dead at some point during part 2, though.
She was dead at some point in part 2, though.
Yeah, but
the entire team isn't even together in part 2.
No.
Wait. Just for clarification's sake. Just for clarification's sake, because unless Zach changed the plans, which he might have,
he
might have changed some stuff, right? He might have changed some stuff.
Yeah.
Was the whole second Justice League movie going to be a nightmare movie?
Yeah,
like the entire film, the whole 2 hours,
pretty much, yeah.
Which would be and I need to see that in the series. I need to see that in a 7 to 9 part.
I just wanted the clarification on that because I wasn't for sure if like Justice League 2 was like interspliced like Nightmare and modern stuff or just pure Nightmare.
It may be a little bit both because remember there's time travel involved in that one. So, but
okay,
like I said, I mean, right now, just the fact that we're talking about it, there's enough hype to justify the money. Nobody's talking about outside of these screens. Nobody's talking about Blue Beetle. I mean,
people don't know Blue Beetle exists yet.
Exactly. Yeah, I know Superman exists, and I know Henry Cavill played it. I know who Ben Affleck is, and I know he played Batman. That's something that can unite the general audience. There's enough hype there to monetize it. That's what you got. See, this is what Marvel, not Marvel.
And that's the thing with this thing with Zaslav, though. I mean, because
I was going to say you might want to read the article because it mentioned Superman and a couple other things in there.
Yeah, I mean, are we done? Are we done with?
Yeah, we're done.
We're done with her. Okay. Yeah. So
with your guys' crush there.
Yeah, I know.
That's Max's crush, not mine. Caden wanted to watch that.
I just because I wanted to watch that after reading the article because when she brought up the whole
So now you're saying we got to read the article and watch her again?
No. Yes, let's watch her again, guys, for another 20 minutes, guys. No, I'm just saying. Once we read the article, is that the article mentions that, and Grace Trent talks about this article, saying that that he wants someone who's in the business who knows like how to.
Yeah, that was already brought up in there. Yeah,
activity and stuff, and who knows how to connect things together and who has consistent with that and knows how to do things with a low budget.
So just going to summarize this top part. Basically, they're just saying that, hey, look, we, they want to turn DC into its own solidified content,
and that they realize it should be performing on a level where it can compete against Marvel.
Yeah. So there's that. It says before the merger closed, Zaslav vetted candidates with experience. Oh, hold on. Before the merger closed, William?
Yeah, because he's not legally allowed to touch anything until the merger closed. But he was making these moves. There's an awful lot of movement happening real quick.
All right. No need to pop the champagne bottles.
I'm just asking the question because we were told that he wasn't even allowed to even breathe about DC until the merger was closed.
Compared to the people running this in the entire, studio, I'm a knucklehead. I wasn't speaking on some wisdom, on The Simpsons where they have that big glowing ball. Thousands of mergers have happened in my lifetime, and this was just one of them. And why anybody thought that these guys, well, first of all, they hadn't done a good enough job to maintain the positions that they had to begin with. They literally devalued the company. So why anyone thought that these guys were going to maintain their positions was beyond me. They just look at their work history alone. And then people were trying to tell me look what he's done with the Batman. Look what he's done. And I was trying to tell people before. That's like the Detroit Lions going 0-14, winning their last 2 or 3 games, and then the coach coming in wanting either a raise or to keep his job when he knows he's going to get fired. They're basically handled themselves like the Detroit Lions of cinematic universes. There was nobody there. They screwed up things that were unscrew-upable, and they did it. All right. How do you screw up a movie? You come out with a movie that made $678 million, which is more than the previous Superman movie had made. You release another movie that makes $78 million. How do you not follow that trajectory? How are you that stupid that you can't know what the next logical step is? Yet they did that. We're talking about a company. So they have built a history of why they shouldn't have kept their jobs. Why anyone thought that they were going to keep their positions or not be transitioned out or at least be marginalized by positions created above them. I don't understand. I'm not calling anybody dumb. I just don't understand what they were thinking. Why you thought Emmerich was going to stay? Why? He's been with the company long enough to build a work history that says fire me. Okay. Why is Hamada coming? Why? There's nothing in Hamada's history with DC Films that makes him invaluable. And to be honest with you, if you're going to take over a company, why would you keep any of these guys? Well, the only thing I found silly is they were greenlighting projects that ended up having to be halted, paused, or going to have to be drastically changed. That was the only mystery to me. Not that these guys are going to be around. That was obvious for me that these guys were Abrams. I mean, it was shocking to me that anybody thought that these guys were going to maintain their positions. Like I said, once again, not calling anybody dumb. I just want to know what reasoning that anybody thought that these guys are going to stay around. What was your reasoning? Because I don't understand it.
Yeah. So,
and I'm an idiot.
Yeah. So there again, before Zaslav was vetting candidates with experience in creating and nurturing blockbuster intellectual property with the goal of potentially finding someone to serve as a creative and strategic czar, similar to what Marvel has in Kevin Feige. One of those candidates included Emma Watts, a former top film executive at 20th Century. She didn't get the job. Basically, they moved on. Let's see. And so one insider suggested that Zaslav was less interested in finding a creative guru and more eager to hire someone who had the type of business background needed to keep all the different factions at DC working more harmoniously.
So does that just basically mean someone to keep the ship running and running effectively? Because is that well, that's the question. What's a better thing? Is it better to get someone who's a bad thing? Well, that's the thing. Is it better to get someone who's more business minded, only cares about the hard numbers, or someone who's creatively minded?
Well, I think
because Feige is one of the rare people who's kind of both. He's both creative and business savvy.
Yeah, I think you just need someone. Like I said, I think you need someone who's business savvy and knows who's consistent on making universes that just are connected and knows how to do that and knows how to pump out projects in the fact that you can pump out one and people like it and then and like it and see it and watch it, at least a certain group of people, and be like, hey, here's an interconnected universe. You like it, we'll continue. Type of thing.
Real quick too, this is probably a dumb question. What does czar mean?
Czar just means
like a leader, basically.
Yeah, it's a type of leader. Yeah.
Okay. Because I hadn't seen that word before. I'm like, what the heck is a strategic czar?
You've never heard? You've never
heard
seen-
czar?
All right, no, I never heard of czar before.
I never heard of it. I never heard of it before either.
You never heard of it in history class or anything?
It comes from the word Caesar, actually, and they use it in Russia.
Oh. Okay.
If you-
It's been a while since I took world history. I'm a U.S. history expert, not a world history expert.
All of that.
The definition is emperor, specifically the ruler of Russia until 1917 revolution, one having great power or authority, like a banking czar.
Usually when you hear a czar put in executive terms, that means there's somebody in an executive position.
Yeah, one having great power or authority. Yeah.
That
That's
executive
the second
position is being dissolved, and that czar will pretty much fill the void where that position.
Basically, it's like the leader of the DC vertical. Like,
yes.
Well, that's the question, real quick too. They keep talking DC vertical. Does that mean it's going to be its own studio, like DC Studios, like Marvel Studios?
So.
It would be smart. It'd be smart. Can you imagine if they had one studio pumping out stuff instead of literally just like, hey, do whatever the heck you want to do? Hey, Joe, you got a DC project? Okay, does it actually resemble anything that has to do with that character in any other medium? No, that's fine. Do whatever the heck you want. Hey, you guys over here in television. Oh, you guys got a project that you want to use this character in? Okay, does it resemble anything that we've ever done before with any other character or anything that character's ever been used for before? No, that's fine because it's got DC on it, and DC people will just eat everything up. Oh, you want to do a traditional take? Okay, but how about we do this to it, and this to it? Oh, yeah, okay, that'll work. All right, cool. Like, imagine if you had one place where like things had to go through and you go, hey, we want to do this with this character. That doesn't make sense with that character because that's not who that character is. And the character literally has 80 years worth of, stories and content to back that up. Oh, okay. Maybe let's go back and instead of trying to draw our own conclusions into what a character is, we actually write it somewhere that resembles that character. I think it'd be great. Insiders say that Zaslav believes that the success of the merger, one that has left the company highly leveraged, will rest in no small part on unlocking the full potential of the DC Comics universe of characters. Discovery insiders believe that although DC has achieved cinematic success with recent films such as Aquaman and The Batman, it lacks a coherent creativity or a coherent creative and brand strategy.
So what Discovery, does that mean? Basically, they have no plan?
They have no plan. It's basically what everybody's complained about Star Wars for the longest time. They got no plan for the brand in general. And that's even worse than just like a couple of movies. Like when you literally have no plan for your brand. Like you're talking
what does that mean by brand strategy? Like basically like
brand strategy. What that means, dude, is like literally everything that has to do with that brand, whether it be cartoons, movies, games, clothing, the comics themselves, like that. Think about what we've seen in the comics themselves. How many times has DC William rebooted in the last 20 years?
At least 4 legit ones, and they've all hurt sales each time they did.
So basically, like, there's no plan for like what to do with the whole everything. It's just all random.
Yeah, it's just all been random because everybody's got a different leader. Nobody talks to each other, and that's just how it's been, man. Like that's
okay. Dude. That's what I assumed. I thought because I talked about this earlier today. I didn't really assume brand meant like comics and video games too. I thought they just meant like the DCEU brand, like the
it lacks a DC. It says even though that they've enjoyed some cinematic success with those 2 films, it still lacks a coherent creative and brand strategy. Discovery believes that several top shelf characters such as Superman, which is why I put Superman in the background, but headless in my thumbnail tonight. I put the poor guy, like the guy,
Peacemaker.
Yeah, the guy can't seem to get his head in a thing there for nothing. But yeah, so what I find really interesting about this is the fact that this points out all the things we've been talking about and asks the same questions that we've been asking. Like, so Discovery believes that several top shelf characters And William, I gotta hand it to you, bro. Like you nailed this right on the head, man. That like if I how many times has William said into the wee hours of the morning here, like if I'm Discovery, I'm worried about what's happening to Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman. And everybody's like, no, they don't care.
Superman.
Especially Superman. But like William has said many, many times, like, you know, like if I'm Discovery, this is what I'm concerned about. And, you know, now it says here, Discovery believes that several top shelf characters, such as Superman, have been left to languish and need to be revitalized.
So again, that's another question we have to ask. What do they mean by revitalize? Does that mean they want to like restart with the brand again? Do you like, what does a revitalization mean? Like getting them back to the level? Because my assumption is, real quick before you hop in, William, my assumption is when they say that, it means we need to elevate Superman as a character to get him to where Batman is in terms of brand recognition, brand like belovedness. We need to get him back in the public limelight that he needs to be in.
Well,
is that what that means?
Okay, so I'm hold on a second. I'm just gonna do this just because it's fun, for no other reason. The little thing here. So revitalize, verb in imbue with new life and vitality. Synonyms: reinvigorate, re-energize, brace, fortify, strengthen, give new strength to, give a boost to, build up, bolster, prop up, help, renew, regenerate.
To be fair, I knew what that word meant. I just meant what does
No, wait. What's this word right here?
Oh no.
I think the biggest
the Twilight Zone theme starts playing.
What? Wait a second.
Someone's gonna take this seriously. You gotta stop.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna get yelled at, right? Because I'm like fostering, like, you know, the it even said it again. Look, restore, revive, rejuvenate, reanimate, resuscitate, refresh, reawaken. There's more, but I like that restore word right there. What does restore mean? That means to bring back a previous right, practice, custom, or situation. Reinstate, even.
Return someone or something to a former condition, place, or position.
Yes.
Reanimate building, work of art, local.
Fix.
I think what he means when he says this, we haven't had a proper Superman movie or appearance. I mean, it's what, 2017? It's now 2022. That's not good. That's not
exactly
good.
We haven't had a solo Superman movie in almost 9 years.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing is, I think Jeff Snyder, like last week, released his article on Ankler saying basically saying what exactly this Friday's article just said, is that also adding more to it, is saying that Zaslav wants a Superman theatrical before any other Superman projects, other related projects. So that means the Val Zod project, the Michael B. Jordan thing, might not happen until a Man of Steel Superman movie happens.
Yeah, you're saying that they want to prioritize Clark Kent first before any other Superman related person.
And you already have a Superman right now that is being helmed by a very popular actor. So
that I say, duh.
You don't
need,
like
why would you put out 3 other Supermen? Right. In a time where you don't have a mainline Superman? How many times has this man right here next to me said that? And I don't always agree with everything that Williams says, but I mean, come on, like that's, you know what I mean? Like why would anybody think that makes sense to go ahead and just start like filtering out like a bunch of other stuff when you don't even have your mainline characters?
Well, the 2 things I wanted to bring up real quick.
I told you guys also last week when I told
go ahead, Kate.
That Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote 2 scripts, the Black Clark Kent one, and then just a Henry Cavill script.
That's what I was going to mention.
According to the reports that came out this week, the Coates one was met with disdain. That nobody liked it.
I was going to mention 3.
If you believe those reports, those reports said that
I had Casey Walsh on my stream today, and he said it's just a rumor but he said that the Ta-Nehisi Coates script could go either way. It's not written in a way where it needs to be a black Clark Kent. It could be another actor like a Henry Cavill stepping in to play that character still. So it's not exclusively like.
Well, then how it.
Like apparently it changed conceptually to where it was written as just a Superman movie, and the race of the character.
Then it's nothing to what they said it was going to be. Then at all.
Yeah,
if that's the case, because it was literally even rumored to be a period piece at one point.
Apparently,
because
it's not
it was going because it was going to rest so heavily on
1950s.
But the other question I have is that if these Flash rumors are true, and they erase Superman out of continuity because Zod kills him as a baby, does Zaslav look at that Flash script and say, "No, we're reshooting that and changing that"?
Yes, I think he already has.
I think with the Zod killing him as a baby, I think we all know now, based off the Flash leaks that we got, it's not for the new DCU. It's part of Burton's universe.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, but the other question is too. They're introducing Supergirl. Do you just pivot Supergirl away to go back and focus on Henry Cavill? Do you use her in tandem?
Headline the superhero Superman figure as both. Like you can, I think there was a rumor. Like I said, that whole rumor about the whole thing came out, is that there's a rumor that this movie, even like with the Flash leaks, there is a rumor that one of the post-credit scenes, and even like before that, is that there's a rumor saying that it's open-ended, where it's like, is there a Superman, and if he is, where is he?
Hold
on. I don't even think that's stupid. I think here's something like. You remember? Okay, think of it like this. Remember the end of Back to the Future 2, right? Or like the end of Back to the Future, right?
Oh,
where it ends on like a cliffhanger. Like we got to go find what's going on, right?
Or it's about we got to save Doc Brown,
right? If you have a world, if you like the first one ends with like you got to go save your kids, right? And so they go into the future, and then that one ends with you got to go save Doc Brown, right? I don't have a problem.
If it's like, let's go figure out where Superman is.
Where is Superman?
Huge
issue
with that, though.
Although we just had Zack Snyder's Justice League, where it was Superman was dead and we had to save him.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's redundant. I'm not saying it's the perfect thing to do. I'm just saying it is redundant.
Here's why that's dead on arrival, in my opinion, is because when is the Flash getting released?
June 2023.
Okay, so now we're adding more time on. We're just putting more space between us and our A-lister, one of our main two alphas. Be honest with you, you need to get the buzz about a solid Superman. A lot of these ambiguous projects, like I said, you have, and this is an advantage he has now. When Henry Cavill first donned the cape and AS, he wasn't nearly as popular as he is now. He's being talked about for James Bond now. So you got to get him in all this other gray area madness. You need to take your trophy guy, your guy that's in Witcher and all these things, the main alpha guy who's hot right now, and you need to put that S back on him. All these goofy projects you got going on, no. Take the alpha and put it.
Is there any chance though that Zaslav may think to himself, "Let's just reboot Superman and do something similar to what we did with the Batman"?
No, if he had Johnny No Name playing him and nobody cared about that guy, yeah, he doesn't have Johnny No Name.
Well, no, I'm talking about what if they say to themselves, "We want to do the Batman with Matt Reeves, but apply that same vision with like a Superman, where it's a standalone film that's a director driven. A director comes in with his pitch for Superman." And they make that a launching point for a new version of the character.
We already did that.
I doubt so. You're wasting time. You have a ready-made situation with the guy already there. He wants to be Superman. And you have.
Is there any possibility that, because they talked about the Black Adam reshoots too, that it's going to be for 2 weeks? Any chance they could add Henry Cavill in that?
I really think so. I mean, I'm a betting man, and I would bet
because the article doesn't mention this, but what other top shelf characters is DC resting their laurels on? The only one I could think of is Green Lantern.
Yeah,
but you got Babe Ruth just sitting on the bench instead of out hitting home runs, and you've had him on the bench for 5 years. That's stupid. So,
but how do you elevate Superman to because again, I think they're
putting
scared
it in
of
movies.
No, but I think they're scared of the character because again, it's about that
No,
perception.
previous management was scared of the characters. The previous.
Well, you know what I
Bushes
mean,
were
though,
control.
like where it's like the public perception. How do we change the public perception of Superman?
Well, you
That's
don't
what I'm
need
talking about.
You don't need to. That's the problem. You did not do that. That's how you win in that situation. It's to not even think that way. You basically capitalize on what's already there, and you capitalize on the star power of Henry Cavill.
So do you basically just make like a Man of Steel 2, or do you take Henry Cavill but with a different creative direction? Where it's like
it all
slightly
depends
different.
because the creative direction that he was on before was going to always end anyway. So you really don't have to go in a drastically different direction. The the story arc was going to end no matter what, and whoever was going to take Superman. So yeah, in a sense, you could do that, but you take advantage of the ready-made history you already have. No matter what story you're going to tell with Superman, as long as you have Cavill in there and you have a solid director. And there's plenty of
this goes into my other thing too, where it's like, okay, they talked about the lack of a creative strategy. The Flash was supposed to set up Hamada's creative strategy. At this point, though, you have to imagine Zaslav was looking at that and being like, either he liked it or he didn't. Now, here's the question. But here's the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do any of the movies coming out this year or next year matter anymore? Is he going to do his own thing? Is he going to reboot the franchise and start fresh with the same actors and just like reshoot and reshuffle things? What happens to Michael Keaton? Does Michael Keaton matter anymore?
I think they matter, but not in the way that the previous regime had planned that they matter. I think, like I've said before, that they wanted to reevaluate these things and restructure them to fit their long-term needs. A lot of what was going to happen is going to happen, but the reshoots and the adding and the subtracting is so that the new company, who should have always had leverage in where these things were going, can create their own thing. So whatever Flash, the movie, was going to mean to the previous regime, doesn't mean that same thing to the Zaslav regime.
But that's the thing, though. They made so many big changes, and they were already making movies that were gonna like spin off of the ending for Flash. Like all these movies are gonna come out, and it's not even a plan that they may be sticking to. You see what I'm saying? Like,
once again, that was because you let idiots greenlight stuff while they were outgoing. But you could still, yes and no. I still think they can restructure what is there to their own.
But how much can you feasibly change, though?
You don't need to change everything. You need to change. Listen, an end credit scene can change the trajectory of the entire movie. Hell, they torched Venom, Let There Be Carnage, to get you to an end scene. So if I'm wanting to steer this thing in a direction, whatever direction they want to, I can restructure things in that movie, and I don't have to restructure the whole movie. There's ways you can market a movie.
Is there any chance they just light a match and light the movies on fire to send them day and date to streaming, just pump them out and just get them out there so that they can just start fresh and do whatever they want?
There's ways that they can do that, not just because they're scared of the movie, because the volume for them is in the streaming to begin with. And they can take away the liability of the box office, because remember, in streaming, you can define your own successes because you have
like I said, the only reason I'm asking so many questions is because this opens up so many caveats, because again, they had stuff that they had planned and they're still filming or about to film stuff right now, like Blue Beetle's being filmed in just a couple weeks, I think.
I don't think. Hey, I'll bet you $1 right now. I'll bet you $1, and I bet you much more valuable stuff. That movie
but you're saying I'm asking these questions though, because stuff is
they're legitimate questions, but you also have to.
What do you do with Michael Keaton? What do you do with Supergirl? What do you do with like these movies?
You
these
restructure
$200 million movies you just filmed.
You restructure the consequences of those movies.
But there's no universe, though. There's no Superman. We don't have a Batman. Our Batman is supposed to be Michael Keaton.
Which exactly what I mean by restructuring and re-narrating. You're taking what's there and you're basically turning into what you need.
And what do you do? What do you do with Robert Pattinson's Batman?
You keep it in its Elseworld. There's no reason to not
you don't have to do anything.
Is there any chance Zaslav thinks to like carry that over and to like bring him over into something else?
Because he'll talk to Matt Reeves and that'll end that conversation right there.
Yeah,
Matt Reeves.
Because Zaslav said he wants to make more movies like Joker. So how does that fit in too?
You can do that. It's not an absolute. You can make movies like Joker. I want more movies like Joker, but your core driving force, the nuclear power plant that is going to make all these outliers even matter, is that core shared universe. Continue to do the Jokers. Continue to.
Well, because I was talking to Brian actually. Brian, we were talking about this, and he said what the smartest thing to do right now is get all these movies out, right? But the main priority, like, because remember, no movies are dated beyond 2023.
Yeah.
The next big movie they should put into production is some kind of Superman movie with Henry Cavill.
Yep.
Make that movie first.
Yep.
Right.
And
then
announce
the rest
it.
will
Make
come
it
later.
known. Make it known that
But
you're doing
also,
it.
like, the Snyderverse stuff, let that come. Like, get people excited and ready for a new Superman movie, Henry Cavill, and the rest will come naturally.
Yeah. It's not hard. This is
But
not
who
hard
do
stuff.
you get to make it? Who do you get to write it? That's another question you got to ask too. Because
You got a lot of people out there.
I'm just
There's
saying,
a lot of
Superman's
talent
kind of
from
like a tough
McCoy.
nut to crack for some people, like some talent in Hollywood. You know,
You got him. You have it's just a lot of screenwriters. Just take a list of the people who won Academy Awards for best screenwriters in the past.
I mean, I
5
saw
to 8
Matthew
years.
Vaughn's name get thrown around, but I know some people are kind of iffy on him.
But there's a lot of people that, you know, and this is where I'm going to let the people who are going to be running as part of the thing do it, because like I said, people often dismiss certain people on certain work that they've done. Like they'll say, well, this guy can't do it because look what else he's done. So we as fans dismiss him. But like I said, nobody was thinking serial killer, one of the greatest films of all time, Jonathan Demme, from Married to the Mob, and some of the things that he did.
Is there any concern though for you guys? And I'll just ask you this because something I've been thinking about too. They're talking a lot about restructuring the company, like Disney, corporate structure. They're talking about appointing a business guy versus a creative guy in the DC vertical position. And they're talking about being very cost efficient and making something that makes a lot of money. Is there any concern that Zaslav will turn DC into something that's a bit more homogenized like Marvel at all?
No, because I think if anybody wants to answer, go ahead. I gotta.
I'm just curious what Enoch thinks of that because I know that's been a concern of his, and
if I'm worried about what?
So they're talking about minimizing cuts or costs. They're talking about maximizing profits. They're appointing a business guy instead of a creative guy. And they're talking about restructuring their corporate structure to be like Disney, but also talking about wanting a more interconnected universe. Is that concerning you at all that they're moving away from the director-driven stuff into something potentially more homogenized like an MCU?
I think if you have somebody good, who understands the properties leading that, and I don't think that
that's what Zaslav to be. Like he wants to kind of like not be exactly like it, but copy so many of the elements of it that you have to wonder.
I think it's fine copying some of the elements of it without copying like how they did it. You know what I mean? Like from a story perspective, right? Like it makes me cringe every time I hear somebody go, well, what we need everybody to have a solo film and then bring everybody together or then do this. And at this point now, like we've seen it happen a couple of different ways.
People prefer team up movies nowadays anyway.
I'm just saying like it doesn't have to be like the way that Marvel put it together, right? As long as people feel that like there's a cohesive story and they can follow it and it does the characters justice, no pun intended. You know what I mean? Like literally they were going to start off, people forget this, but my God, in the 2000s, mid 2000s, by the way, 100 people watching right now. Please hit that right now. Please hit that like button. We're glad to have you guys here tonight. But in the mid 2000s, they were literally going to start off everything with just a Justice League movie.
Oh yeah, Mortal.
Justice League Mortal, man, was going to start off everything. no solo movies, no introduction to Superman, no introduction to Batman, no introduction to anybody. It's just like, hey, fully formed Justice League that literally has the Watchtower. I mean, the whole 9 yards, dude, right off the bat, right? So, you know, I don't know, man. I would say this. It doesn't scare me as long as, because what have I told you? I get kind of tired of all these new directors coming in saying, well, I want to put my own spin on it. I want to do my own thing. If you have, and here's where, again, it leads back to, if you have all of DC under one umbrella, RJ, where it's all moving together, right? Where like everybody understands what the characters are. And you don't just have Joe Schmo who's directing this film out here. And we're just like, well, we think that that's a really cool director. So we're going to let him do whatever he wants to do with Superman. Right. That's how we get stuff in the 90s. Like, John Peters, I don't want a cape on Superman and I better not see him fly in this movie. And they were going to go with that. Does that not scare anybody? I mean, director driven stuff is fine, but my God, Like, if you're literally letting producers go around and say, I don't want to see Superman fly or have a cape, well, that's taking it too far.
Yeah. You got to
That's taking it too far.
Yeah.
The character has to look recognizable. You know what I mean? It has to be recognizable. And so the thing is, though, you know what doesn't scare me about it, RJ, is if they're doing like we just read, and they're literally bringing it all under one roof, and they're saying, hey, we're going to bring all of DC together and make it one vertical. That scares me a whole lot less than, hey, let's just throw everything at the wall in like various. You know what it's like doing? It's like wrapping, DC around an M80, lighting it, and just throwing it into the air and see what you get.
Yeah,
because it just explodes all in different directions.
Yeah, let me ask you one last thing, and then I'll shut up because I've been asking a lot of questions. I want everyone else to talk to you.
No, it's good, man.
But
no more Superman silhouettes.
do the movies, for you at least anyway, hearing this story, do the movies coming out this year or next year even matter to you at all?
Okay,
let
me answer that one. You've been answering a lot of stuff, William. It's time for me to answer some stuff. Move over, Bacon. Here comes something meatier. Okay. Remember Sizzling?
Yeah.
It's so awful, fake bacon.
But you know what I'm asking, because it's like everything's so in flux. It's like
I know
these are all building up to a plan that may not even happen.
Yeah. So here's the thing: Blue Beetle, I really don't care about. I really don't, and I want to, but I really don't, because I think that they're missing a golden opportunity. Because you know what I think Blue Beetle should have been. I think Blue Beetle should have been what was talked about years ago, like a buddy movie with Booster Gold. I think you do that film, you get more people in it. You can do a comedy. You can have it be like a dramedy, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like a little of both, but it lends itself to that because Booster Gold is a character. I talked to when I had, oh gosh, it's getting late. Creator of Booster Gold. Somebody help me. Death of Superman. Dan Jurgens. When I had Dan Jurgens on this last year, and when I talked to him, we talked about how Booster Gold is a perfect character for this day and age. Because he would be on Instagram, he would be on Twitter, like he would come back and like be fully all over social media, man. Because that's what he was doing before social media was a thing, right? Like everything was being broadcast at all times. Like every one of his adventures, he literally had the patches on him for
the crazy like the thing is like I had this project to like write a pitch or something in film class, and then I also had to submit this to film camp as like a test or application type thing. Right. I wrote a series or a movie on Booster Gold, saying that the Booster Gold character is a perfect character to do a movie on now because of, like you said, social media and how like, and it's one of the Booster and Skeet should be like the kids like hero to look up to right now, and Blue Beetle as well. Like there's so many like crazy cool characters that they should be doing right now. Yeah. That I think like that they're getting to now. They're finally getting to them.
Maybe
they should have been getting to them 5 years ago.
Yeah, well, exactly. They're behind the times, and so again, it's a DC characteristic of being behind the 8-ball. But again, I'm not really like I really don't care about Blue Beetle at this point. Am I going to watch it because it's a DC thing and I'm a DC guy? Yeah, I'm going to watch it. Right? Batgirl. I'm interested in Batgirl because one, I like the character of Batgirl, and it's got Michael Keaton in it
and Brendan Fraser.
You know what? I like Brendan Fraser, but he's not the reason why I'm watching that film.
I know.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. I have a hard time looking at Brendan Fraser these days. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like Hollywood. I'm just saying like no, I'm not. No, I'm just teasing. But no, there's there's an interest there because I feel like if Michael Keaton is in that. And also what's his name is Commissioner Gordon.
Jake Benjamin.
Yeah. Then I feel like there's something there, right? But I do have concerns now when it comes to Black Adam. I think Black Adam's going to be pretty good. if somehow they got The Rock to get out of his own way, right? So
I mean, they got Pierce Brosnan.
I know, and that's the thing is they got Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. Okay, so like look at me as a DC fan, and like if I can't get excited about Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, Hawkman, the JSA, all those things, like then I don't know what kind of DC fan I am.
No Jay Garrick.
Plus, I loved Shazam, right? So I've been looking forward to this. So I'm down with this, right? I mean, but what else? Yeah, Shazam 2. I'm down with Shazam 2 because I liked Shazam, right? So I like them, but do I think that any of these things, to coin the phrase, do I think that any of these are going to be the game changers or the change of the structure of the power in the DC universe?
Hierarchy of power, yeah.
The hierarchy of power? No, I don't think that these...
What about Aquaman 2 and Flash?
Okay, so Aquaman 2 is a weird thing for me because I'll be honest with you, as much as I liked Aquaman 1, I didn't think it was that strong. I was really happy that it made $1 billion. I thought it was a really good film. Watching it now, though, some of that CGI is horrible.
It doesn't age well.
Some of that
Really?
CGI,
I like
and
the
I'm not
special
talking.
effects.
I'm not talking about the stuff underwater. I'm talking about the stuff on the land.
Oh,
that
the
stuff-
land CGI. Okay.
Like the land CGI is rough in some point. Like it's stuff like when they're supposed to be like when they show Tamara Morrison and what's her name on the beach?
Oh, Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman on the beach and like the ocean's behind them, and it's obvious that they're just on a soundstage.
Yeah.
Like the lighting looks off, the lighting looks unnatural, and but whatever. I'm hoping that the story's good. I mean, like because I love Jason Momoa, and he systematically changed Aquaman for me to make Aquaman something that I'd be excited about now. So,
cool.
Yeah, so I'm willing to give that a shot. The Flash movie, you guys know, I've been back and forth on the Flash movie. It was like, hey, I'm willing to give it a shot. Hey, let's give it a shot. Let's do this. And then all of a sudden I saw that first little teaser thing and I was like, ooh, I still look at that picture, man, of him where it's like he's looking like this, and he looks like he's wearing like a rubber helmet. And I'm just like, oh man, that hurts almost to look at. So I'll be honest with you. I've got my concerns. Look, there's a nerdy part of me that like, I just keep telling myself, hey, if I see this multiverse movie that's got a Christopher Reeve in it, and it's got, Michael Keaton in it, and it's got all these different characters in it that I love, and it really does cross those planes, then you know what? Yeah, I'm going to be excited about it. I'm hoping that the story's good, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping that the things are true, that like they don't just use it as an excuse to squash the things that I love, because I don't think that that's a good place to start with a movie, and that was one of the problems that I was having with WB when I first heard about the film, was if you're just using this Flash movie to just crap again on Snyder fans. What did we say earlier, right? Like all those things that happened right away, right? That we didn't even get to enjoy it. And now you're going to tell me you're going to give us a Flash movie. But like all the rumors at first was, well, we're going to kill Ben Affleck off, and we're going to kill the Snyderverse, and we're going to, and like it's going to do all that, and like, yeah, that's going to get negative reaction, because now not only are you just saying, hey, we're just going to move forward, we're going to do our own thing, but we're literally going to destroy the thing that you like in the movie. That's petty. If that were true, I don't think I have this feeling now. I mean, now with the way that things are starting to come out, I don't feel that that's where they're going with it. And I think that that's a very positive thing and a good thing. And I think, honestly, that may be because of the leadership and the direction of Andy Muschietti.
Right.
So, and also Ezra, to be honest with you, because Ezra has been fighting for, things, he loves Ben. He loves Ray. He's been fighting for Ray. He wanted Ray in his film, still wants Ray in his film. So we'll see where that goes.
Is that since we watched this like an hour ago, honestly, and with Grace's video, there's of course the drama part when she says that Zaslav doesn't want drama with his movies and like not like crazy drama like with like this. Let's say that part is true, like, and we know that there's a part in the movie, not the part like the one of the post credit scenes is the Barry Save Us thing, and it's Batfleck in the Nightmare timeline,
Sure,
and that connects to Snyderverse and stuff. Let's say Zaslav doesn't want any drama with the Snyderverse stuff and doesn't want to continue that. What do you guys think they'll take that out and have Ben Affleck reshoot another scene for that, or take it out as a whole and shoot another post-credit scene?
No.
Those keep it?
Yeah, because what some people think is toxicity, like I was saying before, this is marketing they don't even have to pay for.
Okay.
This whole thing is marketing that they don't have to put one penny out. And there's no such thing as bad press. This is the kind of momentum that's already there before they spend one penny, before they sign one check and one contract. They already have momentum for all of these characters and the people who play them. I don't change that much possible. I would complete the circle, and then once you've completed that circle, move on in whatever direction you want to. But don't throw away all the marketing that's been done for you. And the fans have done the marketing. The cultists, wherever they want to call some of us, have done the marketing. I mean, they have kept this thing in the news when the company has not put these characters in the movies. All right, we've done more to put Cavill in a movie than the studio has in 5 years. 5 years, a young Henry Cavill hasn't played a proper Superman. So no, if that's in there, I think they keep that. I think they look at all this stuff differently than people like Grace Randolph and Campias and the anti-Snyder crowd. I think they look at it as pure numbers. That's why when she says, "Oh, Hollywood is," come on.
I also honestly now think about it as well as just, and that honestly, like that post-credit scene doesn't set up the Snyderverse, and you can interpret it that way. You can also interpret the way of like, oh, it's just setting up like the Final Crisis thing that people are talking about. Like this is not even setting up Snyderverse. This is setting up.
Yeah.
Like,
Where's the turkey picture?
What they should do though is if they're watching it, Zazoff, if you're watching the Poindexter Lounge, define your universes. Don't consolidate them. Define them. Define them and make money off of 80 years of like I said, you got people in their 60s and 70s that will go see a Superman movie, and you got people in their 20s, and you have teenagers. You have all these generations. You do not need to consolidate them. Cater to each of them, but do it in a nice, defined way and explain it to us. I think biggest part of the problem is no matter how many universes you have, if you lay out a roadmap and a good explanation, people will buy it. But it's what they've done with just throwing shit up in the ceiling and hoping it doesn't fall on their head. That's disorganized. But if you're going to give me different universes and different Earths, as long as you properly put it in proper context and market it, I think they'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick here, I want to get to these two super chats because I do appreciate them. H. Bartz with a $5 super chat says, I don't need Zach back. Cavill should be the Robert Downey Jr. of DC.
Well, he's Superman, so
yeah, I mean he's
Superman is.
Yeah, I mean that's what he's going to need to be. Listen, and I've said it, H. Bartz, and I mean, I can't say it enough. I would like to see Zach back to finish Justice Leagues 2 and 3 and see his vision completed, right? I mean, that's another thing that was a smack too, was we all knew that it was 5 movies, and then we were told it was a trilogy. And it doesn't even make sense as a trilogy because it doesn't even complete.
She's gone.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, so like, you know what I'm saying? Like it did like even that was a slap in the face, like it's a trilogy. What? We just watched this thing, lady. Like, seriously? Like, that's a trilogy. Literally, you set up for a sequel, and that's a trilogy. That's not a trilogy. So yeah, I don't have any problem with him being the leader of that and being that. I think that's what Superman should be. He should be that leader of that world and of doing that. Yeah, and listen, in post Justice Leagues. Anything we get out of Zack Snyder after that, dude, that would just be icing on the cake. But I don't need to see Zack Snyder direct the Batman movie, Ben Affleck's movie, if that were to ever come about, right? If anything were to ever come about of that, like, I think it's a great idea, whatever it was, because I mean, they're still touting his script, that like we still haven't seen. everybody who was a part of it, like Joe Manganiello, touts that it was a great script. Everybody who was a part of it is just like, this script was amazing, which flies in the face of
even Matt Reeves.
Yeah, even Matt Reeves talking about it was great, which flies in the face of Ben Affleck saying I couldn't crack it. Almost like he was just trying to appease and like get his way out of what was going on. Because everybody has said that his take on it was absolutely fantastic and amazing. So there's that. So yeah, you know, I just want to see good films, but I don't have to have
I think he said I think, you know, like you can have everyone say, "Oh, this is a great script and everything," but I think for him personally, I feel like he personally felt like this isn't the best I can do. I can do better.
He has high standards, so
maybe. Rational Skeptic here though with a $4.99 super chat. Yep, I saw it, man. Sorry, I just we were having such a conversation there. It says RJ, that's what the Lord Kronos character is for. He can manipulate time and the multiverse.
Or the time chapter.
Well, if they want to get that complicated, though, sometimes it's just the easiest way is just to say you're doing this and just doing it, not having like a story reason behind it.
But it's cool though. It's cooler.
No, it's cool. It's cool, but it's also about like what's going to be like less confusing for the general audience too.
He was in Justice League, the cartoon, so he's a cool character.
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like the frustrating part of this, but also the exciting thing is that there's still like no. It's frustrating because there's so many movies coming out that now you have to question if they really matter anymore. But also the simple fact too of like you still don't know for sure if they're going to do what needs to be done though. You know, like what does this actually mean when it's put in execution?
Well,
and how long do you have to wait? How long do you have to wait for like the ramifications of what they're planning to be actually put to the screen? You know,
I wanted to answer this before, but it was a couple of questions back when you first posed this. You have what you have. You have some of these movies that are going in, and some of them are already done. But there's a lot of stuff, and I said this before, a lot of stuff you can do in between. And there's a lot of things that you can put. There's a lot of short stories. You have so many mediums to tell stories. You could make what you have and what you inherited much more cohesive by making things to support it in between when these movies get released, connecting these movies, the ones that need to be connected, and giving them context. So if you have HBO Max, give me a 30-minute short on HBO Max that gives me a narrative going from one of these movies to another. There's a lot that you could do to make these movies relative, because when you ask the question, do any of these movies matter? If they want to make them matter, they can. They can connect these things. They can take this hodgepodge of madness that they've had, and somebody who's better suited could put this all together so that it makes sense to us and it flows to us a lot easier. And I think that's what these delays are about, is making that happen.
Right here, I've got here a member super chat. Sorry, I just now saw this. Ryan, hope you're still watching, man. Because I know it's from quite a while ago, so I apologize. But with member for 6 months, thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. You know, I got to say, man, the people who do sign up for membership, man, you guys are in for the long haul. And I've seen some of you guys now 13, 14 months now. It's amazing. But 6 months, thank you so much. So it's time to get Man of Steel 2 with DC Studios. Dude, I want to see the next Man of Steel movie for sure. For sure. Now, look, I do need to. It's getting
real quick,
the hour is getting late. We've answered a lot of questions. Like I don't even think we haven't even. I think we've gotten the gist, though. Yeah, I mean, of like, you know, like what this is, and what Zaslav is doing, what, you know, where they're hoping to go, what the future is for these.
Are you happy?
I am.
I am. Yeah, I am. I'm very happy with what I'm hearing from this. I feel like some of these things are going to get.
I mean, it can't get any worse. Hopefully.
No. Well, I mean, I feel for the first time actually, like hearing this discussion, right? Like reading things like this, RJ. I'll be honest with you, it's the first time in a long time that I have felt that like somebody wasn't in just denial mode over at DC or like at Warner Brothers, that like somebody is literally going, yeah, you know what? There's some problems here that we need to figure out. We need to solve, instead of just acting like everything's okay. Everything's fine. You know, acting like Han Solo, negative, don't send anybody down. Don't send anybody down here. We're all good here. Everything's fine. How are you over there at Marvel? Everything's good, right? Yeah, cool. And then all of us, boring conversation anyways. The next thing you're under attack, right? And so, I just see that, I think that there's some positive things here. Obviously things are constantly changing, but I do think that it, like I said, not to tease on the whole, somebody was right or somebody was wrong or anything like that, but just that, like, I'm glad that it's showing that some common sense things that some of us have been saying for a little while and saying, like, this makes sense this way, or this makes sense this way. Like, even in the face of what the norm is, right? Or like what people claim the norm is in the industry, the things that we've been saying for a long time is like, this has got to change. This has got to change. This is not good. Even though it might sound good, this is not good for these properties. And this is not going to be beneficial for these properties. And even things like, whether or not restoring the Snyderverse is good or could happen, or there's a million things that can happen. But like, I think if this has taught us anything, and I hope that this is what we can come away with at the end of the night after having, had this discussion and seen the things that we've seen in just the last few weeks, is that in this kind of world, anything and everything can happen. Don't close the door off. Don't be necessarily so close-minded to just think there's only one way to do things.
Oh, snap.
Wait, hold on. Is that true?
I just looked it up.
Uh-oh.
That was earlier today.
Uh-oh. What?
Yeah, some kind of a physical.
It was okay, so
yesterday, actually. I'm sorry.
You got it?
9-year-old Barry Keoghan is enjoying stellar career in Hollywood, having appeared in blah, blah. This weekend, the actor was back in native Dublin, but got in trouble with the law and was arrested early on Sunday morning. Keoghan was in some area in Dublin. Reportedly respond to complaints from a resident.
Today's Friday, bro.
Some article reports that the police arrived to find Keoghan in intoxicated state, and he was arrested before taken to the.
Yeah, basically he was just super drunk, and there was like some public scene. So
wait for his next movie. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was arrested maybe for disorderly conduct.
Pretty much, yeah.
So basically, can I expect to see like a whole week and a half or 2 weeks of like how he should be fired from the Batman?
For things that normal people do every day. No.
You won't.
I mean, he won't. But again, it kind of proves the point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
that people are fickle and they're very they're very much like they pick and choose who they want to
be fired.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, attack.
I would say the difference between Barry Keoghan and Ezra Miller because of situations and who they are. Ezra Miller has already been in 2 films technically, and Barry Keoghan has only been in 1 Marvel film. So
yeah. Well, dude, I saw people ready. Like, I saw a poll, and I still don't understand how this is even a thing. How in the world is there a poll that asks who your favorite Joker of all time is, and they list Barry in there, and people are claiming that he's their favorite?
He's not even Joker yet.
I know.
Like literally, they said he's not Joker yet. It's just
Joker.
He's still developing that persona. Like, it's just John Doe.
I know, dude, but like I literally saw a poll asking that, and people were voting for him as their favorite Joker. And they've literally not even seen him yet. And it was all based on that deleted scene.
It's a fun conversation to have.
It's a fun conversation to have. Obviously, it's a fun conversation to have. I'm not saying speculation.
As long as it doesn't get definitively crazy like it can, obviously.
Well, yeah, and that's all I'm saying. It's like, but when you literally like are throwing under the bus like people like when you're putting him above even Jack Nicholson, right? I mean, like
I love Jack Nicholson, but the Joker.
What?
I love Jack Nicholson, but as a Joker, he was just Jack Nicholson with makeup for me. He was a guy with white makeup.
Either.
He's fucking.
Well, at one point, he was Jack Palance with makeup on.
But there was nothing transformative about his Joker than like when I saw Heath Ledger in one movie and
on my number one.
Yeah.
Like
I love Heath Ledger as Joker. He's one of my favorites.
Ledger tops all of them, like because Ledger was unrecognizable. But you can recognize Leto, you can recognize Nicholson, you can.
Hey, all I will say to end the night, can I just show? I am very happy for one thing more than anything, and that is, I am so glad to see that Ben Affleck and J-Lo
are getting married.
It is so good to see them finally back together after all this time.
I'm not, because now it ruins my chances with her.
William, you can have the singer, William. You can have the singer.
Move.
Here's a picture right here of Ben Affleck with his one true sweetheart, J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez. I believe the quote was, "I am very happy to have tacos and burritos for my Ben." Again,
Oh no! Let me get off the screen. I was not here, people, when you would watch this.
Oh, you were definitely here.
Oh Lord!
I'm gonna tell you what I want to order. Gonna make a run for the border.
We're all getting canceled.
Burrito.
And burritos.
I knew it. We went beyond 4 hours. And
2 tacos and a soda pop. Oh, my band. Me and my band are so happy now. We're back together. Yes. We're back
views and
together
opinions
finally.
of Poindexter Lounge do not reflect that.
After all this time, we're so back together. We met again at a Taco Bell. And we both shared the burrito.
This is so cringeworthy.
We
Right
ate a burrito like it was in that movie with the puppies, and we met at the middle. We both started eating the end of the burrito and met in the middle, and it was so tasty and good in my tummy.
It sounds like those Quiznos monsters from the commercials years ago.
They've got a pepper bar. Tiffany said, "I'm sorry." Well. Tiffany sent this to me today.
The views stated are. What do you mean the views stated are not those of Jennifer Lopez? What do you mean they're not necessarily reflect those of the Poindexter Lounge or its guests? I am Jennifer Lopez. I am Jennifer Lopez.
That is Enosh's voice for you guys watching this again.
No, it is not. It is Jennifer Lopez. You do not know who you're talking to. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who you're talking to, William? You know, William, there was a time that I loved you. Where did our love go?
We're all going to hell.
We fell out of love.
We're all going straight to hell.
Me and my William fell out of love.
You were at 91 people. Everybody's like, "Oh, geez, we got to get the hell out of here."
Me and my band are back together. We fell out of love with William. It's so sad, but now I am happy to be back with my band.
Hey, once you guys stop watching Enosh, you can watch my show tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. I will take all the fleeing viewers right now that are leaving.
I don't know where I found this, but here it is.
What is this? What the heck is that?
What the heck? Oh, that's perfect. That is
it's just Garfield. I don't know why Garfield is down there with that line, but
what is Andy Senor doing?
That's a good question.
What just happened?
Or we can also ask, what is Esper doing?
I don't have that. I don't know, but William's behind us back there. William, you want to tell us what you got in store for us on your show tomorrow night?
I had a train of thought, but something threw me off. But no, we're going to talk more about. We're going to talk more about the potential stuff in the merger. Some stuff that has happened throughout the week. R.I.P. Gilbert Godfrey. Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of things that are going on that I got to consolidate, but mainly what's next as far as comic book movies, what everybody's excited for. I'm going to do a lot more interactive Q&A. We got Doctor Strange coming up. We got trailers for Doctor Strange that have come out. We're renting out a theater again to do the Doctor Strange thing. So we're going to be leading up to that. And then we're going to be talking about some of the stuff I'm going to be doing over the weekend with our 2 Sci-Fi Center Presents that we're going to be recording for future use. And that is Chris Claremont's X-Men and Frank Miller's Daredevil. So we'll be going over those in depth. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming together. So we're next month. I didn't hear that, Anthony. Next month is Free Comic Book Day, and that's there's a lot of stuff that's leading up to that. We have Doctor Strange getting released like literally that week. Strange New Worlds comes out that week. And then we'll talk some Moon Knight. Okay. So just a regular geekly conversation.
A geekly conversation.
What? Wow.
Geekly.
Hopefully RJ won't stand me up.
Frank
I'll
Miller
try not to. I might be seeing Fantastic Beasts 3 tomorrow.
RJ.
Why?
Just take William on this date. Jeez.
You might not like it, but this is what the peak male athletic form looks like.
Even his boobs stayed pretty.
What?
His man boobs were pretty tight on that one.
Yes.
What is Andy Signor doing?
What is Andy Signor doing? Let's see what Andy Signor is doing in our little thing. What's Andy Signor up to right now?
OMG, is that a Xanarite stone? I just feel like all the energy is like going into my body. Like, oh my gosh, fully charged.
There you go. So hey, after 4 hours 37 minutes, he's fully charged. I hope you are too. I hope that we gave you some fun for the night. Thank you to everybody who was on the panel. Thank you to everyone for coming in. Thank you for Caden for helping run some of the behind the scenes stuff.
Sorry, J-Lo.
Sorry, Drugga wasn't able to get you on tonight. I'm trying to streamline more a little bit how many people we have on, so it's not just a bunch of people talking over each other. And I knew that everybody was like very opinionated about this. I knew there were going to be a lot of questions and a lot of discussion, and so that's kind of what I wanted to limit it, to too many people. But we'll get you on another time, Draga. I promise. I need to do I need to schedule a night where we do a call-in show, that's like part of our regular, maybe part of our regular schedule here at the Poindexter Lounge. So we'll see about that. But love you guys. Thanks to everyone who gave super chats tonight. Thanks to everybody who just watched, man. We still got 70 people in here at literally 5:30 in the morning my time. So that's Eastern time, man. That's amazing. So thank you to everyone. I really, really appreciate you guys for stopping by. Absolutely. So hey, the future is coming fast, and it's pretty bright. I think we got a lot of good possibilities to look forward to, and I think it's a good time to possibly a really good time to be a DC fan. So we shall see. But in the meantime, like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter or their opinion doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations like we did tonight, and always seek to have good conversations and keep yourself informed and listen to everybody's opinion. It doesn't mean it's going to change yours necessarily, but you know what? You can learn something along the way, and that's the important thing. We can all learn from each other. All right. So until next time, just keep that thought and stay nerdy, my friends.
Bye.
Bye-bye.